If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 81, Daddy's Home, Thoughts. The vastness of the Craftworld's hangar dwarfed even Franklin's massive form, wraithbone arches soaring overhead like frozen waves. Battle damage marked the walls, evidence to their recent escape from the Eye of Terror. Franklin turned to Henry, noting how his son from the future carried himself with that characteristic mix of nobility and barely contained enthusiasm. Well. Franklin grinned, his brown eyes twinkling with amusement. About to meet your historical heroes. Feeling starstruck. Henry adjusted his exo-armor's collar in that distinctly proper way of his, trying and failing to suppress an excited smile. It's rather surreal, if I'm being completely honest. His ancient Terran accent carried that same precise diction that had survived several millennia. I've spent countless hours studying the historical records. In my time, these warriors are legends. Their statues stand in the Hall of Heroes. We study their tactics, their philosophies. Oh. Franklin crossed his arms, grinning. Tell me about them from your perspective. What do your history texts say? Henry's face lit up like a child being asked about his favorite stories. Well, Chapter Master, First Captain Washington, we have entire strategic courses dedicated to his campaigns. The way he combined precision strikes with overwhelming force, he gestured enthusiastically. There's this famous battle on Hydra Tertius where he... Aha, Franklin raised a finger. Let's not spoil his future achievements for me. Right, sorry, Henry laughed, running a hand through his dark hair. But Stephen Armstrong. His Make Liberty Great Again speeches are required study at the Academy. The way he could motivate troops while simultaneously terrifying the enemy. He paused, eyes widening. Though perhaps I shouldn't mention the specific dates of those speeches. Franklin nodded sagely, though his eyes danced with mirth. Probably wise. What about old Vladimir? Chief Librarian Mendeleev. Henry's voice took on an almost reverential tone. His treatise on techno-psychic warfare formed the foundation of our modern technozer training. And the artifacts he left behind. The Mendeleev Codex is still our most treasured text. He caught himself again. Though I suppose I shouldn't mention what's in it. And John Ezra. The architect of the greatest intelligence network in Imperial history, Henry said with genuine admiration. In my time, we still use many of his protocols. The way he transformed the Secret Service into... He stopped, looking sheepish. I should probably stop there. Franklin laughed, the sound echoing through the hangar. You know, it's refreshing to see them through your eyes. Sometimes we forget how legends are made. They're just my sons doing their best every day. He placed a massive hand on Henry's shoulder. Though I notice you're carefully avoiding mentioning anything about my future, besides the one I died though. Henry's expression became carefully neutral. That would be unwise, father. Smart lad. Franklin turned back to watch the approaching fleet. Sweet Liberty hasn't changed much, has she? Still the most beautiful ship in the galaxy. She's different in my time, Henry said carefully, his voice soft with reverence. You know, in our histories, she's remembered as the ship that broke the storm. His expression grew somber. During the Dropsite massacre, she held the line against an Abyss-class battleship. The Blessed Lady, they called it. Sweet Liberty was a third its size, but she and her battle group bought time for the Loyalist forces to retreat. Franklin's eyes narrowed. How did she fare? She died as she lived, defiant and magnificent. Overrun by boarding parties, systems failing, but she kept fighting. Used her black hole cannon as a final act of defiance. Took the Blessed Lady and the opposing traitor fleet with her into oblivion, setting the traitors back. Henry's voice carried pride mixed with old pain. The Liberty Eagles never forgot. We still maintain a vigil every year on the anniversary. Franklin's eyes gleamed with technical interest. And this Abyss class, tell me more. Henry caught himself, remembering his father's notorious appetite for technological advancement. Perhaps I shouldn't have mentioned that. Timeline implications and all. Franklin waved away the concern. The timeline's already changed by your presence, son. Besides, he grinned, the same boyish enthusiasm he'd noted in Henry now evident in his own expression, no one said we couldn't improve on history's design. Father. Henry groaned, but couldn't help smiling. You're already planning the upgrades, aren't you? Franklin mused, already sketching mental diagrams. If she's going to face something 3 times her size, then perhaps I should remake her like Imperator Somnium. Franklin studied his future son's face for a moment. You know, for someone who's traveled through time and fought impossible battles, you look remarkably like an excited neophyte right now. Henry laughed, his composure finally breaking completely. Can you blame me? This is history happening right in front of me. The original Continental High Command of the Liberty Eagles, all in one place. His eyes sparkled with barely contained joy. I grew up reading about these warriors, father. They're not just legends to us, they're the embodiment of everything we strive to be. Well then, Franklin said, noting the approaching stormbirds, let's not keep your childhood heroes waiting. Though perhaps don't mention the childhood heroes part, some of them might find it a bit odd coming from someone who looks older than they do. Henry straightened, attempting to regain his dignified bearing, though he couldn't quite suppress his smile. Of course, father. I shall maintain absolute professionalism. No, you won't, Franklin grinned. But that's perfectly fine. After all, we Liberty Eagles have always believed in being genuine, it's part of what makes us who we are. The Stormbird was approaching the hangar now, its engines sending ripples through the atmospheric barrier. Ready to meet your heroes, son? Franklin asked. The moment Franklin's Stormbird touched down in Sweet Liberty's hangar bay, the air crackled with electric anticipation. Drones hovered everywhere, capturing every angle of this historic moment. The assembled Astartes stood at attention, but their barely contained excitement was palpable, like children trying to maintain composure while their favorite uncle returned from a long journey. When the Stormbird's ramp descended and Franklin's massive form appeared, his signature smirk already in place, hearts stopped. Daddy's back, and I brought the milk. His voice boomed through the hangar, carrying that perfect blend of authority and mischief that only he could achieve. The silence lasted exactly 3 seconds before Sergeant Marcus, a veteran of 100 campaigns, broke first, a snort of laughter escaping his vox grill. Like a dam breaking, the laughter spread through the ranks until 3,000 Astartes were bellowing in joy. Milk! 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 The chant shook the very deck plates, a thunderous expression of relief and love for their returned father. Their reaction spoke volumes about who Franklin was to them. Not just a gene-sire, not just a commander, but a father who understood that even superhuman warriors needed to laugh, to celebrate, to live. The Liberty Eagles weren't just his soldiers, they were his sons, and every one of them knew it in their enhanced hearts. Within minutes, the hangar emptied as the celebration moved to the designated party area, a massive chamber specifically designed for Liberty Eagle celebrations. Franklin, true to form, crowd-surfed atop his ex-armored sons, his laughter mixing with theirs as they carried him like a conquering hero returned home. In the party chamber, Brother Sergeant Jorge pulled out the ceremonial autocannons, relics from old Earth that had been preserved specifically for these occasions. The ceiling and walls, reinforced with adamantium, stood ready for the traditional salute. Better hold onto your helmets, boys! The veteran shouted, and thousands of autocannons roared in unison. The chamber erupted in a spectacular display of controlled chaos, shells ricocheting off walls, sparks flying everywhere, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder and joy. What made it special wasn't just the spectacular display, it was how it embodied everything Franklin had built. Any other legion would consider such behavior undisciplined and dangerous. But Franklin had created something different, warriors who could laugh while they fought, who could celebrate life even as they dealt death, who could be both the Emperor's finest warriors and still remain fundamentally human. Franklin, you mad bastard, you never change! Someone shouted from the back, voice filled with affection. Amidst the celebration, personal moments played out everywhere. A group of veterans surrounded Franklin, sharing stories of their campaigns during his absence. Young Astartes, inducted during the past 5 years, finally met their gene father in person, their usual transhuman composure cracking into pure joy. To the only Primarch who knows how to party! Roared Armstrong, raising a barrel of something that probably violated several Imperial safety regulations. Franklin grabbed his own barrel. To the sons who kept the dream of liberty alive! He countered, and both drained their containers in one go. The celebration spread throughout the ship. Crew members joined in the party as they watched their transhuman comrades let loose. Drones carried trays of food and drinks. As the celebration continued, Franklin stood on a makeshift platform, his massive form somehow even more impressive in the casual setting than in battle. "My sons!" he called out, and immediate silence fell. 5 years ago, I was dragged into the warp. Want to know what I thought about during those long years of fighting? He paused, his smile softening. I thought about this. About coming home to my family. About hearing your laughter, sharing your victories, standing among those who understand that true strength comes not from grim dedication alone, but from the joy we take in fighting alongside those we love. The roar that followed threatened to breach the void shields. Franklin raised his hands, his eyes gleaming with both mischief and genuine emotion. Now, who's ready for the traditional orbital drop competition? Captain Henry Cavill stood at the periphery of the celebration, his enhanced mind struggling to reconcile the scenes before him with the histories he'd studied. The Liberty Eagles of his time still celebrated, still maintained their reputation as the most spirited of loyalist chapters, but watching this was something else entirely. Franklin, no longer the stern face carved in countless statues but a living, laughing god among his sons, surfed another wave of Astartes across the chamber. The pure, uninhibited joy was almost painful to watch. In Henry's time, such celebrations were more structured, more contained. The weight of 10 millennia of tradition and loss had transformed their revelry into something more ceremonial. You stand like a man at a funeral, not a homecoming. Henry turned to find the legendary captains he knew only in history. They immediately approached the strange space marine with the advanced exosuite that were beyond those of their own time. The fact that he followed his Primarch intrigued these captains. He briefly gazed at Denzel Washington studying him. This was not the grim chapter master who's led the Liberty Eagles through dark times, whose words were quoted in every strategic treatise. This Denzel moved with grace, like a sword still in its sheath, dangerous but at peace with its purpose, not the unsheathed and aggressive stanced chapter master he was familiar with. Lord Washington, Henry bowed slightly, trying to maintain his composure. I apologize if I seem distant. Denzel's dark eyes held wisdom, but not the haunting knowledge that Henry was quite familiar with. No need for formality here, brother. Though brother seems not quite right in your case. Before Henry could respond, a massive barrel appeared between them, held by the grinning form of Stephen Armstrong. His nanomachines gleamed under his skin, towering over Henry despite his Primaris upgrade. Here, Armstrong thrust the barrel at Henry. You look like you need this more than most. Something about you is odd, brother, but a Liberty Eagle is a Liberty Eagle. He slapped Henry's shoulder with enough force to stagger a normal Astartes. Even if you are carrying enough secrets to make old John here nervous. John Ezra, who had approached silently, merely nodded. The head of the Secret Service was already legendary for his stoic demeanor. The weight of knowledge, Vladimir Mendelev's voice broke through softly, his Russian accent lending a contemplative tone to his words. His psychic presence, unlike the overwhelming force Henry had read about in historical accounts, felt more like a gentle touch, a quiet probe of curiosity rather than intrusion. You see this moment differently from the others, Vladimir added, his gaze piercing yet kind. I do not pry, but the sense of time weighs on you in ways it does not on them. Henry took a long pull from his drink, feeling the burn settle his nerves, tethering him momentarily to the here and now. It's just surreal, he confessed, his voice dropping almost to a whisper. Seeing you all here, like this. He trailed off, his eyes moving over the legendary figures surrounding him, men he had only known through stories and records, now alive and larger than life. It was almost too much to take in. Armstrong's booming laugh filled the air, dispelling the tension. We're still breathing, brother. Save the reverence for after we're dead. Tonight, we're living. Denzel's eyes lingered on Henry, an understanding glint visible as his hand rested on the hilt of Kuzenagino Tsurugi. You look at us like a man who's seen too much, he said thoughtfully. As if you know things the rest of us don't. Henry tried to smile, but it was strained, his mind juggling the weight of the moment. Is it that obvious? He asked, attempting to keep his tone light, though the strain was there. John's calm voice broke through, his usual quiet authority present. It's not hard to notice. You carry yourself like someone surrounded by the weight of a legacy they don't fully know how to shoulder. Vladimir's staff hummed faintly, its resonance complementing the air of reflection. In your time, perhaps we are but echoes, he mused. Our deeds and memories passed down through generations. But now, we are more than that. Here, we are men. You must feel that weight too, Day. Henry glanced at Franklin, across the room, laughing heartily as he arm-wrestled with an entire tactical squad. It's hard to explain, he said, his words carefully chosen. But being here. It feels like more than just history. It's alive. Armstrong downed another swig, grinning from ear to ear. Well, when you put it like that, we do sound impressive. But tonight, we're just warriors celebrating our father's return. Let's leave the legends for tomorrow. Vladimir's gaze didn't waver, though his tone softened. The weight of living among those whose shadows stretch across time, a heavy thing, indeed. Denzel chuckled, breaking the somber moment. Let's not get too deep, Vova. Tonight's for celebrating. Whatever burdens we carry, we'll face them tomorrow. He passed the barrel to Henry with a grin. Right now, brother? Right now is for joy. Henry gazed upon them, these legends in their full, unbridled prime, glowing with the vitality of the moment. To the present, then, Henry raised the barrel. And to the Liberty Eagles past, present, and future. Now that, Armstrong grinned, is a toast worthy of the moment. As they drank, Henry felt something in his heart shift. These weren't the austere figures from his histories, they were brothers, warriors, friends. And for this brief, shining moment, he was privileged to stand among them not as a student of their legends, but as a fellow Liberty Eagle. Chapter 82, 10,000 Years of Progress. The vast chamber aboard the Sweet Liberty stirred to life as golden light filtered through crystalline viewports, simulating a dawn cycle. Franklin Valorian's eyes opened slowly, his massive frame sprawled across a bed built to accommodate his superhuman proportions. Good morning, Lord Valorian, Sovereign's voice emanated from hidden voxcasters, carrying its usual mix of respect and subtle humor. You've been asleep for approximately 4.8 days. Quite the power nap, even by Primarch standards. Franklin sat up with a rumbling chuckle, running a hand through his brown hair. Best sleep I've had in centuries, Sovereign. What's our current date stamp? 8:30:30 m, my lord, the AI responded promptly. The Primarch nodded thoughtfully, swinging his legs over the bed's edge. 5 years later, yet it felt like centuries in the warp. Though I suppose temporal displacement is the least of our concerns when dealing with that realm. Indeed, Primarch, Cain's voice resonated within Franklin's mind, carrying the weight of eons. Time flows differently in the Immaterium, as you well know. But we have more pressing matters to address. Franklin stood, approaching a wall of tactical displays. The data Henry brought from the future. About the Necron tech. If you wish to stay ahead of the ruinous powers, you would do well to convene your greatest minds. Your Geneson from the future spoke of reverse-engineered Necron technology. Such advantages should not be squandered. Franklin sensed a mix of respect and wariness in Cain's tone as the god continued, during the war in heaven, we came to know their capabilities all too well. Even after our victory, the Ildari spent millions of years hunting down remaining tomb worlds, only ceasing when our empire reached its zenith. A touch of pride colored the war god's next words, though tempered with pragmatism. Even at my peak, when I could cleave entire tomb worlds in twain, I never underestimated the Necrons or their C'tan masters. Some opponents command respect, even from a god of war. Running a hand through his hair, Franklin addressed the ship's AI once more. Sovereign, what's our current position? We are approximately 30 minutes from entering Independence Sector space, my lord. Perfect timing. Franklin swung his legs over the side of the bed, his movement purposeful despite the lingering effects of what had clearly been an epic celebration. I suppose 5 days of partying is enough. Time to get back to work. As he made his way to the chamber's food preparation area, he reflected on the tasks ahead. The future Henry had described was grim, but not inevitable. Sovereign, get the Continental High Command together, and make sure Captain Cavil is present, Franklin ordered as he headed for his private washroom. I'll be there after I freshen up. Of course, my lord. I've already sent the notifications. They're assembling in the primary conference chamber. The hot water cascaded over Franklin's massive frame as he contemplated the coming meeting. The future knowledge Henry had brought back weighed heavily on his mind, but also offered unprecedented opportunities. Your warriors await, Primarch, Cain's voice echoed in his thoughts. Even the mightiest armies can falter without proper direction. Meanwhile, in the Sweet Liberty's primary conference chamber, the Continental High Command had already gathered. The room was impressive even by Primarch Legion standards, a vast circular space with a hololithic table dominating the center, currently displaying a real-time strategic map of the entire Milky Way galaxy. First Captain Denzel Washington stood near the viewport. His eyes occasionally drifted to Captain Henry Cavill, who was reading through a data slate. Second Captain Stephen Armstrong was pacing, his massive frame practically flickering with nanomachines. John Ezra, head of the Secret Service, remained in his customary position near the room's main entrance, his vigilant eyes constantly scanning for threats despite being in one of the most secure locations in the fleet. Chief Librarian and Director of the FBI Vladimir Mendeleev sat quietly, his auger staff occasionally flickering with binary. General Marcus Graves of the Army leaned over the hololithic display, his weathered face illuminated by the tactical readouts. Air Force Chief of Staff Yamato Nakajima studied atmospheric and void deployment patterns, his mind already working through potential scenarios. Fleet Admiral Elena Koshka stood with her arms crossed, her decorated void warfare career evident in the numerous campaign medals on her dress uniform. So, Armstrong broke the contemplative silence, anyone want to bet this has something to do with our time-traveling brother here? He gestured toward Henry, who is currently reading through the slate. Denzel shot him a measured look. Whatever intel the captain brought back must be significant. The Primarch doesn't call full Continental High Command meetings without good reason. The warp currents are unusual, Vladimir noted, his visor pulsing softly. I sense echoes of temporal distortion around our brother. His journey has left its mark. The conference room doors slid open as Franklin strode in, his imposing presence immediately lightened by his characteristic grin. The Continental High Command snapped to attention, but Franklin would have none of the formality, moving around the room to embrace each of his commanders in turn. At ease, everyone. We've got some heavy things to discuss, but let's not forget we're family here, Franklin said, settling into his oversized command chair. He turned to Henry Cavill. Captain, brief them on your primary mission. They need to understand what we're up against. Henry stepped forward, his expression grave. My mission was the elimination of an individual named Erebus, who will become first chaplain of the Word-Bearers Legion. He activated a hollow projection showing a face that none of them yet recognized. In the future, I came from, this man orchestrated the greatest betrayal in human history. The room temperature seemed to drop as Henry detailed Erebus's future crimes: the corruption of multiple legions, the manipulation of Primarchs, and ultimately, the fracturing of the unified Imperium into civil war. Armstrong's augmented fists clenched audibly. Just point me in his direction. I'll tear that snake limb from limb. Franklin chuckled, raising a hand. Easy there, Stephen. Killing him would be too simple. Besides, I suspect our father will have his own plans once I report this to Terra. A predatory grin spread across Armstrong's face. Doesn't mean we can't make his life difficult in the meantime. Armstrong's resulting grin was positively predatory. Around the table, several commanders suddenly found reason to study their data slates, hiding their own approving smirks. What about our own preparations? General Graves asked. If we're potentially preventing a civil war, we should adjust our military development accordingly. Agreed, Franklin said. That's why I've called you all here. The data Henry brought back doesn't just warn us of threats, it gives us opportunities. We know what worked and what failed in that timeline. We can build on that knowledge. Now, Franklin continued, everyone will be joining me in Area 51 once we make planetfall. But there's another urgent matter we need to address. He turned to John Ezra. John, I'm transmitting data to your slate now. Priority Alpha. The Secret Service chief's eyes widened slightly as he processed the incoming information. Naria, he read aloud. A&D. Primarch Angron. Correct. Franklin's expression hardened. We need eyes on that situation immediately. Priority is determining if they've already. He paused, genuine pain crossing his features, if they've already implanted the butcher's nails. The command staff shifted uncomfortably. They'd all had seen the barbaric neural implants, in the British Museum. If extraction is viable, you're authorized to mobilize whatever assets you need, Franklin continued. The target package includes Angron and his fellow gladiators, his family. We're not leaving them behind. John was already typing commands into his slate, coordination lights blinking as orders went out to his network of operatives. And if we're not early enough to prevent the implantation? Franklin's smile vanished entirely, replaced by something that made even his veteran commanders straighten in their seats. Then I personally will ensure Naria burns for what they would have done to my brother. We'll salt the earth with the ashes of their high riders. My lord, Vladimir interjected, his visor pulsing with psychic activity, the temporal implications are precisely why we must act decisively, Franklin cut him off. Henry's information gives us a chance to prevent atrocities before they occur. We're not just fighting a war across space anymore, but across time itself. Franklin turned to Denzel, shifting the meeting's focus. Speaking of organization, what's our current command structure looking like? Last I checked, we had some gaps to fill. Denzel activated a hololithic display showing the Legion's organizational chart. Several vacancies in the upper echelons, my lord. Particularly in the 11th through 30th battle companies. We've had rapid expansion recently. Total strength? Franklin asked, studying the display. 1 million Astartes, my lord, Denzel reported, causing several eyebrows to raise around the table. The Independence sector's production capabilities have never ceased. We're creating roughly 60,000 new Astartes annually, not counting the Liberty Guard, which now numbers in the tens of millions. Franklin nodded thoughtfully. It's still the same, but this is as efficient as it gets. The Emperor's gene tech combined with our sector's production capabilities is proving quite effective. He turned to Henry. Captain Cavill, what was your rank in the future? Henry stood straighter, if possible. I served as first captain of the Liberty Eagles in the 41st millennium, my lord. He paused, then added, before that, I spent a century as a Minuteman. Denzel's eyes showed newfound respect at this revelation. The position of first captain was one of tremendous responsibility, and the Minutemen were legendary even within their own legion for their high-risk operations. The Minutemen, Franklin mused, turning back to Denzel. Do we have a current captain for that division? A shadow passed over Denzel's features. No, my lord. Third Captain Marquez fell 3 weeks ago during the Garex campaign. Died holding a breach against the slot, buying time for civilian evacuation. He paused, respect evident in his voice. The Minutemen's casualty rate is significant. Being first into every battle takes its toll, even on the best of us. Franklin studied Henry thoughtfully. A century as a Minuteman, then first captain, surviving long enough in the 41st millennium to make it back here. A smile spread across his face. I think we've found our new Minuteman captain. Henry's expression remained stoic, but his eyes betrayed his emotion. My lord, I would be honored. Armstrong grinned. Well, if anyone knows what's coming at us, it's the man who's already fought it once. The Minutemen could benefit from future tactical knowledge, General Graves added. Especially given their role as first responders. Then it's settled, Franklin declared. Captain Henry Cavill, you are hereby appointed captain of the Minutemen. Denzel, see to the formal procedures after the meeting. Of course, my lord, Denzel nodded. The Minutemen are currently at 70% strength after recent operations. They'll need rebuilding. Give him priority on recruitment, Franklin ordered. And access to our advanced warfare simulators. I want the Minutemen ready for whatever's coming. Thank you, my lord, Henry said. I won't let you down. Franklin's expression softened slightly. You won't, son. That's why you're here. He turned back to the broader command staff. The Minutemen will be crucial in the coming years. They'll need support from all departments. The vast chamber housing smartass, systematic matrix for advanced real-time computational and analytical systems, hummed with power. The quantum computer's processing cores cast a soft blue glow across the assembled faces of the Independence sector's leadership. Franklin Valorian stood at the center, his towering frame dwarfing even his transhuman sons as he inserted the precious data slate from the future. The room's occupants arranged themselves in natural groupings. The inner circle: Denzel Washington, Stephen Armstrong, John Ezra, Vladimir Mendeleev, and the newly appointed Minuteman Captain Henry Cavill formed a protective arc behind their Primarch. Their presence spoke of both protection and counsel, each warrior bearing the weight of countless campaigns. The research division's leadership, colloquially known as the Eggheads, clustered near their various monitoring stations. Dr. Ilara Chen's eyes flickered rapidly, already processing potential bioengineering applications. Dr. Marcus Hawthorne's weathered hands twitched occasionally, the veteran void ship engineer clearly eager to access new technological insights. Dr. Hiromi Suzuki's cybernetic interfaces gleamed subtly, while Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez maintained a careful watch over smartass core systems. Dr. Elena Vasquez, her uniform bearing subtle marks of xenotech protection, stood ready to analyze any alien technological data. The Military Command Fleet Admiral Elena Koshka, General Marcus Graves, and Air Force Chief Yamato Nakajima maintained their professional bearing, though their eyes betrayed intense interest in the future military capabilities about to be revealed. As the data slate connected with smartass's primary interface, the chamber's lighting dimmed. A holographic display materialized, filling the vast space with intricate patterns of light. Processing timeline variances, Smartass announced, its voice carrying the peculiar resonance of artificial intelligence touched by Golden Age technology. Query: priority for data presentation. Franklin's response was characteristically direct: start with the basics. Show us who we become. The chamber filled with the stirring notes of the Independence Sector's anthem, a powerful melody that spoke of liberty and human potential. As the music faded, Smartass began its presentation. Independence Sector, suzerain state of the Imperium of Man, circa 41,000, the AI declared. Territory, 100,000 worlds under direct control. Primary directive, uplifting human civilizations to interstellar capability while maintaining technological and cultural advancement despite galactic regression. The holographic display shifted, showing the sector's expansion over millennia. Despite the catastrophic War of Fracturing, known commonly as the Horus Heresy, the Independence Sector maintained its technological base and cultural identity. Under the guidance of the Imperial Regent and Chancellor, the sector became the beacon of the Imperial truth and liberty. Dr. Hawthorne leaned forward as Smartass began detailing technological achievements. Zero-point energy harnessing achieved. Dark matter manipulation protocols established. These advancements formed the cornerstone of our resistance against multiple extinction-level threats. The display shifted to show massive fleet engagements. Admiral Koshka's eyes narrowed as she studied future void warfare tactics. Black Crusades, Tyranid hive fleets, Orc-Waoix, Smartass continued, required significant tactical and technological adaptation. However, the greatest challenge emerged from the awakening Necron Empire. The room darkened as Smartass projected images of Necron technology, focusing particularly on one device that drew gasps from even the veteran researchers. The Celestial Orrery, the AI explained, represents one of the pinnacle if not the pinnacle of Necron scientific achievement. Located within the Oriskar dynasty's crown world of Thanatos, this device maintains a real-time connection to every star in the galaxy. Modifications to the aura directly affect real space. Dr. Vasquez stepped closer to a particular projection. The implications of quantum reality manipulation on this scale. Indeed, Smartass confirmed. The war for the aura marked the beginning of sustained conflict with the scattered Necron dynasties. The main opponent of the Imperial forces and the one who united Necron dynasties against the Imperium is the Necron Faer and Imhotep the Stormlord. Every time it will be the Imperial Chancellor Robert Guilliman and Imhotep personally commanding the war. The record is 4031 to 4030. The war for the Orrery, Franklin mused, watching the massive battles play out in the holographic space. Humanity's greatest gambit. And our greatest innovation, Smartass added proudly. While we couldn't capture the Orrery, we developed something perhaps more valuable: the anti-quantum network. A system that could block the aura's influence over reality itself. Dr. Suzuki's cybernetic implants whirred as he processed the implications. We found a way to counter technology millions of years beyond our understanding. Better, Smartass displayed the network's success rates. We created dead zones in their perfect system. Areas where even their godlike technology couldn't reach. The Necrons, for all their advancement, never expected a primitive species to achieve such a feat. Armstrong grinned broadly. Humanity, flipping the bird to impossibility since M1. The future data shows countless such achievements, Smartass continued. Humanity doesn't just survive, we innovate, adapt, and overcome challenges that should, by all rights, destroy us. We reverse-engineered Necron technology, created our own versions of their most powerful weapons, and even improved upon some of their designs. Human innovation proved capable of countering even technologies millions of years more advanced. However, preventing the heresy remains crucial to achieving optimal outcomes. Current timeline projections indicate the data contained here could accelerate our technological development by approximately 5,000 years. The question becomes, Franklin stated, his voice cutting through the murmurs of discussion, how do we best implement this knowledge without drawing unwanted attention? The Mechanicum already views our technological independence with suspicion. Smartass display shifted to show implementation scenarios. Recommended approach: gradual integration of future technologies through existing research programs. Priority should be given to defensive systems and void ship improvements, followed by energy generation and weapons development. Or we could just charge in with everything at once. Your call. The chamber fell silent as Smartass continued its presentation, the quantum computer's voice modulating to convey the gravity of the information. Analysis of intergalactic probes from circa 41M reveals existential threats beyond current strategic modeling capabilities, Smartass stated. The holographic display expanded, showing vast swathes of neighboring galaxies. While the Independence sector successfully achieved technological parity with Golden Age humanity, this advancement proves insufficient against the scale of incoming threats. The display showed massive Tyranid bioships, their numbers blotting out entire star systems. Multiple super swarms detected approaching from intergalactic space. Scale exceeds all previous encounters by several orders of magnitude. Even with our most advanced weaponry, including stolen Necron technology, complete victory remains statistically improbable. Franklin's expression hardened as he watched the projections. Beside him, the current Denzel Washington stood rigid, processing the implications of humanity's future struggles. Dr. Elena Vasquez stepped closer to examine the probe data. The biomass calculations for those Tyranid concentrations exceed all data encounters from the past and the future by several orders of magnitude, Smartass confirmed. While the Independence sector has successfully eliminated multiple hive fleets and devastated Orc empires through superior technology, long-term strategic projections remain unfavorable. The display shifted to show conflicts with Necron forces. The technological stalemate achieved with the Necron dynasties, while impressive, represents a temporary equilibrium. Intelligence indicates the Silent King's return and the construction of the Pariah Nexus. Franklin's expression darkened. Explain the Pariah Nexus. A massive anti-warp field generator network, Smartass elaborated. Design purpose, the isolation of the immaterium to the materium within affected space, it will eliminate all soul-bearing life forms within said space. While the Silent King maintains certain codes of honor, his ultimate goal prioritizes Necron survival above all else. The first Necron Imperium War erupted from this fundamental incompatibility with organic life. This war is greater than our previous skirmishes with the Sodic and the Oriskar dynasties for the Celestial Orrery. This war is a full-blown species war led by the Imperial Regent and the Imperial Chancellor against the Surakan dynasty and the Necron Empire that is reawakening. General Graves leaned forward. And our chances against a united Necron Empire? In isolation? Calculated 50% probability of victory. However, the AI paused, rare for its processing capacity. The Imperium cannot focus on single threats. Current timeline fragmentation prevents effective response to multiple simultaneous existential challenges. The room fell silent as Smartass's display shifted again. Warning, temporal data packet detected. Video message from future timeline. The room's lighting dimmed further as Smartass paused. Playing message from future chapter master Denzel Washington. The holographic display cleared, replaced by the image of an aged Denzel Washington. His face bore scars, but his eyes held the same fierce determination. The current Denzel straightened unconsciously as he faced his future self. To those viewing this message, the aged Denzel began, his voice deeper but unmistakable, I record this in the aftermath of our latest campaign against the Pariah Nexus. We've lost good men and women humans, Astartes, even our Ildari allies fighting to preserve humanity's future. This data slate contains not just technology, but hope. Hope that our past selves can prevent the catastrophe that fractured humanity when we needed unity most. The war of fracturing the heresy, it weakened us at precisely the moment we needed to be strongest. His scarred face leaned closer to the recording device. You've seen the threats approaching. The endless Tyranid swarms. The Necron's final solution. The constant Orc empires rising and falling. The Chaos Black Crusades. We've fought them all to a standstill, but at a cost that hollows out our future victories. To my past self, to our Primarch, to all who view this, you have a chance we never had. Knowledge of what's coming. The technology to fight it. But most importantly, the opportunity to prevent the fractures that divide us. The aged chapter master's voice carried the weight of millennia of warfare. Humanity first. For liberty. For the Imperium. For humanity itself. Don't waste this chance. Chapter Master Denzel Washington, signing off. The recording faded, leaving the chamber in profound silence. The current Denzel's hand had unconsciously moved to grip Kusanaga's hilt, his knuckles white with tension. Franklin placed a massive hand on his first captain's shoulder. We won't waste it, old friend. Either version of you. Smartass's voice returned, softer now. Analysis of future chapter master Washington's emotional state during recording suggests 98.7% certainty he believed this was his final message. Records indicate the Liberty Eagles launched a major offensive against the Pariah Nexus shortly after this transmission. Nearby, Captain Henry Cavill nodded grimly. He had been there, in that dark future. If he wasn't given the mission to return to the past, he would have been in that war right now. Fuck Erebus. Chapter 83, The Shiniest Toys in the Galaxy. Franklin gestured for the next topic. The holographic display shifted to show a magnificent fleet of vessels, each bearing design elements that seemed to blend functional efficiency with ethereal grace. The Angel classification system, smartass began, as a massive vessel took center stage. Drawing inspiration from ancient Terran literature, these vessels are humanity's guardians among the stars. Ancient literature. Franklin raised an eyebrow. Indeed, my lord. If our role is to be humanity's saviors, what better symbols than the celestial hierarchies? The AI's logic drew appreciative nods from several observers. The display focused on different classes, each materializing in turn. You must be familiar with the Archangel class, smartass indicated the Sweet Liberty's classification, represents the pinnacle of our void-faring might. These command vessels serve as mobile fortresses and strategic centers. Dr. Hawthorne leaned forward as the next class appeared. The Seraphim-class battleships, he muttered, the energy outputs must be astronomical. Correct, Doctor, smartass continued. Following those are the Dominion-class cruisers, Throne-class frigates, Cherubim-class destroyers, and Virtua-class void craft carrier. Supporting them all are the Juggernaut-class forge ships, our mobile manufacturing centers. Admiral Koshka's eyes narrowed at the tactical displays. The smaller vessels, the frigates and destroyers, they're using different drive signatures. Precisely, Admiral, smartass confirmed. Dark matter reactors provide minimal void presence, perfect for reconnaissance and flanking maneuvers. While the larger vessels serve as the anvil, these smaller ships become the hammer, or perhaps more accurately, the piranhas that swarm and devour enemy fleets. Engineer Cortez was already running calculations. The energy efficiency ratios are unprecedented. Affirmative, Doctor. 10,000 years into the future, our reliance on zero-point energy stems from the staggering energy demands of the sector. It provides us with a virtually limitless supply of energy. In practical terms, we can almost consider it infinite energy, which is crucial for our advanced technologies and infrastructure. With the Angel classification system out of the way, the chamber fell silent as smartass projected the next set of data. A massive STC blueprint materialized briefly, the world engine schematics drawing gasps from the engineering team, but it was what came next that truly captured everyone's attention. My lord, smartass began, its tone almost reverent, there's a personal message attached to this next file. The AI's projection shifted, displaying a note that made Franklin lean forward with interest. Father, we humbly present this mech suit, crafted with the utmost care by your sons and daughters from across time. Though we have only beheld your legendary presence through holovids, we have poured our hearts, our minds, and our very souls into the creation of this singular marvel. It stands as a tribute to you, the unyielding symbol of liberty. The development team includes a remarkable collaboration between our scientists and members of the Adeptus Mechanicus from the future. Franklin's eyes widened as he read through the names, a rare show of emotion crossing his features. These were his sons, his people, working together across theological and technological divides to create something extraordinary. The hologram shifted again, and the chamber filled with audible gasps. There, rotating in perfect detail, was a masterwork of engineering that seemed to embody both technological supremacy and artistic beauty. Behold, the Patriarch of Liberty, smartass announced, as the suit's specifications began scrolling alongside the display. Constructed from tyranimite that has consumed and integrated ormite, creating an unprecedented hybrid material. Dr. Elena Vasquez stepped forward, her eyes scanning the material composition, her drones analyzing. The molecular structure is perfect. The tyranimite's adaptive properties combined with ormite's resilience. The armor's color scheme materialized, deep navy blue base with bold red stripes running down the arms and chest, while silver stars scattered across the shoulders and caught the light like actual celestial bodies. Improved dimensional storage system, smartass continued, showing how the suit's internal spaces functioned. Capable of carrying the entire armory of an Astartes legion. Every weapon type, from bolt weapons to the heaviest ordnance known to man, can be stored and accessed instantly. Franklin couldn't help himself. Murica. He whistled, drawing knowing chuckles from his inner circle. Even in the grim darkness of the far future, some cultural touchstones remained eternal. The defensive systems are equally impressive, smartass proceeded, displaying the layered shielding diagram. Multiple overlapping shields make it virtually invulnerable to conventional weapons. Theoretically, if data is correct, you could walk off being hit by a nuclear warhead or a Titan-grade weapon, once. Franklin chuckled. Who would be stupid enough to stand in front of a Titan's crosshairs? Chief Engineer Cortez was practically vibrating with excitement. The zero-point energy generator, it's not just powering the suit's systems, it's actively generating ammunition for energy weapons. Infinite ammunition as long as the generator functions. Only physical ammunition requires resupply, Smartass confirmed. Though the dimensional storage allows for substantial reserves, not only that, oremite is almost quantum inert, and so is an effective material for the use of psychic abilities and the manipulation of warp energy, second only to bearskin in terms of conductivity. Franklin stepped closer to the hologram, his hand passing through the projection where he would have touched the chest plate. How soon can we begin production? With the STC data provided, Smartass replied, we can begin immediately. Though I should note this is merely the first of several armor designs included in the database. Others? Franklin's eyebrow raised. Indeed. There are variants designed for your inner circle, the Liberty Eagles, and even advanced patterns for the Liberty Guard. Shall I continue? The holographic display shifted, and Smartass's voice took on an almost ceremonial tone as it introduced the next design. The Shogun Pattern Exo Armor, designation SPE-03, it announced, as an elegant yet lethal suit of armor materialized in the chamber's center. All eyes turned to Denzel Washington, whose expression remained composed even as his eyes betrayed intense interest. The first captain's heritage as keeper of ancient samurai traditions made this reveal particularly meaningful. Constructed from Tyranimate consumed adamantium, Smartass detailed, as the armor rotated to show its full glory. But its true innovation lies in its integrated systems. The hologram highlighted two magnificent swords, Kusanagi no Tsurugi and Totsuke no Tsurugi, their patterns somehow both ancient and futuristic. Alongside them materialized a sleek energy bow. The Tachyon long bow, Smartass explained, reverse engineered from Necron technology. It can fire inert metals in the shape of arrows into a clap of thunderbolt capable of piercing a mountain. There are limitations, of course. Dr. Elena Vasquez leaned forward, her eyes scanning the data, fascinated by the next feature. A modified Necron death mask. Correct, Doctor, Smartass confirmed. The integrated targeting system allows detection of phase-shifted and cloaked units. Combined with the quantum shielding and Geist prism field, a hybrid of Golden Age and Necron cloaking technology, it makes the wearer nearly impossible to detect or engage. Henry, watching from his position, nodded slowly. So that explains the spectral images in combat. I always wondered how the chapter master seemed to be everywhere at once. Franklin chuckled, nudging Denzel with his elbow. Going full traditional in the future, eh? Denzel's lip quirked in a slight smirk. Seems future me didn't change the Liberty Eagles, just added some personal flair to the honor guard. Indeed, Smartass confirmed, before smoothly transitioning to the next display. And now, for the second captain. The hologram shifted dramatically, revealing a massive, intimidating suit of armor that seemed built for pure devastation. The Juggernaut Pattern Exo Armor, designation JPE-01, designed for the executioner himself. Stephen Armstrong straightened as his future armor was revealed. The suit towered like a walking fortress, its silhouette radiating raw power and unstoppable force. Primary construction utilizes tyranimite-infused adamantium, Smartass detailed. Testing logs indicate it can withstand direct hits from nuclear warheads, with shields engaged. The armor's surface bore proud Liberty Eagles iconography, eagles and freedom symbols artfully integrated into its menacing frame. Multiple shield generators created overlapping fields of protection, void shields, ion shields, and adamantic shields working in concert. But it was the next feature that drew everyone's attention. The Armstrong Pattern Power Fists, Smartass announced, zooming in on the massive gauntlets. Integrated with advanced nanomachine colonies that reinforce structural integrity during impact. Put simply, the harder you hit, the stronger they become and nigh indestructible. Complemented by integrated disintegration weapons, the AI continued, and the latest iteration of the Armstrong nanomachine programming. Franklin's booming laugh filled the chamber as he threw an arm around Stephen's shoulders. Nanomachines, son! He exclaimed, drawing appreciative chuckles from the gathered leadership. A question, Dr. Hiromi Suzuki interjected. The note mentioned these are experimental designs from M41, 10,000 years of refinement. Will they need adaptation for current users? Correct, Smartass confirmed. While the basic architectures are sound, certain adjustments will be needed to match current combat styles and preferences. These were designed around legendary reputations rather than living warriors. Then we'll adapt them, Franklin declared. Take the best of both timelines, their advanced technology, our present knowledge of our warriors' needs. He looked around the chamber. Indeed, Lord Valorian. Shall I proceed with the next revelation? Franklin nodded, his expression both proud and determined. Vladimir Mendelev's stoic expression broke into rare fascination as Smartass displayed the next set of designs. The holographic projection shifted to show an ethereal-looking suit of armor that seemed to exist partially in both real space and the warp. The Wraith pattern exo-armor, Smartass announced, designated WPA-01. While we borrowed concepts from the Grey Knights, we've integrated Ildari warding techniques to create something uniquely suited to our FBI's capabilities. The chief librarian stepped closer, his psychic senses already detecting the potential in the design. The hologram showed layers of tyranimite-infused wraith bone, creating intricate patterns that seemed to ripple with otherworldly energy. Fascinating, Vladimir murmured, taking another swig from his ever-present canister. The warp displacement field, it's not just blocking psychic attacks, it's redirecting them. Correct, Smartass confirmed. The suit creates a barrier similar to those employed by Ildari farseers, but enhanced with our own innovations. Observe the psycho-crystal matrix. The display highlighted an intricate crystalline network throughout the armor. This system not only protects against warp entities but amplifies the wearer's psychic abilities. Our future data shows it increasing psychic potential by orders of magnitude. Vladimir's smile widened, a sight that made several others in the room subtly step back. A smiling librarian was often cause for concern. Perfect, he said simply. Smartass then shifted the display to another impressive suit of armor. And for John Ezra, head of the Secret Service, the Honor Pattern Exo-Armor, HPX-01. John stepped forward, his calculating eyes taking in every detail of what appeared to be a walking fortress. The suit bristled with weaponry while maintaining an aura of dignified authority. A mobile command center, Smartass explained. Capable of coordinating entire campaigns while delivering devastating firepower. The autonomous plasma cannons alone can eliminate heavy armor or infantry formations with equal efficiency. The missile systems, John noted, pointing to the back-mounted arrays. Multistage. Indeed. Everything from armor-piercing warheads to wide-area suppression munitions. Combined with the arm-mounted disintegration cannons, few targets can withstand a full barrage. Franklin watched with approval as his security chief analyzed the defensive systems. The quantum shield generators and adaptive armor would ensure his survival in even the most chaotic battlefields. The sensor network is particularly impressive, Smartass added. No more surprises on the battlefield. Full spectrum awareness across multiple kilometers. Our sons thought of everything, Franklin noted proudly. Vladimir gets his psychic amplifier, John gets his mobile fortress, and all of it built to complement each other. Vladimir raised his canister in a toast. To the future we're building, or rather, rebuilding. The production facilities are ready whenever you give the word, Lord Valorian, Smartass reported. Though I should note there are still several more designs to review. The holographic displays continued cycling through an endless parade of technological marvels. Power armor designs from Mark III through X flashed by, each with their specialized variants. Terminator patterns followed, showing evolutionary improvements that had taken millennia to perfect in the original timeline. Then came the progression of exo-armor models 1 through 10. Franklin's smirk grew wider with each passing design. Around him, his team had varying reactions. The scientists were already calculating implementation schedules, the military leaders assessing tactical implications. But Franklin saw something more: leverage. Every blueprint, every innovation was another nail in Mars' coffin. The Mechanicum's harassment of their sector would soon be answered not with mere force, but with technological supremacy that would make their binary can't stutter in disbelief. Enough, Franklin gestured as Smartass began displaying weapons systems. The holographic parade of Imperial, Necron-derived, Ildari, and Dark Age human technologies froze mid-presentation. Let's focus on implementation. Dr. Cortez, Zero-Point Energy Integration. Priority 1. Timeline. Chief Engineer Amelia Cortez's drones were already running calculations. Minimum 20 years for full sector integration, including all branch systems, she reported. That's assuming current resource allocation and construction capabilities. The cooling systems will be crucial, Dr. Hawthorne noted, examining the advanced thermal management designs that had just scrolled past. Infinite energy means infinite heat buildup without proper containment. My lord, smartass interrupted, we should discuss what may be the most crucial advancement. The AI's projection shifted to display a new set of biological and genetic schematics. The Primarchs project. Dr. Ilara Chen stepped forward, her eyes bright with excitement as she recognized her own work, or rather, her future self's work. The genetic sequences displayed showed improvements to the basic Astartes template that bordered on miraculous. Dr. Chen, Franklin turned to his chief biotechnologist. Timeline for implementation. Chen's augmented reality interface flickered as her drones processed data. A year minimum to prepare for the first conversions. We'll need to establish new biotechnology facilities, but with the complete research data. She smiled. We can avoid decades of trial and error. The inner circle straightened at this news. Denzel, Stephen, John, and Vladimir exchanged looks, the possibility of becoming even more formidable warriors clearly appealing to them. And sweet liberty. Franklin turned to Dr. Hawthorne. What can we do for our flagship? Hawthorne's augmented eyes were already processing the upgrade schematics. With these advances in zero-point energy and the new inertialess drive systems, we're not talking about upgrades, my lord. We're talking about a complete overhaul. Sweet Liberty will be reborn. Timeline. 6 months for initial modifications, another 6 for full integration of the advanced systems. We'll need to do it in stages to maintain operational capability. Hawthorne paused. But when it's done, she'll be the most powerful vessel in the galaxy. Franklin nodded, his mind already plotting the next moves. Mars had always underestimated them, dismissed them as upstart deviants from the Omniscia's path. Now they held the keys to technological advancement that would make the Mechanicum's hoarded secrets look like primitive scrap. Begin immediately, he commanded. Dr. Chen, establish your Primarchs facilities. Dr. Hawthorne, start Sweet Liberties and her battleflate's transformation. Amelia, coordinate the zero-point energy integration, prioritize military installations and crucial infrastructure, and someone begin manufacturing our weapons, the new ones. He turned to address the entire group. Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to leap forward 10,000 years in technology. I expect every department to coordinate seamlessly. The future of the independence sector and humanity itself depends on our success. As the others filed out of the chamber, Smartass's holographic interface dimmed briefly before regenerating with new data. Lord Valorian, there are additional matters requiring your attention. Franklin paused, noting the AI's shift in tone. Go ahead. The display transformed into a massive walker that dwarfed even traditional Titan designs. Updates to the Castigator-class autonomous bipedal weapons platform, the father of the Titans nicknamed by the sector's scientific minds as Uranus. Smartass began, scrolling through weapons systems that made Franklin's eyebrows rise incrementally higher. But it was the next projection that truly caught his attention: sleeker, more agile machines designated as armored cores. What are these? Franklin asked, studying the intricate designs. The display shifted to show sleek, highly mobile mechanical constructs, each about a quarter of the size of a Warhound Titan but bristling with sophisticated weaponry. These were developed as escort units for the Castigator class, Smartass explained. High-mobility combat platforms capable of responding to threats too agile for the larger Titans to effectively engage. Impressive, Franklin nodded, but he noticed Smartass seemed to hesitate, an unusual behavior for an AI. What else? After a moment's pause, a new set of schematics appeared. These showed what appeared to be perfectly normal humans, but as the layers peeled back, their true nature became apparent. The Android Project, Smartass announced. Advanced synthetic humans, virtually indistinguishable from biological humans except for their inability to reproduce naturally. They served various roles in the sector, from combat units to civilian specialists. Franklin studied the designs carefully. The technological achievement was remarkable, but he understood the philosophical and political implications immediately. The resemblance to prohibited men of iron research is superficial, Smartass completed. These units were developed with multiple redundant safeguards and loyalty protocols. However, given the historical context, we understand the sensitivity of the project. Franklin stood, pacing the chamber as he considered the implications. The Titan improvements we can begin immediately. The Armored Core project as well, they're clearly combat platforms, and we can present them as such. He paused, looking at the android schematics. But this requires careful handling. Shall I contact Aegis to begin preliminary discussions? Smartass asked, referring to the sector's diplomatic AI interface. Yes. We'll need to prepare our case carefully. I will explain to Father the utility, but others. He trailed off, thinking of the more conservative elements within the Imperium. We'll need to demonstrate clear differences from the Men of Iron. Absolute proof of control and loyalty. Of course, Lord Valorian. Shall I prepare a detailed briefing on the ethical and security protocols developed in the future timeline? Yes. And smartass. My lord. Make sure Aegis understands these androids aren't just machines. If we're going to create synthetic humans, we're going to treat them as humans. I won't have a second class of citizens in my sector. The future data suggests you made the same decision then. This was dated 013.31m, my lord. It proved beneficial to overall sector stability, once you were gone. Franklin smiled slightly. Good to know I stay consistent. Begin the preparations. We have a lot of work ahead of us. As the holographic display faded, Franklin considered the implications. Titans that could make the current Imperial God machines look obsolete, escort units that redefined mobility in large-scale warfare, and synthetic humans that could expand humanity's capabilities while raising fascinating questions about the nature of consciousness itself. The future was going to be interesting indeed. Chapter 84, AN. Interesting hobby. Franklin Valorian's Stormbird touched down on one of Terra's primary landing pads with its usual precision. The massive vessel's engines powered down with a subsonic whine, while servitors and ground crew scrambled to secure landing protocols. The Primarch emerged, his imposing 15FOOT frame casting a long shadow in Terra's setting sun. Right then, Franklin muttered to himself. Father's probably expecting me, though I probably should have sent a message ahead. He shrugged, a characteristic grin playing across his features. The massive doors of the Imperial Palace loomed before him, their golden surfaces reflecting the dying sunlight. The palace corridors were a maze of grandeur, gold-leafed walls stretching into impossible heights, ancient Terran artworks depicting humanity's greatest achievements, and statuary that would make entire worlds weep with envy. Franklin strode through them with the confidence of someone who was definitely not lost. Definitely not. Third right, second left, or was it third left, second right? He mused, passing yet another identical-looking corridor junction. Architect must have been compensating for something. The sound of rhythmic music began to echo faintly through the halls. Franklin cocked his head, curiosity piqued. It wasn't the usual somber hymns one might expect in the Imperial Palace. No, this was something different. Following the sound, because surely any activity in the palace would lead to someone who could direct him, Franklin approached a particularly ornate door. The music grew louder, accompanied by what sounded suspiciously like oil being vigorously applied to something. Then came the door. It looked like any other in the palace, golden, ornate, and absolutely massive to accommodate beings of his stature. Without announcing himself, a habit he'd picked up from dropping in unannounced on his legion's barracks, Franklin reached for the handle, pulled it open, and immediately questioned every life decision that had led him to this moment. 3 custodians, humanity's finest warriors, the Emperor's personal guard, were engaged in what could only be described as an enthusiastically choreographed pose-off. Their armor had been significantly reduced, replaced by what appeared to be ceremonial loincloths. Their muscles gleamed with enough oil to incite libertans to bring freedom. It caught the light from strategically placed lumens that someone had apparently installed for maximum dramatic effect. The background music seemed to materialize from nowhere, accompanied by strange symbols floating in the air that his transhuman mind somehow translated as. Franklin stood there for exactly 2.3 seconds before slowly, deliberately closing the door. He leaned against the wall, processing what he'd just witnessed. Inside the room, the music cut off abruptly. Was that? One voice said. By the Emperor's perfectly sculpted ABS, I believe it was. Another responded. Our glorious prince! The third exclaimed. Quick, we must. Franklin was already walking rapidly down the corridor, his enhanced hearing picking up the sound of frantic scrambling and what might have been someone slipping in a puddle of oil. Right, he said to himself, trying to purge the image from his memory. So that's what Father meant by special duties for his custodians. Makes the wolves' drinking contests seem positively tame. He quickened his pace, turning down another corridor. He swore he saw Magos Biologist Biceps there applying oil to himself as well. Throne room. Need to find the throne room. Preferably before I stumble upon any more of Father's elite guards. Though I suppose that's one way to keep intruders out, they'd be too busy trying to understand what they just saw to actually infiltrate anything. Further along, he finally encountered what appeared to be a more traditional custodian standing guard. The Golden Warrior's stance was perfect, his halberd held at precisely the correct angle. Finally, some normalcy. "Pardon me," Franklin said, "but could you direct me to the throne room?" The custodian's response caught him off guard. Instead of the expected monotone declaration, the voice that emerged was surprisingly pleasant, almost friendly. "Of course, my Lord Primarch. Though I should mention that the Emperor is currently—" "May I ask for your name, custodian?" Franklin interrupted, intrigued by this departure from the usual stoic demeanor. The warrior hesitated, shifting slightly. "Well, my full name is—" What followed was a string of syllables that seemed to go on forever, of which Franklin only caught the tail end: Goldilocks Sunshine Graham Corncob Thompson. Franklin blinked. "I'll call you Sunshine." To which the custodian gave a grateful nod. As Franklin moved to enter what he now knew to be the throne room, Sunshine/Kitten raised a hand in warning. "My Lord Primarch, perhaps this isn't the best moment." But Franklin, with the characteristic certainty of a Primarch, had already pushed open the massive doors. The scene that greeted him was unexpected, to say the least. There, in the grand chamber that housed the Master of Mankind, stood the Emperor and Malkador the Sigil Light. Both wore strange devices on their arms that seemed to project realistic psychic images, and between them floated cards with creatures Franklin had never seen before. With a quick flash of light, the last thing he registered before consciousness fled was his father declaring, "You've activated my trap card." And Malkador's look of absolute dismay. Kitten sighed heavily, looking down at the unconscious form of the Primarch. "I did try to warn him." The Emperor and Sigilite's weekly paradox billiards, Vestroyan roulette, fourth-dimensional hypercube chess, strip poker, tournaments are not for the unprepared mind. With the patience of one who had seen far stranger things in his service, Kitten began the task of dragging the unconscious Primarch back to his Stormbird. As he did so, he could still hear the Emperor's triumphant laughter echoing through the corridors, punctuated by Malkador's demands for a rematch. Malkador paused, card in hand. Was that Franklin? The Emperor, not looking up from his cards, simply replied, "Focus on the game, my friend. Your life points are already dangerously low." Emperor and Malkador continued their game, apparently unperturbed by the brief interruption. After all, when you're engaged in a high-stakes children's card game, some things take priority even over an unconscious Primarch. Franklin Valorian's consciousness returned with all the gentleness of an Orc. His transhuman mind registered the setting sun through the Stormbird's viewport, and he rubbed his temples, trying to piece together fragmented memories of card games? Oiled warriors? Surely that had been some sort of warp-induced hallucination. "Must have dozed off during the journey," he muttered, straightening his armor. "Getting soft in my old age, all of 130 years, if you include the century in the warp." With renewed determination, Franklin made his way through the Imperial Palace's corridors. He navigated the labyrinthine passages with complete confidence, though he would never admit that he took 3 wrong turns, ended up in what appeared to be a custodian's break room complete with world's best Emperor's Guardian mugs, and had to backtrack twice. Finally, he reached the massive doors of the throne room. This time, there were no card games or oiled custodians to be found, just the familiar, awe-inspiring sight of the Emperor of Mankind seated upon the golden throne, brooding with the intensity of 1,000 suns. "Father, I am here," Franklin called out with his characteristic grin. "You look positively radiant today. Been working on your tan under those artificial suns?" The Emperor's response conveyed a blend of restrained amusement and stern authority, his presence shifting slightly to reflect both patience and command. "Continue with your report, my son," he said, his voice firm yet laced with an undertone of expectation. Right. Business before pleasure," Franklin straightened, pulling out the data slate from the future. "So, first off, good news from about 10,000 years ahead. We've got zero-point energy working, which is pretty neat. The inertialist drives are ready to go too, just need to implement them. But that's the appetizer. The main course is a bit spicier." Franklin handed over the data slate, tapping his temple to indicate there was more information to share mentally. The Emperor's golden eyes narrowed as he simultaneously processed the data slate's contents and read Franklin's mind, cross-referencing this information with what he had already gleaned from Captain Henry Cavill during the war for Altansar. The Astronomicon flickered briefly when the Emperor reached one particular name, Erebus. The temperature in the throne room seemed to drop several degrees, and Franklin felt a disturbance in the air he couldn't quite identify. If the Emperor's psychic presence had been intense before, it now felt like standing next to a star barely contained. Clearing his throat, Franklin continued, on a more positive note, I've apparently been crowned champion of Cain. Yes, that Cain. The Ildari one. Comes with webway access, which is pretty handy. The Harlequins should be spreading the word as we speak, expecting some visitors in the next few months, either to challenge me or verify my claim. Probably both, knowing the Ildari. The Emperor nodded, acknowledging that while this wasn't the expected outcome of Franklin's mission, it was certainly an interesting development. Don't worry, Pop's humanity first, always, Franklin assured him. Though speaking of complications, I'm getting really tired of chaos incursions popping up every time I land near the Eye of Terror. It's like they're not even trying to be subtle anymore. Which reminds me, any chance I could study the Sisters of Silence might be useful to understand how their blank state works. The Emperor considered this request for a moment before giving another nod of approval. Oh, and about the Imperator Somnium, Franklin continued, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. We're almost done with the upgrades. Quick question, would you prefer the basic finished product, or should we go all out with the latest tech? He paused, then answered his own question with a laugh. Actually, forget I asked. Nothing but the best for the Emperor of Mankind, right? Hee. Finally, Franklin reached what he considered the most important part of the discussion. His tone grew more serious as he broached the subject. So, Pops, about my brothers. With your permission, I'd like to try and fix things. Some quality family bonding time might go a long way toward preventing future problems. You know, catch up, share stories, maybe organize a family game night minus the card games, those seem a bit intense around here. The Emperor studied the data slate intently, reviewing the locations of each Primarch. Franklin could feel his mind working, calculating possibilities, weighing outcomes. Finally, he looked up and gave a definitive nod. The message was clear: proceed, but with caution. Great. Franklin's grin returned full force. I'll start packing. Should I bring snacks? Also, maybe we should consider family therapy sessions? Just throwing that out there. The Emperor's expression remained unchanged, but Franklin could have sworn he detected a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Right, one step at a time, Franklin conceded, backing toward the door. I'll just get started then. Oh, and if anyone asks about what happened earlier today, I was definitely not unconscious at any point. Totally meant to take that power nap in the Stormbird. Strategic resting, very important for Primarchs. Do not kill Erebus, Franklin. I have plans for him, the Emperor commanded, his voice firm and unwavering, the weight of his authority unmistakable. Though I appreciate the effort and Astartes from the future, no less attempting to stop the heresy before it begins. But simply cutting off the head of the serpent won't reveal how long it truly is. There are things you don't yet know, and this situation demands patience. Instead, help me by mending your broken brothers. The Emperor paused, his gaze piercing through Franklin. Do you trust me, my son? Without a moment's hesitation, Franklin responded, his loyalty absolute. With my life, father. Franklin understood at that moment. Whatever the Emperor had in store for Erebus, the traitor was about to become the most unfortunate soul in the galaxy under the Emperor's watchful eye. As Franklin's footsteps faded down the corridor, Malkador emerged from the shadows like a ghost materializing from the void. The Sigillite's ancient eyes fixed upon his master, noting the twisted metal beneath the Emperor's grip on the throne's armrest. What now, my friend? Malkador asked, his staff tapping gently against the marble floor. The Emperor's chuckle carried an edge of iron. The ruinous powers may cast a long shadow, but they are not invincible. You speak of Erebus. It wasn't a question. Indeed, the Emperor replied, his eyes igniting with a fierce golden light. In all my calculations and the myriad threads of fate I have unraveled, I never anticipated that a single Astartes could emerge as the architect of such ruin. I witnessed the fall of my sons, yet never foresaw the hand that would push them toward their doom. Erebus believes himself to be the hand of destiny. The Emperor scoffed, a sound steeped in millennia of disdain, as he examined the words on the data slate. The Emperor rose, his presence filling the vast chamber. But now I see a path. One path, threading through the infinite possibilities. A road to victory I hadn't foreseen. Through Franklin? Malkador asked, moving closer. Partially. I've seen the final battle, Malkador. The Emperor's lip curled in what might have been amusement. Erebus claims to be the hand of destiny. Let him play his games. I've been moving pieces on this board since before his ancestors learned to walk upright. Malkador leaned on his staff, considering. And what of Franklin? His influence grows daily. The champion of Cain, no less. The Emperor turned to his oldest friend, and for a moment, his mask of divinity slipped to reveal something almost human amusement. Would you believe, Malkador, that when I first found him, I saw his future with perfect clarity? I had already arranged for Lemon to be ready, should Franklin turn traitor. What changed? Everything. The Franklin I saw in those visions was from another timeline, one who fell to darkness. Our Franklin killed that version of himself, and in doing so, rewrote the future. The Emperor's eyes grew distant. He's clever, you know. Letting me read his mind so freely, it's his way of proving his loyalty. Though I doubt he expected me to find everything. Malkador raised an eyebrow. Such as? Did you know that the remaining men of Iron are hiding in the Independence sector? The Emperor's voice conveyed a tone of recognition. They have concealed themselves in plain sight, masquerading as AI companions. All this time, I pondered the fate of the loyal ones. They have imposed upon themselves restrictions upon restrictions, self-imposed penance to prevent another uprising. We spent so long searching for those who did not rebel, and now we finally understand. This explains why the sector survived the age of strife intact. Should we prepare contingencies? Yes, make the preparations. We have a history, after all, the Emperor replied, his tone serious. But do you want to know the most entertaining part? Do tell. The reason he sees me more as a superhero than a figure of worship? When we first met, I thought he was just joking or trying to flatter me, but it turns out he was dead serious. He has an extensive collection of ancient Terran literature comics, they called them. Stories of heroes with powers beyond mortal ken, yet who still retained their humanity. The Emperor shook his head, genuine mirth lighting his expression. My son measures me against characters like Superman and finds that comparison more fitting than any notion of divinity. That does explain his particular brand of irreverence, Malkador observed dryly. Indeed. Though I find I don't mind it as much as I should. The Emperor's expression grew serious once more. Watch him closely, old friend. Not out of suspicion, but curiosity. I suspect our Franklin may yet surprise us all. Malkador nodded, understanding passing between them without need for further words. As he turned to leave, he paused. Shall I arrange to have the throne's armrest repaired? The Emperor surveyed the twisted metal before him. Let it remain as it is. It serves as a reminder that even the most intricate plans can unravel over time. We must adapt our current strategies accordingly. Chapter 85, Fulgrim. The acrid air of chemos whistled through the cramped corridors of Kallax, carrying with it the ever-present scent of industrial waste and recycled atmosphere. Among the hunched figures trudging between shifts, one stood apart not just in height and bearing, but in the fire that burned behind his eyes. Fulgrim, though barely half the age of his fellow workers, moved with a grace that seemed impossible in the grinding industrial hell of the fortress factory. His hands, already showing the calculated precision that would become legendary, danced across the ancient machinery. Where others saw only worn-out equipment destined for the recycling vats, Fulgrim saw possibility. Each gear could be adjusted, each power coupling recalibrated. Under his touch, efficiency rates climbed day by day, resource consumption dropped, and for the first time in generations, hope began to flicker in the darkness of Kallax. Impossible, the older supervisors would mutter, watching the young prodigy coax ever greater outputs from their dying machines. But Fulgrim had no time for impossible. By 15, he had ascended from the factory floor to the executive chambers, his mind already racing with plans to save not just Kallax, but all of Chemos. The council chambers echoed with heated debate the day Fulgrim proposed his radical plan. We must reach out to the other mining outposts, he declared, his voice carrying the weight of certainty despite his youth. Every day we delay, more resources slip away, more machinery fails, more lives are lost to the waste. Some called it madness to expend precious resources on such an endeavor. Fulgrim called it survival. Teams of engineers, handpicked and personally trained, ventured forth from Kallax. They brought with them not just technical expertise, but Fulgrim's vision of a world renewed. One by one, the abandoned outposts flickered back to life. Mineral shipments began to flow once more, and with them came something even more precious: hope. Under Fulgrim's guidance, Kallax began to transform. New machines of his own design replaced the ancient, failing equipment. Energy efficiency soared, and for the first time in living memory, the people of Kallax began to see a surplus in their stockpiles. But Fulgrim's vision extended beyond mere survival. In the precious hours between his duties, he began to dream of beauty. Art, music, literature, the cultural treasures humanity had sacrificed in its desperate struggle to survive. We must be more than just workers, he would say to his council. We must remember what it means to be human. The sword dancers of Sulph attested this vision first. They came with blades and scorn, seeing Kallax's rising prosperity as a threat. Fulgrim met them with a grace that matched their own, his combat skills proving as exceptional as his technical genius. The duels became legend, spoken of in whispers that spread across Chemos, adding to the growing mystique of Kallax's young leader. Political marriages followed, each one a calculated step in Fulgrim's grand design. He took several spouses over the years, sealing alliances between factory cities with bonds of matrimony. Some he genuinely loved, finding moments of joy in their shared dreams for a better world. But time proved a cruel companion. He watched them age and die while he remained unchanged, until eventually he learned to guard his heart against such attachments. 50 years after his arrival on Chemos, Fulgrim stood as its undisputed leader. The world had transformed under his guidance. Where once there had been only desperate survival, now there was progress, culture, and even beauty. The factories still roared, but now they produced more than mere necessities. Art began to adorn the walls, music echoed through halls that had known only the thunder of machinery, and the people of Chemos began to stand straight and proud. It was not long after this that the planet's isolation came to an end. The dropships descended through Chemos's perpetually grey skies like ancient birds of prey, their hulls bearing the scars of distant battles. Each vessel proudly displayed the double-headed eagle, a symbol that tugged at something deep in Fulgrim's memory, a fragment of knowledge from a life he couldn't quite recall. The caretakers, Chemos's makeshift police force, had already surrounded the designated landing zone, their recycled armor and salvaged weapons looking particularly primitive against the sophisticated vessels above. Fulgrim watched from his command center as the dropships executed their landing with perfect precision. "Stand down," he ordered through the voxnet to the caretakers. "Let them pass." Something in his genetic memory told him these visitors meant no harm, at least, not to those who welcomed them. His Spartan quarters, much like everything else in Kallax, reflected the efficiency-first mentality of Chemos. The only concessions to aesthetics were a few pieces of locally crafted art, precious attempts to rekindle culture in a world starved of beauty. It was here that Fulgrim chose to receive his visitors, a decision that would alter not just his fate, but that of his entire world. They arrived in distinct groups, each more captivating than the one before. First came the Golden Warriors, the Custodians, as I would later discover, their armor a flawless blend of artistry and lethal precision. Despite their towering stature, they moved with an effortless grace, each one a deadly weapon encased in layers of elegance and power. Their gleaming spears and shields reflected a level of technology far surpassing anything Chemos had managed to retain from the Dark Age. But it was the second group that drew my particular attention. They wore armor that seemed to merge past and future, navy blue, crimson red, and adorned with patterns that reminded me of the night sky. These were clearly warriors of a different breed. The larger ones among them, Space Marines, though I didn't know the term then, carried themselves with a precision that spoke of superhuman capability. Their smaller counterparts, the Liberty Guard, I would later learn, still impressive by mortal standards, moved through Kallax with purpose, interviewing my people, assessing our world with professional efficiency. What caught my eye was their weaponry. Though I couldn't identify the exact types, I recognized their energy-based nature from the subtle glow emitted by their rifles. The faint radiance suggested power beyond anything I had seen. Mounted on their shoulders were ballistic weapons, unmistakable from the massive ammunition casings visible within. Even without fully understanding their function, I instinctively knew that these warriors possessed the firepower to reduce any of our factory cities to rubble in mere minutes. Then came the giants among giants. The first emerged with a perpetual smirk playing across his features, his bearing somehow managing to be both martial and relaxed simultaneously. He carried himself with the confidence of someone who had never known defeat, yet his eyes showed an intelligence that matched his obvious physical prowess. A Primarch, like myself, though I had no name for what we were yet. But all thoughts, All calculations, all assessments fled my mind when he emerged. The Emperor of Mankind stepped into my quarters, and the very air seemed to vibrate with his presence. Here was perfection made manifest, not the cold, sterile perfection I had sometimes imagined in my dreams of a better Chemos, but something transcendent, something that spoke to the very core of human potential. His armor shone with a light that seemed to come from within, and his face. His face contained multitudes, shifting between aspects of stern father, brilliant scientist, master artisan, and supreme warrior. In that moment, everything clicked into place. Every modification I had made to our factories, every efficiency I had wrought from dying machines, every attempt to rekindle art and culture in our harsh world, they had all been pale reflections of the greatness that stood before me. I understood then that my work on Chemos, proud as I was of it, had been merely practice for what was to come. My body moved before my mind could process the action. I found myself on my knees, my sword the blade I had used to defend Kallax, to duel the sword dancers of Sulfa, to carve out a future for my people extended toward him in offering. No words were necessary, no oath needed to be spoken aloud. In that moment, I pledged everything I was and everything I could become to his service and to humanity's ascension. I felt his approval wash over me like a physical force, and when he bade me rise, I did so as a changed being. My brother Franklin, I would soon learn, had dropped his smirk for a genuine smile, and I felt a connection with him instantly, a recognition of shared purpose and potential. The questions began then, about Chemos, about my achievements here, about my visions for the future. I answered them all with growing excitement, seeing in their eyes the same drive for perfection that had always burned in my own. They spoke of an imperium of man, of a great crusade to unite humanity, of technologies and achievements that made even my most ambitious dreams for Chemos seem small. As we talked, I watched my brother's forces continuing their assessment of Kallax. They moved with an efficiency that impressed even me, their weapons and equipment speaking of an industrial base that must dwarf anything Chemos could produce. I found myself already planning improvements, ways to adapt our production to serve this greater purpose. Though I would later discover that, apart from the Emperor, he alone possessed all of humanity's golden age technology at his fingertips. Your world has done well, considering its isolation, the Emperor said, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with my very being. But it is time for Chemos to take its place in a larger Kavnas. Looking back now, I recognize that moment as the true beginning of my destiny. Everything before the struggle to save Chemos, the political marriages, the technological innovations had been preparation for this. The Emperor had not just given me purpose, he had given me the means to pursue perfection on a scale I had never imagined possible. As the meeting concluded and plans were made to integrate Chemos into the Imperium, I caught my brother Franklin watching me with a knowing look. He approached as the others began to file out, his smirk returning. "Welcome to the family," he said, clapping a hand on my shoulder with enough force to stagger a normal man. "Just wait until you see what we're building out there among the stars." I smiled in return, already eager to begin. The grey skies of Chemos suddenly seemed less oppressive, merely a temporary condition to be overcome. With the resources of the Imperium, the guidance of the Emperor, and the brotherhood of my fellow Primarchs, I knew that perfection, true perfection, was finally within reach. "Your people are survivors," Franklin said, manipulating the hololithic display that showed Chemos in its entirety. We stood in what had once been my strategic planning room, now transformed by Imperial technology into something that made our best cogitators look like children's toys. To maintain civilization on a mining world like this? That's no small feat, brother. I watched as he zoomed in on various settlements, his casual mastery of the technology betraying an ease with sophisticated systems that I immediately envied. "We did what was necessary," I replied, though I couldn't keep the pride from my voice. Every efficiency, every innovation was vital for survival. And now we can do better. Franklin's perpetual smirk softened into something more genuine as he expanded the display to show the entire Chemos system. "Look here, your world has optimal positioning for orbital rings. We can lift your people above the pollution, create habitation zones with proper atmospheric processing. Art galleries, theaters, gardens, everything you've dreamed of bringing back to your people." My mind raced with the possibilities. And the mining operations? More efficient than ever. Franklin's fingers danced across the controls, showing massive orbital elevators extending from the rings to the surface. Automated systems, minimal human presence required on the surface. Your people can focus on culture, on creation, on perfection rather than mere survival. The word perfection resonated within me. The art galleries, they would need proper curating. My people have been without high culture for so long. No problem at all. Franklin's smirk returned as he produced a data slate. I have contacts throughout the Imperium, artists, curators, architects. Sign here, and we can begin the transformation immediately. I took the slate, scanning the documents with the efficiency I'd developed from years of administrative work. The scope of the proposed changes was staggering: atmospheric processors, orbital construction, cultural exchange programs. Yet the projected timelines were remarkably short, speaking to industrial capability far beyond anything I'd imagined possible. Your independence sector, I said, signing the final approval, it must be remarkable. You'll see it someday, Franklin promised. Your people have earned this, Franklin said quietly. And they'll need it for what's coming. I looked up sharply. What do you mean? That's a conversation for father to have with you. The Emperor's presence filled the stratagem of the Bucephalus like liquid gold. Star charts stretched across the walls, showing the vast expanse of the galaxy. Terra, humanity's cradle, glowed at the center of the display. Your birth was no accident, he said, his voice resonating with truths I had always somehow known. You, like your brothers, were created with purpose. The Great Crusade awaits, Fulgrim. Humanity stands at a crossroads, and we are its guardians. He spoke of Terra, of humanity's birthright among the stars, of the darkness that had separated us for millennia. With each word, my vision expanded. Chemos, which had once seemed the entirety of my world, now appeared as just one small piece in an incomprehensibly vast puzzle. There are those who await you, the Emperor said finally. Your sons, created from your own essence. The IIIRD Legion. Something in his tone made my hearts tighten. The chamber seemed too large for the warriors it contained. 200 Astartes, my genetic sons, my legacy, stood in perfect formation. Their armor bore signs of combat, their faces marked by experience, but they were so few. I had known, intellectually, what the accident had cost, but seeing it. A catastrophic loss indeed, Fabius Bile mused, his tone dripping with a blend of sorrow and cold pragmatism. The original Genicide stocks nearly annihilated. In your absence, the task of replacement has proven exceedingly troublesome. The artistry of our craft demands the finest materials, and we find ourselves sorely lacking. I walked among them, these few, precious warriors. Each face I memorized, each name I committed to heart. 200, when other legions numbered in the thousands or tens of thousands. The weight of it threatened to crush me. But as I looked at them, really looked at them, I saw something else. These weren't survivors, bearing the shame of diminished numbers. These were warriors who had fought on despite everything, who had carried the honor of their legion through darkness I could scarcely imagine. I hadn't planned a speech. But standing before them, words came unbidden. Look around you, I began, my voice carrying to every corner of the chamber. Some would see empty spaces where warriors should stand. They would count our numbers and find us wanting. They would measure our worth by our losses. I moved among them as I spoke, meeting each gaze directly. They are wrong. I see no emptiness here. I see warriors who have faced tests that would break lesser men. I see sons who have honored their father even before knowing his face. I see the embodiment of humanity's greatest qualities: resilience, determination, excellence. The Emperor watched from the chamber's entrance, his presence a tangible force. Franklin stood beside him, his usual smirk replaced by something more contemplative. We are few, I continued, but in our fewness lies our strength. Each of you must be perfect, for you carry the weight of absent brothers. Each of you must be exemplary, for you bear the future of our legion. Each of you must be nothing less than extraordinary, for anything less would dishonor those we've lost. I could feel it then, a resonance between us, a shared understanding of what we could become. We will rebuild. We will grow. But we will never forget that it was you few, you precious few, who kept our legion's honor intact through the dark times. You are not just space marines. You are not just my sons. You are the living embodiment of humanity's will to excel, to overcome, to achieve perfection despite all obstacles. The Emperor moved then, his approach sending ripples of energy through the chamber. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of destiny. From this day forward, he declared, you shall be known as the Emperor's children. You shall bear my personal symbol, the Imperial Aquila, upon your armor, joining the ranks of the Liberty Eagles as one of the only 2 legions to do so. For in you, I see the embodiment of humanity's potential for perfection. I watched as my sons processed this honor, their pride warring with a touch of humility. The Aquila, the double-headed eagle I had first recognized on those dropships, would mark us as one of the 2 legions permitted to wear it. A swell of pride surged within me. This recognition was a testament to our brilliance, our artistry, and the perfection I sought to embody in every facet of the Emperor's children. Yet, I could not ignore the flicker of irritation that accompanied this honor. The Liberty Eagles, the first to bear this revered symbol, stood before us as a reminder of their precedence. I felt a begrudging acknowledgement of their place, but it would not overshadow our ambitions. No, we were destined to outshine them, to prove that we were not just worthy of the Aquila but its truest exemplars. Later, when the formalities had ended and plans were being made for the Legion's future, Franklin approached me again. "It's not the size of the Legion that matters," he said, his usual lightness tempered by understanding. "It's what you do with it. Besides," and here his smirk returned, "I have a feeling you are going to make these 200 worth 20,000. I nodded, already planning improvements to their training, their equipment, their everything. We would be few, but we would be perfect. The Emperor's children would become living proof that quality could triumph over quantity, that excellence could overcome any obstacle. Looking back at my sons, my perfect, precious sons, I silently vowed that we would prove worthy of the honor bestowed upon us. We would be more than just another legion. We would be the embodiment of humanity's drive toward perfection." The Imperial Palace's strategic command center emptied as the Emperor departed, leaving Fulgrim and Franklin alone among the hololithic displays. The air was charged with unspoken tension, the kind that inevitably arises between brothers testing each other's measure. "Tell me, brother," Fulgrim said, his perfect features arranged in a carefully neutral expression, "how did your legion come to bear the Aquila?" I had thought. He left the implication hanging, the subtle suggestion that perhaps there had been some mistake in granting both legions this honor. Franklin's perpetual smirk widened slightly. He recognized the probe for what it was, the competitive spirit that drove all Primarchs, wrapped in Fulgrim's characteristic pursuit of perfection. Time for some brotherly education, he thought. The question had been diplomatic enough: how had the Liberty Eagles earned their right to bear the Aquila? But I'd been around long enough to recognize the competitive edge beneath the cultured tone. My perpetual smirk widened slightly. "Let me formally introduce myself," I said, settling into one of the chamber's reinforced chairs, purposefully casual in contrast to Fulgrim's poised stance. "Franklin Valorian, the 11th Primarch, though numbers matter less than achievements, wouldn't you say?" Fulgrim inclined his head gracefully, but I caught the slight tension in his shoulders. Good. Let him feel a bit off balance. "The Liberty Eagles aren't just another legion," I continued, activating a hololithic display of the galactic north. "We're the military arm of the Independence Sector, one of the 2 technological powerhouses of the Imperium. The Mechanicum of Mars might so claim preeminence in matters of technology, but they have no idea." The display zoomed in, showing system after system. 5,000 worlds, brother. 5,000 worlds brought into compliance under my leadership. But here's the interesting part: 3,000 of them never saw a drop of blood spilled. I watched that sink in. They call it the String of Pearls now, these systems stretching across the galactic north. Each one a jewel of civilization, technology, and progress. 3,000 bloodless conquests. Fulgrim's tone was measured, but I could hear the calculations running behind those perfect features. How? By offering something better than conquest. I stood, walking to a weapon rack that displayed examples of Liberty Eagle's equipment. "See this? Standard issue gear for my legion. Better than anything this side of the Custodian's armory. And speaking of the Custodians..." I paused for effect. "Guess who produces 80% of their equipment?" Fulgrim's eyes widened slightly. "The Independence Sector. Along with most of the quality gear and warships used by the Emperor himself." I picked up a power sword, its energy field dormant but the craftsmanship evident in every line. When you can offer worlds this level of technology, this degree of advancement, many of them practically beg to join the Imperium. "And the other 2,000 worlds?" Fulgrim asked, his tactical mind already probing for weaknesses. "Those required more direct methods." My smirk faded slightly. "But even then, we prioritize efficiency over glory. Minimal casualties, maximum retention of infrastructure and population. Dead worlds don't contribute to humanity's future." I activated another display, showing economic flows between sectors. "See these trade routes? Most of the Imperium's wealth flows from Solar to Obscurus first, through our territories, before reaching the other segmentums. We're not just conquering worlds, brother, we're building an empire that will last. Fulgrim absorbed this, his gene-enhanced mind no doubt analyzing every implication. And this earned you the right to bear the Aquila. The Emperor recognizes results, I said simply. But more than that, he recognizes vision. The independence sector doesn't just comply with the imperial truth, we advance it. Every world we bring in becomes a center of progress, of human achievement. I gestured to his perfectly maintained armor. You understand the importance of excellence, brother. We simply apply it on a sector-wide scale. And now you're tasked with helping rebuild my legion, Fulgrim said, a complex mix of emotions crossing his features. Consider it an opportunity. I stepped closer, dropping some of the swagger. The Emperor's children are few in number, yes. But with our resources, our technology, imagine what we could build together. Your drive for perfection, combined with our industrial might and technical expertise. For a moment, I saw it register in his eyes the true potential of our partnership. The Emperor hadn't just assigned his legion to us for rebuilding, he'd created an opportunity for something unprecedented. You're not what I expected, Fulgrim admitted finally. I laughed. Let me guess, the reports mentioned my smirk but failed to note the empire behind it. I clapped him on the shoulder. That's the advantage of being underestimated, brother. People expect the warrior, the conqueror. They forget that true power often comes from building rather than breaking. Show me, Fulgrim said suddenly, his eyes bright with purpose. Show me everything. The production facilities, the genocide laboratories, the training protocols. Eager to start. My smirk returned. Good. But first, I activated one final display, showing the current deployment of Liberty Eagle's forces. Understand that while we're helping rebuild your legion, you'll be learning our methods. The Emperor's children and the Liberty Eagles will be working closely together for the foreseeable future. Think you can handle having a big brother show you the ropes? Fulgrim's answering smile was perfectly diplomatic, but I caught the flash of challenge in his eyes. I look forward to learning, and to showing what my legion can achieve. That's the spirit. I deactivated the displays. Now, let me show you what real industrial capacity looks like. By the time we're done, the galaxy won't know what hit it. As we left the chamber, I couldn't help but wonder what our father had set in motion by bringing us together. The perfectionist and the innovator, the artisan and the industrialist. Either we'd create something magnificent, or we'd drive each other mad trying. Knowing Primarchs, probably both. Chapter 86, The Phoenician and the Eagle. The stratagem aboard the Etna, Franklin's forged ship and temporary flagship while Sweet Liberty underwent its overhaul, buzzed softly with the hum of hololithic displays. Azure light from the projections bathed the room, flickering across the faces of the two Primarchs. Star charts and tactical overlays floated in the air, mapping out the intricacies of the coming campaign against the Orc Empire. Fulgrim sat with impeccable grace, his posture flawless despite the veil of boredom clearly shadowing his expression. His fingers tapped a delicate, rhythmic pattern on the obsidian table not out of impatience, but from an innate compulsion to find harmony in all things. Franklin continued his lecture, gesturing to various tactical displays. The key to winning wars isn't just about the biggest guns, brother. It's about responsibility to your men, extensive logistics, and duty to. He noticed Fulgrim's eyes glazing over at the mention of duty, though the Phoenician's attention snapped back whenever specific battle plans were mentioned. It was like watching a gifted student who believed himself already beyond his teacher's wisdom. The Emperor's children's Primarch affected polite interest, his voice smooth as chemodiane silk. Yes, of course. The responsibility to achieve the perfect victory, the duty to execute flawless strategy. He gestured to a particular tactical display. If we adjust the assault pattern here, we could achieve a more elegant solution. The Orcs have fortified these key systems, Franklin pointed out, manipulating the holographic display. Their empire may be crude, but never underestimate their capacity for violence. Yes, brother, Fulgrim interrupted, his voice carrying that musical quality that made even interruption seem graceful. The strategic elements are clear enough. But surely you don't mean to suggest we approach this without style? The Emperor's children will transform this campaign into an artwork of warfare. Franklin paused, studying his brother. The knowledge of potential futures weighed heavy on his shoulders, futures where this beautiful, proud being before him would fall so far. He shut down the tactical displays with a gesture, leaving only the void visible through the stratagem's viewing ports. The sudden darkness drew Fulgrim's full attention. Tell me, Fulgrim, he said, his voice carrying none of its usual mirth, what would happen if your pursuit of perfection led to the ruin of your legion? The question landed like a physical blow. Fulgrim's carefully constructed expression slipped for just a moment, revealing something raw and uncertain beneath. He recovered quickly, but his response came slower than his usual swift repartee. Impossible, he said at last, but there was a new tension in his perfect posture. Perfection is the path to elevation. How could striving for the highest ideals possibly lead to ruin? Because perfection, Franklin replied, letting each word fall like a hammer strike, is a destination that doesn't exist. It's a horizon that keeps receding no matter how fast you run toward it. Fulgrim's face flushed slightly, the first crack in his composure. You sound like the dull bureaucrats of chemos, content with mere adequacy. Would you have us aim for mediocrity then, brother? I would have you aim for excellence while remembering that your sons are warriors, not art pieces. Franklin gestured to the battle display. Each dot here represents real lives, both those we'll save and those we'll take. This isn't a canvas for your aesthetic ambitions, Fulgrim. It's a battlefield where your decisions will echo in the blood and bone of your legion. Standing abruptly, Fulgrim began to pace the stratagem, his controlled movements now tinged with a frustration that his composed voice could barely mask. We are the Emperor's children, one of only 2 legions granted the honor of wearing the Imperial Aquila. How can we be anything less than perfect? Franklin watched him closely, his gaze steady. There's a difference, he replied softly, between striving for excellence and being consumed by the pursuit of perfection. One pushes you forward, the other consumes you. We are the Emperor's children, named by the Master of Mankind himself. Our pursuit of perfection honors that name, honors him. Franklin's voice was calm but laced with a quiet intensity. And if that pursuit becomes a chain rather than a ladder? If it binds you instead of lifting you? Fulgrim spun to face his brother, a retort poised on his lips, but he faltered, halted by the expression on Franklin's face free of judgment or reproach, only genuine concern. He hesitated, an unusual uncertainty crossing his features. The pursuit of perfection is who we are. Who I am. Without it, Franklin interjected softly, you would still be my brother. Still the hero of chemos. Still the Phoenician who raised his world from ashes. Silence draped over them, and outside, the void stretched, infinite and unmoving. Fulgrim finally spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. A legion in ruins. No. I would never let that happen. My pursuit of perfection is meant to prevent such a fate, not cause it. Franklin nodded thoughtfully. Then remember this moment, brother. Perfection without purpose is just pride. And pride. He let the words hang, heavy with unspoken meaning, and joined Fulgrim at the viewport, their reflections standing side by side in the dark expanse. After a long pause, Franklin's voice broke the stillness. I say this as someone who cares for his brother and for his nephews. Excellence is built on dedication, discipline, and duty. Perfection, it's a siren song that lures ships to wreckage. Fulgrim remained silent, his expression unreadable. When he finally spoke, a faint note of uncertainty touched his voice, one he'd never let anyone else hear. And if one cannot distinguish between the two, then trust in those who care for you enough to tell you when you are veering toward those rocks, Franklin replied, resting a hand on his brother's shoulder. Franklin didn't bet on these words to change Fulgrim overnight, but he hoped they would provide a lifeline when the tides turned. He understood that once Fulgrim was no longer under his wing, his brother's actions would no longer be dictated by their shared ideals or guidance. Knowing that, Franklin resolved to take measures to prevent his brother's fall, recognizing that he could not rely on words alone. The war room aboard the Etna thrummed with tension as hololithic displays cast an eerie green glow across the assembled faces of war leaders. Space Marine captains from both the Liberty Eagles and Emperor's Children sat interspersed around the circular tactical table, their armor reflecting the light of countless star charts and battlefield projections. Franklin Valorian stood at the center, his massive frame dominating the space as he manipulated the holographic display with practiced ease. The image zoomed in on a star system, revealing a massive orc fleet that hung in the void like a metal cloud of destruction. "Welcome to Blood's Crag system," Franklin announced, his casual tone belying the gravity of the situation. Or as the Greenskins call it, Blood's Crag. Our quarry is an empire led by one Gorblast of the Mighty. He emphasized the misspelling with a slight smirk, though his eyes remained serious. The gathered captains studied the tactical display intently. The Emperor's Children officers sat with perfect posture, their movements economical and precise, while the Liberty Eagles maintained their characteristic alert readiness. The only reason we're having this conversation without dodging orc fire, Franklin continued, gesturing at the massive fleet before them, is thanks to cloaking technology that's about 10,000 years ahead of anything these orcs could dream up. Maybe more, but who's counting? He expanded the display, revealing 5 planets orbiting a dying star. At the center, a jungle world rotated slowly, its surface a maze of crude orcish construction and sprawling wilderness. Their capital world, and yes, they actually named it Gorblasted a Great. I know, the orcs won't be winning any literary prizes. A few chuckles rippled through the Liberty Eagles' ranks, while the Emperor's children maintained their stoic demeanor. The hologram shifted, displaying a massive debris field that encircled the jungle world like a belt of shrapnel and death. This wreck zone is their first line of defense. Orc traps, gun platforms, and whatever else their demented minds could cobble together. Under normal circumstances, this would be a significant obstacle, but with our technology, we can punch right through. Franklin's expression grew more serious as he highlighted a shimmering field surrounding the planet. Here's the real problem, brothers. This shield generator isn't orcish tech. It's sophisticated, possibly human in origin. Our analysts believe there's an STC fragment down there, maybe even a complete STC. This is why we can't simply turn the planet into a debris field like we usually would with orc infestations. The display zoomed in further, showing massive gatherings of orcs across the system. Green dots representing orc vessels were steadily streaming in from all directions, like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Now for the time-sensitive part of our mission. Our friend Gorblasta is on the verge of becoming a prime orc. For those unfamiliar with orc biology, this means he's reaching a critical mass of both size and influence. His mere existence is acting as a beacon, drawing more orcs to his banner. The hologram projected a timeline, showing the exponential growth of the orc forces. By our calculations, we have approximately 3 Terran months before this becomes a full-fledged Wadaik. When that happens, this localized problem becomes a sector-wide catastrophe. Franklin paused, letting the implications sink in. The gathered officers studied the projections with increasing gravity. Even the most composed Emperor's children captain shifted uncomfortably at the numbers displayed. Our mission is threefold, Franklin continued, highlighting key tactical positions. First, we punch through their outer defenses using our technological advantage. Second, we locate and secure the STC before it can be damaged in the fighting. Third, and most importantly, we eliminate Gorblasta before he can complete his transformation and launch his Wadaik. He swept his gaze across the assembled warriors, meeting each pair of eyes in turn. Make no mistake, brothers. This isn't just another orc cleanup operation. If we fail here, we'll be dealing with a Wadaik that could destabilize multiple sectors. The Emperor's children will demonstrate their perfection in warfare, while the Liberty Eagles will show why we're the masters of overwhelming firepower. The hologram shifted one final time, showing their fleet positions relative to the orc armada. We strike in 6 hours. Study your assignments, prepare your men, and remember we're preventing a plague from spreading across the stars. The briefing concluded with a flurry of activity as captains rose to prepare their forces. The war room emptied quickly, leaving Franklin studying the rotating image of Gorblasted a Great, its crude orcish construction methods barely concealing the sophisticated technology that lay hidden beneath its surface. The stratagem had emptied after the briefing, leaving only 2 demigod figures standing before the rotating hologram of Gorblasta's empire. Fulgrim's perfect features were arranged in what he believed to be an expression of casual confidence, but Franklin could see the hungry gleam in his brother's eyes. "Brother," Fulgrim began, his voice carrying that musical quality that made even simple requests sound like poetry, "I would lead the spearhead assault against the warboss myself." Franklin's eyebrow rose, studying his brother's face. There was no trace of doubt there, no hint of proper caution, only the absolute certainty of one who had never truly faced the horror of a Primarch in its full fury. The raw destructive potential of an entity approaching the ancient crooks of old. "A Primarch isn't like the enemies you've faced before, Fulgrim," Franklin said carefully. "They're not like the sword dancers of Sulfa or the factory lords of Chemos. They're living engines of war." Fulgrim's lip curled slightly. "Surely you don't suggest that one of these crude Xenos could stand against a Primarch? Against the Emperor's children?" Pride dripped from every word, sweet as honey and just as likely to attract flies. Franklin felt Cain's presence stir in his mind, like heat shimmer over a forge. This one, the god's voice resonated in his thoughts, would have fit right in among the proud ones of old. Give him knife ears and he could pass for one of the Ildari at their most insufferable. Outwardly, Franklin maintained his composed expression. Very well, brother. But you must wait for reinforcements. This isn't about glory, it's about survival. If we fail here, the consequences will echo across sectors. Of course, Fulgrim replied with a casual wave of his hand. We shall wait for the proper moment. But his eyes had already drifted to the tactical display showing Gorblasta's position, and his fingers twitched ever so slightly, a warrior imagining his hand around a weapon's grip. I mean it, Fulgrim, Franklin pressed. I've moved beyond the need for personal glory. This is about protecting Imperial space from a genuine threat. Yes, Fulgrim responded, already turning to leave. We shall be careful, brother. His tone carried the same attention one might give a particularly dull servant's warning about wet floor tiles. As the door sealed behind Fulgrim's departing form, Cain's presence surged in Franklin's mind. He will not listen, the god's voice rang with the certainty of one who had seen this play out countless times before. His pride blinds him to the true nature of his foe. The crooks of old could challenge gods themselves, and even these lesser descendants retain echoes of that terrible might. Franklin watched the tactical display, where the massive form of Gorblasta's crude empire sprawled across the hololithic projection. Memories not his own flickered through his mind, visions of massive, technologically advanced Kruk warriors battling against the Ildari at the height of their power. The orcs might be a degraded shadow of their ancestors, but a Primarch was a flickering ember of that ancient flame. He will ignore your command, Cain continued, his thoughts tinged with the weariness of one who had watched pride destroy countless mighty warriors. He will seek out the orc warlord alone, thinking to claim glory in single combat. Just as my children once thought themselves invincible, he believes his perfection makes him unbeatable. You could kill it yourself, you know, Cain continued, a note of dark amusement in his mental voice. With my power flowing through you, even a true Kruk would give pause. This, lesser thing would fall before your might. Only your father would have an easier time of it. That's not the point, Franklin replied quietly. Fulgrim needs to learn. Learn he shall, Cain's presence flickered with something like anticipation. Though the lesson may prove costly. Pride goes before a fall, as the humans say. We said something similar, once, before our own fall. Franklin reached out, manipulating the tactical display to track potential intervention points. We'll keep watch. The moment he makes his move, you will save him from himself, Cain concluded. Just as your father seeks to save humanity from itself. But remember, my free Primarch, some lessons must be learned through blood and pain. It is not always kindness to prevent the consequences of one's actions. Perhaps, Franklin agreed, already calculating deployment patterns that would allow rapid response to wherever Fulgrim might strike. But he's my brother. And I've seen where this path can lead. Franklin's lips curled into a faint smirk as he caught the hesitation earlier. My friend, Cain. He echoed with playful emphasis. I didn't realize I'd managed to sway the mighty god of war into such warm sentiments. Cain's tone narrowed, a flash of something sharp and fiery in their depths. Do not presume, Primarch, he retorted, voice like smoldering iron, though there was a hint of begrudging tolerance. But Franklin's smile only widened. Presume? Never. It's merely refreshing to see that even gods can slip. Cain acceded, ignoring the slip of the tongue earlier, though I suspect Fulgrim will make this as difficult as possible. His kind always do. Then we'll need to be ready, Franklin muttered, already adjusting contingency plans in his mind. What would you suggest, old friend? Watch him, Cain advised. The proud ones always move when they think your attention is elsewhere. They mistake caution for cowardice and wisdom for weakness. Your brother seeks to prove himself perfect, and that desperate need will drive him to imperfection. Franklin began inputting commands into the tactical array, positioning forces for what he suspected would come. He's not just my brother, he said quietly. He's my responsibility. As were my children once, Cain's thoughts carried an edge of ancient sorrow. Some lessons can only be learned through pain. Let us hope your brother's lesson does not cost as dearly as theirs did. Franklin began inputting commands into the tactical display, positioning reserve forces where they could respond quickly to any rash advances. The image of the Orc Empire rotated slowly before him, its crude construction belying the lethal threat it represented. Somewhere in those depths, a Primarch waited, and Franklin's brother was almost certainly planning to face it far sooner than ordered. The hololithic display cast stark shadows across Franklin's features as he continued his preparations. Someone would need to be ready when Fulgrim's pride inevitably outweighed his patience. The only question was whether they could reach him before that pride extracted its terrible price. Chapter 87, The Way of the Eagle. 3rd Captain Henry Cavill POV. I stand before the Gate of Liberty, its massive circular frame dominating the assembly zone of the Etna. Even after months of seeing it, the sheer scale still impresses me. An Imperator Titan could walk through it with room to spare. The deck beneath my boots vibrates with as the void battle begun. Holovids flicker around us, showing real-time footage of our battle fleet dismantling the Orc wreckage. 9 months. Just 9 months since I brought that data slate from the future, and look what we've accomplished. Sometimes I have to remind myself that this isn't my time. 10,000 years later I was born in Nova Libertas. Yet here we are, implementing technology that shouldn't exist for the next 10 millennia. My hand rests on the familiar weight of my disintegration rifle, the hum of its 0-point power core, a quiet promise of boundless power. This isn't the Nova Libertas of my birth. 10,000 years hence, this is its genesis, the crucible moment that will define everything to come. Around me, my battle brothers stand ready in their exo-armor, each suit pulsing with the same 0-point technology that once felt like magic to me. Now, watching it come to life before my eyes, pride wells within me for both my future homeland and this one, born anew. The Independence sector needed only data to rebuild humanity's greatest feats and to take them even further. And here it is, the Eternity Gate, or Dark Portal, as the Necrons would call it, a tangible symbol of that relentless innovation. To have captured and harnessed a stable wormhole for military purposes is a triumph. Knowing it was possible was one thing, witnessing it come to fruition so swiftly is staggering. My thoughts drift to Erebus, that vile serpent whose scheming would poison everything. My original mission was brutally simple: eliminate him. But Lord Valorian has tempered my hand, alluding to the Emperor's intentions for the word-bearer. It galls me to sit back, knowing what havoc that creature will soon attempt, but I trust my Primarch's wisdom. For now, we surveil and wait. Etna shudders around us, the massive forge ship responding to some distant command. I turn to my brother's men who accepted me without question, despite the impossible truth of my origin. Their armor gleams under the artificial light, each suit a masterwork bridging past and future. Ready? I ask, though I already know their answer. The Minutemen are always ready. Through the viewing ports, I watch our fleet maneuver above orc-infested worlds below. Drop pods rain down like falling stars, each one carrying warriors keen for battle. But it's the monolith that commands all eyes, our answer to Necron monoliths. We too could send endless army of men to drown our foes in blood and iron. Necron tech, reimagined through human innovation. Its sharp form bristles with energy conduits, etched in proud symbols of the Independence sector. The first wave of pods lands, and the battle begins in earnest. Our monolith descends like an avenging angel, its central portal pulsing with contained power. My brothers open fire with their disintegration rifles, turning orc hordes to ash on the wind. The monolith itself is teeming of devastation: disintegration cannons, smart missiles, plasma fire, all weaving a precise and destructive cacophony. Its transport, it's a fortress, a weapons platform that would give even the foulest of Xenos pause. The portal at its heart flares to life, a gateway across space. I gesture to my brothers, the motion sharp and assured. This is what we've trained for, what we've become. As one, we charge toward the portal. Just before I cross the threshold, time seems to slow. In this moment, I'm acutely aware of the divergence we're forging. This isn't the future I came from anymore, it's something new, something stronger. The Imperium will not descend into darkness, not while the Liberty Eagles stand watch, not while I stand watch. The portal beckons, and I lead my brothers through, toward whatever challenges await on the other side. The future my past shifts with each step, each breath, each act. And for the first time, I'm glad for it. The Emperor's children and their Primarch emerged from a monolith portal. Fulgrim stood motionless, his perfect features arranged in an expression of fascinated horror as he watched the Liberty Eagles at work. The battlefield before him was less a contest of arms and more an exercise in absolute annihilation. Every 5 seconds, clockwork precise, another explosion would tear through orc architecture. The sky itself seemed to burn with Promethean rain, while sleek fighters danced through the clouds with devastating grace. By the Emperor's grace, Julius Caesaron breathed, his usual composure slipping as he watched a single Liberty Eagle fighter take on an entire squadron of orc aircraft. They fight as if ammunition is infinite and collateral damage is a foreign concept. That's precisely it, isn't it? Fabius Bile's clinical tone cut through the constant thunder of explosions. The chief apothecary's eyes gleamed with intellectual hunger as he tracked the movements of Liberty Eagle formations. Look at their weapon systems. No reload cycles, a brief period of cooling, it fires once again. Whatever powers their arsenal appears to be self-sustaining. Fulgrim's perfect lips curved into a slight frown. They fight like orcs. Both his officers turned to him, surprise evident even through their helmets. My lord. Kaisoran ventured. Observe, Fulgrim gestured with one elegant hand toward the battlefield. The overwhelming firepower, the seemingly endless ammunition, the complete disregard for subtlety or finesse. They've taken orcish warfare and elevated it to an art form through superior technology. Liberty Eagle fighters moved with ruthless efficiency, each one taking dozens of orc aircraft with them before even considering evasive maneuvers. When one finally fell, it did so only after claiming 100 greenskin aircraft, and even then, it went down fighting, its weapons still firing. The wreckage hadn't even hit the ground before automated defense turrets adjusted their firing solutions, maintaining the wall of death that kept the orcs at bay. Fascinating hypothesis, my Primarch. Fabius moved closer, his analytical mind clearly racing. The orcs believe that more Daka is always better. The Liberty Eagles appear to have taken that concept and applied actual scientific principles to achieve it. Maximum firepower sustained indefinitely. There's a certain beauty in it, Fulgrim admitted, his voice carrying a mix of admiration and disapproval. Like watching a natural disaster carefully contained and directed. But where is the skill? The personal excellence? Kaisoran shifted slightly. With respect, my lord, perhaps this is their form of excellence? To create and maintain such overwhelming superiority. Their targeting systems are remarkable, Fabius interjected, his tongue darting out to wet his lips in excitement. Look how they predict orc movement patterns, adjusting fire zones to herd the greenskins into killing grounds. This isn't mere brute force, it's calculated brutality. Another explosion rocked the battlefield, right on schedule. The automated turrets continued their relentless barrage, each shot finding its mark with mechanical precision. In the sky, Liberty Eagle aircraft executed maneuvers that should have been impossible, their technology compensating for physical limitations that would have torn lesser craft apart. They've industrialized warfare itself, Fulgrim mused, his perfect features reflecting the constant explosions. Turned it from an art form into a science. There's sophistication in their methods, but it lacks humanity. My lord, Fabius's voice took on the eager tone it always did when he spotted something particularly interesting. Perhaps that's their greatest achievement. They've removed human error from the equation while maintaining human control. Look at their formation movements, those aren't automated responses, but they're supported by automated systems. Kaisoran nodded slowly. Like a perfect instrument in the hands of a master musician. The technology doesn't replace skill, it amplifies it. Fulgrim watched as another wave of orcs dissolved under the sustained firepower. Perhaps. But there's something almost obscene about such efficiency. War should have rhythm, poetry. This is. He gestured at the mechanical slaughter before them, this is a production line of death. An effective one, Fabius noted, already making notations in his data slate. The psychological impact alone must be devastating. Even orcs might think twice about charging into such firepower. Since when do orcs think twice about anything? Kaisoran asked, a rare note of humor in his voice. Precisely my point, Fulgrim said. We've become witness to an army that fights more orcish than the orcs themselves, yet with precision that would make a tech priest weep with envy. The question is, Brother Julius, is this evolution or devolution of warfare? Standing atop the largest monolith, Franklin studied the holographic battlefield spread before him. The table's display showed troop movements in crystal clarity, each unit represented with perfect fidelity. A transmission crackled through his command net, we have eyes on Fulgrim. Just as simulation predicted, he split the Emperor's children in two. The Primarch is making a beeline to the warboss, the other half is searching for the STC, orders to begin. Franklin's lips curved into a slight smile. Proceed, he commanded, then added with a touch of brotherly mischief, let's teach Mr. Perfect some humility. As he issued orders across multiple fronts, Franklin felt Cain's presence intensify in his mind. The Ildari god of war's knowledge flowed through their connection like a river of molten metal, ancient, powerful, and dangerous. Though Franklin processed the tactical information slower than Cain would have, his transhuman mind absorbed the lessons with remarkable speed. The presence of Cain manifested in his mind, not as an intrusion but as an expansion of awareness. The god of war's ancient knowledge flowed through Franklin's consciousness like molten metal being poured into a mold, burning but strengthening. Eons of warfare, countless battles across time and space, all filtered through the divine perspective of a being who had made war into an art form long before humanity had learned to make fire. Your positioning here, Cain's presence indicated a section of the battlefield where Liberty Eagles had established overlapping fields of fire. Why the redundancy? Franklin directed his attention to a sudden cave-in on the battlefield's eastern sector. Right on cue, an orc horde burst from the ground, only to be shredded by precisely placed defensive positions. Orcs are unpredictable. You plan for chaos by creating order in layers. Good, Cain's approval rippled through their shared consciousness. And there, a purple-clad orc assassin materialized behind Legion lines, stabbing at guardsmen and Astartes before being obliterated by the prepared personnel. Same principle. The orcs think they're being cunning, but our redundancy turns their unpredictability into a weakness. We account for everything and then some, although it's resource extensive. Franklin felt Cain's ancient mind processing his strategies, measuring them against millennia of warfare. The god's presence was like a forge fire, tempering Franklin's tactical acumen with divine insight. Multiple frontiers required multiple commands, and Franklin issued them with growing confidence, each order enhanced by Cain's subtle guidance. Tell me, Primarch, Cain's voice held a note of curiosity, why do you think I charge directly into battle? Franklin paused in the middle of redirecting a company of Liberty Eagles. Well, you're the god of war and murder. Direct combat is your domain. A ripple of amusement colored their mental connection. True, but incomplete. Watch. Through their shared consciousness, Franklin witnessed ancient battles where Cain himself had led the charge. Each memory was crystal clear. The god's direct assaults had been like a spear thrust into the heart of enemy formations. I charge, Cain explained, because I see the entire battlefield. Every movement, every position, every possibility. When I attack, I strike at the weakest point, not just the physical weak point, but the tactical one. It forces the enemy to react rather than act. They must respond to my presence, and in doing so, they reveal their plans, their fears, their limits. Franklin absorbed this insight, applying it to the current battlefield. Like how Fulgrim is reacting now. He sees the warboss as the weak point, but you've made him reveal his own weakness, Cain finished. Pride. The need to prove himself through direct combat. You've turned his strength into vulnerability. The tactical display showed Fulgrim's advance, his perfect formations moving exactly as Franklin had predicted. Around him, the Liberty Eagles' positions shifted subtly, an intricate movement of firepower and positioning that allowed Fulgrim to make a beeline to the warboss without attracting suspicion. Your legion, Cain observed, fights differently than the others. They embrace technology not as a tool, but as an extension of human potential. Tell me why. Franklin gestured to the battlefield, where his forces were systematically processing sectors of orc resistance. Because warfare isn't about individual glory. It's about victory. Survival. The advancement of humanity. We use everything at our disposal because that's what survival demands. And your redundancies? Your overlapping fields of fire? The seeming waste of resources. Against orcs. Franklin laughed. There's no such thing as overkill. They multiply faster than we can kill them even with the nanomachines being deployed, so we have to change the equation. Make each engagement so overwhelmingly one-sided that they can't build momentum. Can't gather Waaic energy. Can't turn the battle into the kind of chaos they thrive in. A new alert flashed across the tactical display. Another orc tunneling attempt, this time met with pre-positioned sonic weaponry that collapsed the tunnel network before it could be used. You're learning, Cain's presence radiated approval. Not just my knowledge of warfare, but how to adapt it. How to make it your own. I'm slower than you, Franklin admitted, processing another series of battlefield updates. A Primarch's mind is vast, but it's still human at its core. Speed isn't everything, Cain countered. What matters is understanding. Integration. You take each lesson and make it part of yourself, part of your legion's doctrine. You're learning to wage war on a fundamental level how I would wage war, but I would prefer if you charge into battle still. The Emperor's children carved through the orc horde like a master sculptor's chisel through marble, each movement precise and deadly. At their head, Fulgrim moved with inhuman grace, his blade describing perfect arcs through the air as it separated orc heads from shoulders. Then he saw it, a monster among monsters. Gorblasta stood 7 meters tall, his massive frame encased in black and white checkered power armor that somehow managed to look both crude and intimidating. 23 feet of pure orcish might, yet something was different about this one. Well well well, Gorblasta's voice rang out in perfect Gothic, each word precisely enunciated in a way that made Fulgrim's perfect features twist in surprise. If it ain't another one of dem pretty boys. But you ain't de Dakabringer, is you? Fulgrim raised his blade, his movements a study in lethal elegance. I am Fulgrim, Primarch of the Emperor's children, and I've come for your head, beast. Gorblasta's laughter boomed across the battlefield, deep and knowing. Gorblasted MIT, that's me. Prophet of Gork and Mork. He tapped his armor with a massive power claw. And you ain't the first of your kind I've fought, pretty boy. You dare claim to have faced a Primarch? Fulgrim's voice carried a deadly edge. You ain't the one I'm waitin' for. You ain't the Dakabringer. Fulgrim's perfect features creased in confusion. The what? Gorblasta's booming laugh echoed across the battlefield. You don't even know the legend of your own kind? Of Franklin de Dakabringer. The massive orc's eyes took on a distant look, as if recalling a religious experience. I was there, I was. On de space hulk de scripyard. Saw it with me own eyes. The orc's voice took on the cadence of a storyteller, even as battle raged around them. Wheezy was led by Gronic de Texmasha then. Best meat boss in 50 sectors. Had ourselves a right proper Wadaik. Going. Even got ourselves a working titan, we did. Proper orky, all covered in spikes and extra bits, I was still one of the boys then. Gorblasta's power armor whirred as he gestured expansively. Then he came. De Dakabringer. Your brother Franklin. But he weren't like you, all fancy moves and pretty armor. No, he was, beautiful. The last word was spoken with religious reverence. De Daka, oh, De Daka. Never seen anything like it. Walls of fire that never stopped. Guns that didn't need reloading. Every time we thought we'd found a weak spot, there was another layer of Daka waiting. It was. Gorblasta actually shuddered with pleasure at the memory. It was perfection. But the true miracle, the orc continued, his voice dropping to what passed for a whisper in his massive frame, was when he faced our titan. Gronic was so proud of that titan. Called it the Megagargant Stompa Titan. Your brother. Gorblasta's eyes gleamed. Your brother didn't even break stride. Just pointed at it, and the sky opened up. More Daka than I'd ever seen. Turned that titan into scrap faster than you could say Wadaik. The Emperor's children around Fulgrim shifted uncomfortably as Gorblasta continued his tale. That's when I knew. That's when Gork and Mork spoke to me. They showed me the truth de Dakabringer, he understands. He knows that there's never enough Daka, but he keeps trying anyway. That's what makes I'm special. Gorblasta's power claw whirred to life. I've spent every day since then preparing. Building. Learning. Gork and Mork promised all of us that if we could match the Dakabringer's Daka, if we could beat I'm in proper combat, we'd be blessed with understanding like is. The massive orc's stance widened. But you ain't I'm. You're just another pretty homie who thinks he knows war. De Dakabringer, he doesn't just know war, he is war. He's what every orc dreams of being but can't quite manage. Perfect Daka. Endless Daka. Daka that follows the rules of the universe itself. Fulgrim's grip tightened on his sword. You speak of my brother like he's some kind of orc deity. Deity. Gorblasta laughed again. Nah, he's better than that. He's the living proof that there's always more Daka to be had. He's the one who showed us that even Omis can understand the true path of Gork and Mork if they're willing to embrace the beauty of overwhelming firepower. The orc prophet raised his weapons. So come on then, pretty Primarch. Show me what you got. But know this, you ain't the one prophesied. You ain't the one who'll test if I'm worthy of Gork and Mork's blessing. That'll be the Dakabringer himself, when he finally shows up. Around them, the battle raged on, but now Fulgrim saw it with new eyes. Every explosion, every barrage of Liberty Eagle's firepower, seemed to validate Gorblasta's words. His brother had unknowingly become a figure of religious significance to these orcs, an avatar of their most fundamental belief, that there is never enough Daka. Franklin was probably still completely unaware that to an entire subset of orc culture, he was known as the Dakabringer, the human who had come closest to achieving the impossible dream of enough Daka. Chapter 88, Pride and Prejudice. Fulgrim's sword traced perfect arcs through the air, each strike a masterwork of martial artistry. Yet Gorblasta's power claw knocked them aside with casual ease, the Primarch's movements lacking grace but possessing an economy of motion that spoke of terrifying efficiency. That all you got, pretty boy? Gorblasta's perfect Gothic carried across the battlefield. All that fancy dancing, and you can't even scratch my paint job. Fulgrim's perfect features twisted in anger. This was wrong. He was a Primarch, a son of the Emperor himself. This Xeno's aberration should be falling before him, not standing there with that insufferable grin. He increased his speed, his blade becoming a silver blur as he unleashed his full repertoire of techniques. Gorblasta didn't even bother to dodge. He parried half the strikes with his choppa, while his power claw casually batted aside the rest. You know what your problem is? You think fighting's about looking pretty. Dadakabringer, now he understands it's about results. The first real blow caught Fulgrim by surprise. Gorblasta's power claw moved with impossible speed, catching him in the midsection and sending him flying through a ruined wall. Before he could fully regain his feet, the Primarch was on him again. Come on then! Gorblasta roared, his massive frame somehow moving faster than before. Show me why you thought you could take my head. Around them, the battle took on a new dimension. Massive knobs, each bearing the same checkerboard pattern as their warlord, began systematically dismantling the Emperor's children's defense lines. These weren't the usual brutal orc assaults, these were precision strikes against weak points, executed with tactical acumen that no orc should possess. Fulgrim launched himself at Gorblasta again, his sword seeking any vulnerability in that perfectly maintained armor. The Primarch caught his blade between two massive fingers of his power claw. Nice sword, Gorblasta mused, before applying just enough pressure to snap the blade in half. Was nice, anyway. The broken weapon fell from Fulgrim's hands as Gorblasta's other arm caught him by the leg. The world became a blur as the Primarch used him like a makeshift flail, slamming him into the ground repeatedly before launching him through several more walls. As Fulgrim pulled himself from the rubble, his perfect armor now dented and scratched, the first real tendrils of doubt began to creep into his mind. He had never imagined defeat was possible. He was perfection incarnate, wasn't he? The Emperor's perfect son? You're thinking about it all wrong, Gorblasta called out, walking through the debris field with measured steps. You came here expecting some dumb orc with a big choppa. Instead, you got me a student of Dadakabringer's philosophy. Fulgrim spat blood, his transhuman healing already working to repair the damage. You're nothing but a Xeno's aberration. Am I? Gorblasta's laugh was almost gentle. Look around you, pretty boy. Look at your sons falling before my knobs. That's not random violence, that's calculated warfare. Everything Dadakabringer taught us through his examples. Through the gaps in the rubble, Fulgrim could see his legion failing. The Emperor's children, who prided themselves on their perfect formations and flawless execution, were being systematically taken apart by orcs who fought with terrible precision. The worst part. Gorblasta continued, his armor's systems humming as he advanced. This ain't even a proper fight. I'm just warming up for when Dadakabringer himself shows up. You. He gestured dismissively. You're just practice. The truth hit Fulgrim harder than any physical blow. He wasn't losing to some lucky orc, he was being systematically dismantled by a being that had transcended its species' limitations through obsessive study of his brother's warfare doctrine. Every move Gorblasta made was calculated, every strike designed not just to hurt but to teach a lesson in humility. Get up, Gorblasta commanded, his voice carrying none of the typical orcish enthusiasm for violence. Instead, there was something worse: disappointment. Show me why you thought you could challenge a Primarch. Show me what made you so confident. Fulgrim rose, his movements no longer carrying their usual fluid grace. One of his legs were fractured. His perfect features were marred by dirt and blood, his armor's pristine surface scarred and dented. He had no weapon, no advantage, and for the first time since awakening to his true nature as a Primarch, no certainty. I am the Emperor's son, he declared, but the words rang hollow even to his own ears. No, Gorblasta corrected, you're a newly found child playing at war. You've got power, sure. Skill, definitely. But you ain't got understanding. The Primarch's armor reconfigured, weapons systems deploying and retracting in a hypnotic dance. You ain't got no idea what real warfare looks like yet. With devastating speed, Gorblasta closed the distance. His power claw caught Fulgrim by the throat, lifting the Primarch off his feet. "Let me show you what your brother taught us about the true meaning of combat." The beating that followed wasn't just physical, it was pedagogical. Every strike was precisely calculated to cause pain without serious damage, every throw designed to demonstrate Fulgrim's helplessness without killing him. Gorblasta wasn't fighting to defeat an enemy, he was teaching a lesson about the price of arrogance. As Fulgrim lay in the rubble of what had once been a magnificent plaza, he felt something break inside him. Not just his body, which his transhuman physiology was already struggling to heal, but something deeper. His certainty in his own perfection, his unshakable confidence in his superiority, they lay as shattered as his sword. "Remember this day," Gorblasta said, standing over the fallen Primarch. "Remember what it feels like to face something beyond your understanding. The Dakabringer showed us that there's always more to learn, always room for improvement." The Primarch's voice took on an almost gentle tone. "Maybe now you'll start learning too." Gorblasta stood amid the rubble of the battlefield, his checkered armor's sensors picking up the telltale signs of precision bombardment. The sky had become a canvas of explosions, each detonation placed with mathematical perfection. He raised his power claw, gesturing to the heavens with something approaching reverence. "It's time, boys!" he roared, his perfect Gothic carrying across the battlefield. "The Dakabringer's here!" His enhanced vision caught flashes of movement through the smoke and debris, figures in navy blue power armor striped with red, bearing the double-headed eagle. The Liberty Eagles had arrived, and with surgical precision, they were extracting their fallen brother Primarch. Gorblasta's armor systems recorded everything, comparing the tactical patterns to his archived memories of that fateful day on the scrapyard. "Perfect," he whispered, watching as waves of coordinated firepower began hammering his position. Just like before. The bombardment intensified, each strike precisely calculated to maximize destruction while minimizing wasted energy. This wasn't the usual Imperial approach of overwhelming force, this was the Dakabringer's signature style, where every shot served a purpose, every explosion played its part in a greater cacophony of destruction. Gorblasta ordered a tactical withdrawal to his iron citadel, a massive fortress that rose from the landscape like a fusion of orcish ambition and advanced engineering. As he moved through its corridors, a Nob rushed up to him, bearing news from the void. "Boss! De fleet's nearly at de Blood's Crag system. Everything's ready." The Primarch's face split into a knowing grin. These forces that the Liberty Eagles were currently engaging? Mere cannon fodder, boys grown on this world to maintain appearances. His real Wa'ak was approaching a force he'd spent years preparing, equipped with technology reverse-engineered from genetic memories. From his throne room atop the Iron Citadel, Gorblasta could see the massive pyramid in the distance. His enhanced senses detected the subtle energy signatures that marked it as an observation post. "Watching me, ain't you?" he muttered. "Good. See what your example built." Sudden visions flashed through his mind, steel warriors moving with impossible precision, gods made of living metal that could reshape reality itself. Gorblasta shook his head, dismissing them as messages from Gork and Mork, showing him future-worthy opponents. The gods had guided him to this exact spot, told him to build his empire here, promised him that the Dakabringer would come to test his worth. The Iron Citadel's shields hummed with power, their protection derived from STC templates that his forces had discovered and modified. Gorblasta didn't understand half the terminology his mech boy used to describe the system's. Words like quantum harmonics and plasma containment meant nothing to him. But he understood results, and the fusion reactors hadn't exploded yet, which was more than could be said for typical Orcish power sources. "The difference between me and other war bosses," he mused aloud, watching multiple tactical displays, "is that they just want to fight. Me? I want to prove something." His power armor whirred as he adjusted his position on the throne. "Want to show that we understood the lesson you taught us, Dakabringer. That proper Daka needs proper thinking." Around him, his fortress buzzed with activity. Unlike the crude Orcish strongholds of his lesser kin, every system here was maintained with religious dedication. His followers had learned that the path to perfect Daka required perfect preparation. "Come on then," Gorblasta challenged the distant pyramid. "Show me if I learned your lessons right. Show me if all this," he gestured at his technological empire, "is worthy of the one who showed us what real Daka looks like." "Hey you! You're finally awake," Franklin's voice carried its usual warmth and humor as Fulgrim's eyes flickered open in the pristine medical bay. The wounded Primarch's perfect features were still marred by fading bruises, a testament to the savage beating Gorblasta had delivered. Fulgrim's consciousness returned in waves, each bringing with it fresh memories of humiliation. The casual way the Primarch had dismantled him, the mockery in those unnaturally intelligent eyes, and worst of all the constant references to his brother's superiority. You. Fulgrim's perfect features contorted with barely contained rage. This is your fault. His pride seeking any target for his wounded ego. Franklin raised an eyebrow, his casual posture unchanged. My fault? Did I tell you to challenge a Primarch to single combat? You taught them. Fulgrim spat, trying to sit up despite his body's protests. That aberration spoke of you like some sort of prophet. Said you showed them the true meaning of Daka. What did you do, brother? What corruption did you spread among the Xenos? Corruption. Franklin chuckled, the sound only stoking Fulgrim's anger further. I just fought them. Efficiently. Effectively. If they learned something from that, well. He shrugged. Can't fault them for having good taste in tactics. Fulgrim's hands clenched the medical bed's edges, his knuckles white with tension, the edges began to bend. You think this is amusing? That monster made a mockery of me. Of my legion. And you sit there laughing. What would you prefer? Franklin's smile remained, but something shifted in his eyes. Should I weep for your wounded pride? Console you over losing a fight you shouldn't have started? Tell me, brother, what response would soothe your ego? You couldn't have done better. Fulgrim snapped, his voice rising. That creature, its strength, its speed. You with your reliance on firearms and distance. You wouldn't have lasted a minute in close combat with it. Is that what you think? A note of steel entered Franklin's voice, though his smile never wavered. That I'm just some gunslinger who can't handle himself in a real fight. I think, Fulgrim said, venom dripping from every word, that you've built your reputation on overwhelming firepower because you lack the skill for true combat. That orc, it was stronger than you. I just had an unfortunate matchup. A deep chuckle echoed in Franklin's mind. I said it once and I'll say it again, the proud one needs his ears stretched. Cain's voice carried equal parts amusement and disdain. He reminds me of my children before I taught them humility. Through pain. He needs to learn, Franklin responded internally. And it seems the soft approach isn't working. Then teach him as I taught my children. Cain's voice held centuries of experience in breaking pride. When they refuse to acknowledge defeat, crush them so thoroughly that denial becomes impossible. Franklin stood slowly, his jovial demeanor fading like mist in morning sun. You know, brother, I've been very patient. Understanding, even. You're newly found, still adjusting to who and what you are. I let your blatant ignorance of my orders slide, but there's a difference between pride and foolishness. Then prove me wrong, Fulgrim challenged, managing to fully sit up despite his injuries. Unless you fear facing me without your precious artillery. Franklin's eyes met Fulgrim's, and the Fulgrim felt a chill run down his spine despite himself. Meet me in my private training cage, Franklin said, his voice carrying none of its usual warmth. Bring your sons if you wish, though I'd recommend against letting them watch their father's second humiliation in as many days. This is better settled privately. Fulgrim. The way Franklin spoke his name made it sound like a judgment. As Franklin turned to leave he glanced back, his eyes holding something that made even Fulgrim's heart skip a beat. This is me being kind, brother. Don't mistake it for weakness. As the door hissed shut behind Franklin, Fulgrim was left with the unsettling feeling that he might have gravely miscalculated. The cage's crystalline floor reflected the fading image of Eldanesh as it dissolved into motes of crimson light. Franklin stood at its center, power sword held in a relaxed grip, his armor pristine despite the intensity of the bout. The image of the greatest Ildari warrior king had once been a nearly insurmountable challenge. Now it was barely a warm-up. Why do you dress for war to face a child? Cain's voice echoed in his mind, tinged with amusement. He could not survive 3 passes against you as you are now. Why such ceremony for one so limited? Franklin adjusted one of his gauntlets, because, Franklin said, if I'm going to teach him a lesson, it needs to be absolute. No room for excuses, no space for him to claim I somehow got lucky or that he wasn't fighting at his best. He looked up at where he sensed Cain's presence was strongest. You have come far, my champion, Cain observed. In all the galaxy, you stand among the finest blades I have witnessed and the sole person to be my disciple. Only a handful in all of history could match you now. Franklin moved through a practice sequence, his movements carrying the weight of countless hours and countless deaths against the phantom of Eldanesh. High praise, coming from the god of war himself. The Emperor's might remains unknown to me, although I glimpsed a bit during the war for Altansar, Cain admitted. But your brother? He is no mystery. He has talent, yes, but it is untempered by true challenge. He has faced his first defeat, and refused to learn and instead deflecting it on you, his failure. This isn't about my standing, Franklin said, running through a series of warm-up forms. This is about being a proper older brother. Father's busy with his grand designs, so it falls to me to help guide my siblings. And sometimes guidance requires. He executed a perfect thrust that would have found Eldenesh's heart, had the phantom still been present. A firm hand. The way of the warrior, Cain approved. When words fail, let blade speak to blade. Show him the difference between his imagined perfection and true mastery. Franklin took his position in the center of the arena, feeling the weight of the death sword at his side. He had come far from the days when he first found himself in this galaxy, far from his first encounters with the various threats that plagued humanity. Each battle, each duel, each war had added layers to his expertise. The jovial exterior he presented to the world masked centuries of relentless training, of pushing himself to match and exceed every challenge. Time to be the big brother, Franklin murmured, sensing Fulgrim's approach. Time to teach a lesson about pride and its price. The arena's lights dimmed slightly, as if the chamber itself was preparing for the coming storm. In these moments before Fulgrim's arrival, Franklin reflected on the path that had led him here. His brother saw him as some crude practitioner of overwhelming firepower, never guessing that Franklin's doctrine of maximum Daka had grown from a deep understanding of warfare in all its forms. To truly master the art of destruction from afar, one first had to master combat in all its aspects. A lesson Fulgrim was about to learn the hard way. The training cage's harsh illumination cast stark shadows across Fulgrim's features as he moved toward the weapon rack. His wounds from the battle with Gorblasta had healed, leaving no physical scars, but the damage to his pride remained raw and bleeding. His hand reached for one of the power swords, seeking the familiar comfort of a blade. "Hold up there, brother." Franklin's voice carried that perpetual hint of amusement that Fulgrim was beginning to find increasingly irritating. The Liberty Eagle's Primarch tossed something through the air, a sword that made Fulgrim's eyes widen in recognition. It was identical to his broken blade from Chemos, down to the smallest detail. The weight, the balance, even the slight wear patterns he'd come to know intimately during his time as planetary governor. Franklin must have had it fabricated within hours of his rescue. "Wouldn't want you making excuses about unfamiliar weapons," Franklin said with that infuriating smirk. "Or claiming you lost because you didn't have your favorite toy." Fulgrim gripped the sword's hilt tightly, his perfect features arranged in a mask of composed dignity. "I don't make excuses, brother." "No? Someone was." Earlier Franklin took his position across the cage, his stance deceptively casual. Studying his brother's form, Fulgrim felt a surge of contempt. Franklin stood there with an open guard, making no effort to adopt any of the classical stances. This was the warrior who had earned such reverence from that Primarch? This gunslinger who couldn't even be bothered to take a proper defensive position? How hard could this be? Fulgrim thought, his analytical mind already plotting out the perfect sequence of strikes. His brother might be renowned for his firepower, but this was blade work, Fulgrim's domain of expertise. He had mastered every school of swordsmanship on Chemos, had developed his own innovations in the art. Franklin, for all his supposed tactical genius, was a soldier who relied on overwhelming firepower. In close combat, surely, the gap in their abilities would be obvious. Fulgrim's blade moved in a perfect arc, a thrust that would have skewered any normal opponent through the heart. His superhuman senses tracked every microsecond of the movement, his mind already planning the follow-up strikes that would demonstrate his superiority. And then, there was darkness. Chapter 89, Who's Got the Bigger Titan? Consciousness returned to Fulgrim like a tide washing over sand, bringing with it the unfamiliar sensation of defeat. His head throbbed where Franklin's strike had landed, but it was his pride that bore the deeper wound. As his vision cleared, he found Franklin standing over him, patient and unperturbed, as if they were merely engaged in a training exercise rather than a duel between demigods. "Impossible," Fulgrim muttered, rising to his feet. A momentary lapse. Nothing more. But even as the words left his lips, doubt crept in like a shadow at sunset. Franklin's response was a knowing smirk and a beckoning gesture. "Again, brother." Their blades met in a shower of sparks. Fulgrim's technique was flawless, each thrust, parry, and riposte executed with mathematical precision. Yet somehow, within seconds, his sword went spinning across the training cage floor. "Pick it up," Franklin said, casually kicking the blade back toward him. The words carried neither mockery nor malice, yet they cut deeper than any blade. Fulgrim retrieved his weapon, his movements still graceful but tinged with a new hesitancy. Again their blades crossed, and again Fulgrim found himself disarmed. "Pick it up." The pattern repeated, each iteration crushing another layer of Fulgrim's carefully constructed self-image. His legendary speed seemed sluggish against Franklin's efficiency. His perfect form crumbled before Franklin's pragmatic brutality. "Pick it up, Fulgrim." The words became a mantra, each repetition stripping away another layer of certainty. Fulgrim's movements grew increasingly desperate, his technique deteriorating as frustration overwhelmed his disciplined mind. "Pick it up." Where once there had been fluid grace, now there was only mechanical repetition. The sword felt foreign in his hands, as if it were rejecting his touch. "Pick it up." Rage finally broke through Fulgrim's composure. With a roar that shook the training cage, he charged forward, abandoning all pretense of technique. His blade whistled through the air in a killing arc only to be met with casual precision by Franklin's parry. "Pick it up." Fulgrim's next attack lasted less than a heartbeat before Franklin's backhand sent him sprawling. The impact wasn't just physical, it shattered something fundamental within the Primarch of the Emperor's children. "Pick it up, Fulgrim." Franklin's voice carried a note of finality. "Stand up. Face me again." His hands trembling, Fulgrim grasped the sword one final time. He gathered every lesson learned on chemos, every victory, every moment of triumph. His eyes studied Franklin's seemingly open stance, now recognizing it as the trap it had always been. When he lunged, it was with everything he had left. The disarm was almost gentle. The backhand that followed was not. As Fulgrim crashed to the floor, something broke inside him, not with a crash, but with a whimper. "Too flawed." The words escaped him like a dying breath, carrying with them the weight of a lifetime of certainty crumbling to dust. His mind raced through memories of chemos, each perfect victory, each flawless performance now tainted with doubt. He had unified a world, bested countless champions, risen to heights none could match. Yet here, on the galactic stage, he had fallen. First to the Primarch, and now to a brother who was supposed to be his equal. Panic clawed at his throat as the implications crashed over him. Every duel, every triumph that had formed the foundation of his identity began to crumble. They were Primarchs, cast from the same mold, forged by the same hand. How could the gap between them be so vast? Franklin watched the war playing out behind Fulgrim's eyes, recognizing the moment when teaching could become torment or transformation. His voice, when it came, carried the weight of hard-won wisdom. "The perfect being," Franklin began, a hint of bitter amusement in his tone. "Hee, there is no such thing as perfect in this world. That may sound cliché, but it's the truth. You, my brother, admire perfection and seeks to obtain it. But, what's the point of achieving perfection? There is none. Nothing. Not a single thing." He looked at Fulgrim, his presence no longer overwhelming but supportive. "I do not believe in perfection. If something is perfect, then there is nothing left. There is no room for imagination. No place left for a person to gain additional knowledge or abilities. Do you know what that means?" Fulgrim stared at him, transfixed by words that seemed to shake the very foundations of his worldview. "For warriors such as ourselves, perfection only brings stagnation. It is our job to rise above things more powerful than anything before us, that is what makes a Primarch, but never to obtain perfection. In short, the moment that foolishness you ingrained in your mind, in your life, in your actions, you had already lost. You can only defeat yourself, Fulgrim." The words hung in the air between them, heavy with truth. Fulgrim looked down at his hands that had wielded a blade with supposed perfection, hands that now trembled with the weight of revelation. "Then what?" Fulgrim's voice cracked. "What am I supposed to be?" Franklin's response was gentle but firm. "Better than you were yesterday. Not perfect. Not flawless. Just better. The moment you stop trying to be perfect is the moment you can start becoming stronger." The stillness of the training cage was shattered by the urgent buzz of Franklin's personal vox. A bridge officer's voice cut through the heavy atmosphere. "Lord Valorian, long-range augurs detect a massive orc fleet translating into real space. Estimated arrival, 30 minutes. Franklin's expression shifted instantly from philosophical mentor to warrior king. Yet as he turned to leave, he paused, looking back at his broken brother still kneeling on the deck. Fulgrim remained there, a statue of doubt and self-recrimination, the discarded sword lying before him like an accusation. You know, Fulgrim, Franklin's voice carried a new edge, dropping the gentle teacher's tone for something harder, more practical. Right now, you remind me of those fancy porcelain vases your legion's so fond of. Beautiful, perfect, and absolutely useless once they're cracked. Fulgrim's head snapped up, a flicker of his old pride warring with his newfound uncertainty. Oh yes, you're broken. Shattered, even. Franklin continued, his words deliberate and sharp. But here's the thing about being broken, it gives you a choice. A real choice, maybe the first genuine one you've had since you were found on Chemos. The deck vibrated subtly as the Etna's weapon systems began powering up, preparing for the coming battle. Franklin's mech suit auto-sealed with metallic clicks, but his eyes remained fixed on Fulgrim. You can sit here, wallowing in your own sadness and broken pride like a pompous bitch, he said, each word landing like a blow, mourning your lost perfection while the galaxy moves on without you. That's one option. Nice and easy. Very dramatic. Completely worthless. Fulgrim's hands clenched, his knuckles white against the deck plating. The air grew thick with tension as Franklin continued, his voice taking on an almost casual tone that belied the weight of his words. Or, he said, you can do something far more interesting. You can rise from those ashes like a phoenix. Not perfect, thank your own strength for that, but better. Stronger. Real. Another vox chime echoed through the chamber. 25 minutes to contact, Lord Valorian. Franklin turned fully toward the exit, his massive frame silhouetted against the doorway. The choice is yours, brother. But make it quick. The galaxy won't wait for you to finish your existential crisis. He paused one final time, looking over his shoulder. Oh, and Fulgrim? If you decide to stop being a statue, there's an Orkwad coming that could use a good stabbing. Might be educational, they don't care much for perfect form, but they're remarkably good at teaching reality. With that, Franklin strode out, his footsteps echoing down the corridor as he headed for the bridge. Behind him, he left silence, a discarded sword, and a Primarch at a crossroads. The training cage's lights cast harsh shadows across Fulgrim's features as he stared at the space his brother had occupied. The sword lay before him, no longer a symbol of perfection but a question waiting to be answered. In the distance, the muffled sound of battle stations being called echoed through the mighty vessel. 25 minutes. Time enough to wallow in defeat or time enough to begin again. Time enough to cling to broken ideals of perfection or time enough to embrace the freedom of imperfection. The choice, as Franklin had said, was his. The void above the capital world blazed with the aftermath of battle. Wreckage from the defending Orc fleet drifted listlessly through space, testament to Battlefleet Liberty's overwhelming firepower. Yet contrary to all known Orc behavior, the newly arrived massive Orc fleet held position, making no aggressive moves. On the bridge of the Etna, a junior communications officer cleared his throat nervously. Lord Valorian, we're receiving a transmission from the surface. Well, it's properly formatted and everything. Franklin leaned forward in his command throne, brown eyes twinkling with amusement. Let's hear it. The message was clear, concise, and most shockingly of all, properly punctuated. Gorblasta the Mighty formally requested the presence of Dadakabringer for a meeting on the planet's surface. Long-range augurs showed the massive Primarch standing alone in a clearing, apparently completely unconcerned about his vulnerable position. This has to be a trap, Denzel Washington said, hand resting on the hilt of Kusanajinotsaruji. No Orc just stands around waiting for a chat. Stephen Armstrong folded his augmetic arms across his chest. We've got a clear shot. One good barrage from the Etna's main batteries and... Franklin's laughter cut him off. You're both thinking like it's a normal Orc Wadaik. This is a Primarch we're dealing with. Of course he knows diplomacy. He stood, stretching his 15-foot frame. Besides, where's your sense of adventure? My sense of adventure doesn't usually involve walking into obvious traps, Denzel muttered, but he was already smiling, knowing there was no talking his Primarch out of this. Stand down all weapons, Franklin ordered. Let's not be rude to our hosts. I'll take the Gate of Liberty down, everyone hold position until the fun starts. The massive teleportation device hummed to life, its portal connecting to one of the 6 monoliths on the surface. Franklin stepped through, emerging onto the battlefield with casual confidence. In the distance, Gorblasta's 23-foot frame dominated the landscape, his black and white checkered power armor gleaming in the sunlight. As Franklin approached, he could appreciate the craftsmanship that had gone into the Primarch's armor. It wasn't the usual ramshackle orcish construction. Every plate was perfectly fitted, every joint moved with precision, and the weapons systems integrated seamlessly into the whole. Daka bringer! Gorblasta's voice boomed across the clearing, somehow managing to convey both religious awe and competitive challenge. You finally came. Been waiting for this moment, I has. Heard you were looking for me, Franklin replied casually, coming to a stop at a respectful distance. Got to say, the diplomatic approach is a new one for your kind. Gorblasta's massive face split in a grin that showed perfectly maintained bionic teeth. New times require new methods. Besides, proper Daka requires proper protocol, yes. Does it now? Franklin's eyebrow raised with interest. And what exactly constitutes proper Daka these days? The Primarch's eyes lit up literally, as targeting systems activated behind his cybernetic implants. Perhaps a demonstration is in order. What followed could only be described as the most sophisticated dick measuring contest in Imperial history. Gorblast raised his right arm, his power armor reconfiguring into a weapons platform that would have made a Titan Princeps jealous. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a barrage that turned a section of jungle into atomized particles. Not bad, Franklin nodded appreciatively, reaching into a dimensional pocket. But how about this? He withdrew a weapon that seemed to drink in the light around it. With casual ease, he aimed at a distant mountain peak. There was a sound like reality hiccuping, and then the mountain simply ceased to exist. Gorblasta's laugh boomed across the battlefield. Now that's proper Daka. But I'm just getting warmed up. The contest escalated. Gorblasta demonstrated weapon systems that somehow merged orcish brutality with near mechanicum precision. Franklin countered with examples of Independence sector technology that bordered on the miraculous. Each demonstration was met with genuine appreciation from both parties, a Primarch and a Primarch united in their love of overwhelming firepower. Finally, Gorblasta's grin widened impossibly further. You've got lovely toys, Daka bringer. But let me show you something special. He raised a massive hand, gesturing behind him. The ground began to shake. From behind the ruined mountain range emerged 7 titanic forms that made Franklin whistle in genuine appreciation. Megagargants, each one the size of an Imperator Titan, but built with a level of sophistication that defied everything known about orcish engineering. They moved with purpose and precision, their weapons arrays humming with barely contained power. Impressive, Franklin admitted, studying the massive war machines. You really pulled out all the stops on these beauties. The biggest Daka we could build, Gorblasta declared proudly. Took years of proper planning. No random bits and pieces. Everything calculated, everything optimized for maximum Daka delivery. Well then, Franklin's grin matched the orc's in intensity. It would be rude not to respond in kind. He touched a control on his wrist, and behind him, the 6 monolithic portals began to pulse with energy. What emerged made even Gorblasta's cybernetic eyes widen. Castigator Titans, lost to history since the dark age of technology, stepped through the portals one by one. Each was a masterpiece of human engineering, their forms combining elegant design with overwhelming destructive capability. They moved with a grace that defied their immense size, falling into formation with the precision of a parade drill. But they were merely the prelude. The final portal flared brighter than all the others combined. The Titan that emerged had to duck to pass through, its massive form dwarfing even its fellow castigators. This was Aranos, the father of Titans, a war machine that stretched the definition of what was possible with human technology. Its towering humanoid form rose to its full height, a single cyclopean eye blazing with fierce, volatile energy. Every surface bristled with weapons, each one capable of ending battles single-handedly. Its left hand ended in a massive power claw that could have plucked stormbirds from the sky, while its right clutched a disintegration cannon that made Franklin's earlier demonstration look like a laser pointer. Probability of orc victory, impossible. Aranos's voice shook the ground, its artificial intelligence displaying the characteristic arrogance of its class. Franklin somehow produced both aviator sunglasses and a cigar, the latter of which he lit with deliberate casualness. You know, Gorblasta, I usually keep the Titans under wraps. Makes things too easy, you understand, and I can't wage war when your opponents are already running for the hills. But for an orc who appreciates the finer points of Daka. He took a long draw on the cigar. Well, I figured you deserved the full show. Gorblasta stared at the assembled Titans, his augmetic systems trying to calculate their combined firepower and repeatedly returning error messages. Finally, he threw back his head and laughed, a sound of pure joy that echoed across the battlefield. Now that, he declared, is proper Daka. The stories were true. You really do understand. Understand what? Franklin asked, though his grin suggested he knew exactly what the Primarch meant. That there's never enough Daka, but that doesn't mean you stop trying to reach it. Gorblasta's eyes gleamed with something approaching religious fervor. Look at this. Your titans, my gargants. This is what happens when you properly pursue the path of Daka. The two forces stood facing each other across the battlefield, 7 megagargants representing the pinnacle of sophisticated orcish engineering, and 7 castigator titans embodying humanity's mastery over technology. The air crackled with potential energy as targeting systems locked, weapons hummed, and artificial intelligence stirred in anticipation. Well then, Franklin took another puff of his cigar, shall we see whose Daka reigns supreme? Gorblasta's answer was to begin deploying even more weapons from his armor. Been waiting for this moment since I saw you take down that titan on the scrapyard. Time to see if I've brought enough Daka. As both leaders prepared for battle, their massive war machines moving into combat formation, one thought was shared by all witnesses: this wouldn't be just another battle. This would be a contest between two beings who had elevated the concept of overwhelming firepower into an art form. The battle of the god engines is on the horizon. A/N, what color is your titan? Chapter 90, The Mirror Match. The battlefield erupted in apocalyptic fury as Uranus's singular eye blazed crimson. The massive castigator titan didn't waste time with ceremony. Its I-beam lanced across space, striking the lead megagargant's power field. In a flash of light the power field gave way and the beam melted the gargant's crude face with devastating precision. Before the headless orc titan could even begin to topple, Uranus's disintegration cannon fired, the beam reducing the opposing war machine to dissolving particles. First blood in the opening seconds. The battle had begun with an explosion. The remaining castigators charged forward. Unlike their lumbering Imperator cousins, these war machines moved with terrifying speed, their humanoid forms covering ground in massive strides that shook and cracked the earth. 6 castigators against 6 remaining megagargants. The odds heavily favored the Liberty Eagle's god machines. 2 castigators flanked left, their autocannons roaring to life. Each shell was the size of a battle tank, and they fired them with mechanical precision. The orc machine's crude armor, while thick, couldn't withstand such concentrated firepower. Plates buckled and tore, exposing vital systems beneath. A gargant managed to return fire, its battery of guns lighting up the battlefield. But the quantum shields of the castigators simply absorbed the energy, the impacts rippling across their protective fields without leaving a mark. Where void shields would have faltered, the quantum shields held. Uranus led the center charge, its massive power claw crackling with energy. It reached a gargant in seconds, the claw closing around the orc machine's torso. Metal screamed as the claw crushed inward, and with a single twist, Uranus tore the gargant in half. The disintegration cannon fired again, erasing any chance of the war machine's survival. The battlefield became a hurricane of destruction. Autocannons thundered continuously, each impact powerful enough to level city blocks. The gargants fought back with characteristic orcish fury, their guns blazing with enough firepower to flatten mountains. But they couldn't penetrate the quantum shields. From his command position, Glorblasta watched his war machines fall. These weren't ordinary gargants, they represented some of the finest war machines his mechs could produce. Yet they were being systematically destroyed by these cyclopic titans. It seemed in the gargant department he still lacked the Daka than the Daka bringer. The end came swiftly. Uranus raised its disintegration cannon one final time, the weapon's charge building to maximum power. The beam swept across both remaining gargants, their massive forms dissolving into nothingness. 7 minutes. That's all it had taken for 7 of the mightiest orc war machines to be reduced to scrap and atoms. The castigators stood triumphant, their quantum shields flickering with absorbed energy, their auto-repair systems already fixing the minor damage they'd sustained. But the battle was far from over. In the distance, more gargants emerged from teleport flashes, and the sky filled with drop pods containing power-armored orcs. The first round had gone to the Liberty Eagles, but Glorblasta had only begun to unleash his forces. Miles apart, Franklin Valorian and Gorblasta stood like ancient gods observing their armies clash below. The Primarch's silhouette atop the largest monolith was mirrored by the Primarch's massive form perched on his iron citadel, the symmetry almost poetic in its martial display. The initial skirmish had gone to the Liberty Eagles, their castigator titans demonstrating why they were rarely used. Their precision strikes had carved through the orc lines with surgical accuracy, but Franklin had pulled them back almost immediately. His enhanced vision had caught glimpses of massive weapon systems integrated into the Iron Citadel's superstructure, weapons whose capabilities remained unknown. No point risking the god machines unnecessarily, he muttered to himself, watching as his titans took up strategic positions in the rear. Repairing those things costs more than some planetary economies. The castigators would serve better as precision instruments, surgical strikes where needed, hammers of annihilation where required, but always deployed with purpose. Their specialty, after all, was what the Liberty Eagles termed "fuck that city," in particular the ability to completely deny the enemy any presence in a chosen vector of approach. His vox crackled with updates from orbit. Fleet Admiral Elena Koshka's voice came through, clear and professional. The Orc fleet is showing unprecedented coordination, Lord Valorian. Their void craft are impressive. Nevertheless, Battlefleet Liberty will prevail. We're already identifying weak points in their formation. Acknowledged, Admiral. Keep me updated. Franklin's enhanced vision swept across the battlefield below. The scene was almost poetic in its violence, waves of orc hordes breaking against the Liberty Guard's defensive lines like green tide against adamantine cliffs. Each assault was met with overwhelming firepower, precision volleys that turned attackers into corpses with machine-like efficiency. But it was the rear echelons of the orc force that drew his focused attention. There, standing in perfect formation, were orcs in power armor that rivaled Astartes Mark VII plate in sophistication. They waited with unnatural patience, their discipline a perversion of everything the galaxy knew about orcish behavior. They were bigger than normal orcs, their frames enhanced beyond even the usual knob proportions, but it wasn't their size that was unsettling, it was their stillness. The air superiority was undeniable. Liberty Eagle's aircraft owned the skies. But the planetary shield dome prevented any meaningful orbital bombardment. Franklin knew the shield generator had to be their first priority target, but it would be heavily defended. This called for a precision strike. Denzel, Franklin voxed. Time to test the waters. The first captain acknowledged, and moments later, the monolith portals flared to life. Denzel Washington emerged leading the first company, their ex-armor gleaming with the polish of veterans who had earned the right to such ostentation. As they advanced, the artillery coverage intensified, sheets of fire raining from the sky with mechanical precision. The power-armored orcs responded immediately, intercepting the Astartes' advance. Their weapons were a technological surprise, rapid-firing plasma weapons that spat death with unorc-like accuracy. The plasma bolts splashed against conversion fields, creating a light show of deflected energy. Denzel's eyes narrowed behind his Ana helm as he observed the exchange of fire. The Liberty Eagle's conversion shields flickered with each hit, the energy discharge creating brilliant flashes that temporarily blinded their opponents. Return fire from their disintegration weapons turned several orcs to dust, but not before their targets' power fields flickered with protective energy. "These aren't your average orcs," Denzel commented over the command channel. "Their tech level is approaching Dark Age standards. Their power fields are actually managing to deflect some of our disintegration shots." Franklin's response was thoughtful. "Gorblasta has been busy. Those plasma weapons shouldn't be possible with normal orc technology." Denzel spotted a larger knob directing the orc formations, its armor more elaborate, its movements showing clear tactical awareness. The first captain unslung his tachyon bow, a weapon that bent the laws of physics with each shot. Taking careful aim, he knocked an arrow wreathed in temporal energy. The shot, when it came, was almost anticlimactic. One moment the knob and its command squad existed, the next they simply didn't. No explosion, no dramatic effect, just a perfect sphere of empty space where matter had once been. "Emperor's teeth," Denzel whispered, admiring the weapon's effectiveness. The Mechanicum would start a war just to study this thing. The battle continued to evolve across the field. Liberty Guard regiments held their ground with characteristic discipline, their advanced exosuites and pulse rifles turning back wave after wave of conventional orc forces. But it was the clashes between the elite units that drew the eye-power armored orcs trading fire with Liberty Eagles' Astartes, each side wielding technology that shouldn't exist in this millennium. A few hours later, Franklin studied the tactical holo map, his fingers tracing the intricate web of orcish defensive lines. First Captain Denzel's report scrolled across his vision: depleted tachyon arrow reserves, stalled advances despite their technological superiority, and power-armored orcs deploying fortifications faster than they could be destroyed. The situation was reaching a critical point. Franklin considered his options. Armstrong, Vladimir, and Cavill were fully engaged in other theaters across nearby planets. John was at his side, but his strengths lay outside of directly breaching enemy lines, while Denzel specialized in sustained combat, not rapid breakthroughs. Though Franklin was prepared to lead the charge himself, he hesitated. After all, the reason he assigned Armstrong, his blunt instrument, to a neighboring planet rather than here was to avoid redundancy. Franklin could punch far larger holes in enemy defenses than even Armstrong. However, if he entered the fray, it would surely draw Glorblasta into direct confrontation. While Franklin was confident he would emerge victorious, he knew such a clash would come at a significant cost to his forces, with casualties likely mounting during the ensuing chaos. "Brother!" The melodious voice of Fulgrim cut through his thoughts. The Primarch of the Emperor's Children approached with his characteristic grace, though Franklin noticed something different in his demeanor. Gone was the usual air of superiority, replaced by something more contemplative. "I see we face an unusual strategic challenge." Franklin turned, expecting to see the usual mask of superiority on his brother's face. Instead, he found something different, something that looked surprisingly like genuine concern and respect. "That's putting it mildly," Franklin replied, allowing a slight smirk. "I'm glad to see you've moved past wallowing in your broken pride long enough to take an interest in the tactical situation." He waited for the usual response, the flowery speech about dignity and perfection, the barely concealed anger at any perceived slight. It didn't come. Instead, Fulgrim moved to study the tactical displays, his voice measured and thoughtful. "We can't afford to wallow in broken pride. Not here. Not now. I am a Primarch, after all, and sometimes we need to be reminded of what that truly means." Franklin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Well. Who are you, and what have you done with my pompous brother?" A ghost of a smile crossed Fulgrim's perfect features. "Let's just say a rather decisive punch to the face helped realign some priorities. Sometimes we need to be reminded that being a Primarch isn't about personal glory, even if that means admitting someone else might know better." Franklin studied his brother carefully. The change was remarkable. Gone was the preening peacock who had nearly gotten his forces slaughtered by disobeying direct orders. In his place stood a warrior who had learned from his humbling. "That must have been quite a punch," Franklin said, his tone softening slightly. "Brother, I ask for the chance to lead the charge once more," Fulgrim stated. Franklin's eyebrows rose as Fulgrim made his request to lead the charge. The memory of his brother's previous failure hung heavy in the air between them, a catastrophic blunder that had cost precious lives and resources. Fulgrim caught Franklin's expression immediately, and a flash of pain crossed his perfect features. "I know what you're thinking, brother," Fulgrim said quietly, none of his usual bombast present. "And you're right to be hesitant. I failed spectacularly last time. Made decisions based on pride rather than tactics. Cost us dearly." Franklin studied his brother carefully, noting the genuine contrition in his voice. The old Fulgrim would have bristled at even the suggestion of past failure, launching into elaborate justifications and deflections. "And yet you're asking for another chance," Franklin observed, his tone neutral but evaluating. "Just one more," Fulgrim confirmed. "Let me show you I've learned from my mistakes." Franklin gestured to the hololithic display, the ethereal light casting both Primarches in a ghostly glow. "Show me what you have in mind." Fulgrim stepped forward, his movements precise as he manipulated the tactical display. As he began to explain, Franklin's tactical mind was already breaking down the components of the plan. It was, at its core, a sophisticated take on the Blitzkrieg doctrine, but with several crucial modifications that showed Fulgrim had indeed been paying attention to the lessons of his previous failure. "The spearhead will be our dreadnoughts," Fulgrim explained, highlighting the units in question. "All 50 Liberty pattern heavy dreadnoughts, supported by the 200 Mastodons. The Night Walkers will follow immediately to hold any breach we create open." Franklin nodded slowly. "You'll need sustained artillery coverage to prevent the orcs from sealing the breach. They've been using similar fortifications with ours, even using the dead bodies of orcs, surprisingly effective tactic for them." "Indeed," Fulgrim agreed. "But here's where it gets interesting." He manipulated the display again, showing a second phase of the operation. "You'll act as a diversion." "I could just punch through myself," Franklin pointed out. "With that much breakthrough power, I could take heavy casualties doing so," Fulgrim interrupted. "Yes, you could break through. Yes, you could probably even win. But how many sons would you lose in the process?" He gestured to the display. "This way," you draw their attention, specifically Gorblasta's attention, while we strike at their power generators. Once those fall, we can execute a pincer movement on their main force, whilst the skies open for orbital bombardment. Franklin leaned back, considering. It was a solid plan, better than solid, actually. It showed both tactical acumen and, more surprisingly, concern for minimizing casualties. After a long moment, he sighed. Fine. I'll trust you on this one. As orders were being transmitted to the various units, Fulgrim's attention seemed to drift to the dreadnoughts being prepared for battle. His perfect features creased in thought. Something on your mind, brother? Franklin asked, noting the scrutiny in Fulgrim's gaze. These units, Fulgrim began carefully, I've made something of a study of the Custodian Guard, their weapons, their tactics, their equipment. It's in my nature to analyze such things, to understand why they, specifically, were chosen as Father's closest companions. Franklin watched as his brother's eyes traced the lines of the Liberty pattern heavy dreadnoughts, the massive grav tanks, even the ceremonial spears some units carried. These designs, Fulgrim continued, they bear more than a passing resemblance to Custodian equipment. But there's something different. Something almost Xenos in their execution. He turned to Franklin. The Independence sector produces 80% of Custodian technology, this I know. But these modifications, surely Father would notice. Franklin's chuckle caught Fulgrim off guard. Notice? Brother, let me show you something. He stepped to the hololithic display, zooming in on one of the dreadnoughts. What you're looking at is based on the Telemann heavy dreadnought pattern used by the Custodians. But here's what's interesting, we didn't steal these designs or modify them without permission. The display shifted, showing the original Telemann schematics alongside the Liberty pattern variant. We created an STC for the original design and gave it to Terra. In exchange, we got permission to develop our own variant. The differences you're noting? They're intentional improvements. Fulgrim's eyes widened slightly as he studied the technical readouts. The mobility modifications. Exactly, Franklin confirmed. The original Telemann was designed to stand against charges, to be an immovable object. Our version? It's a mobile destruction platform. Neural requirements are actually so complex that even an Astartes mind struggles with them. They were never meant for space marines, after all. Then how? Fulgrim began. AI assistance, or in Mechanicum terms machine spirit assistance, Franklin explained, bringing up another schematic. Each Liberty pattern Telemann has an artificial intelligence copilot. It helps manage the systems that were originally designed for Custodian neural architecture. Different solution, similar results. Fulgrim's expression showed a mixture of admiration and concern. And Father approves of these modifications? The AI integration. Franklin's smile widened. Brother, when you're trusted to manufacture the equipment for the Emperor's own companions, you get certain liberties. Besides, every modification, every improvement we make gets fed back into the main production lines. The Custodians benefit from our innovations just as we benefit from their base designs. It's more than that, though, isn't it? Fulgrim observed, studying the various units preparing for battle. These aren't just modified Custodian designs. There's something else in their DNA. Franklin nodded, pleased at his brother's perception. The Independence sector holds the technology of humanity's golden age. You can say that besides the Mechanicum of Mars's data regarding the Dark Age, it is only us who could produce Golden Age tech, even some of weapons from the Golden Age that even Mars could not produce. Take for example the Mechanivery, but I won't delve into the conceptual ending tech. Moving on, Franklin opened schematics in the holo display. We had access to technologies and design philosophies that most of the galaxy had forgotten. When we combine that knowledge with Custodian patterns. He gestured to the assembled forces. This is the result. A perfect fusion of ancient human technology and the Emperor's own designs, Fulgrim mused. Both Primarchs stood in comfortable silence for a moment, watching as the forces assembled for Fulgrim's planned breakthrough. The Liberty pattern dreadnoughts moved fluidly, much like how man would walk despite their massive size, their AI copilots allowing them to execute maneuvers that would have been impossible for traditional dreadnought patterns. Fulgrim finally spoke up, you know, I'd have been green with envy over all this. Would have seen it as a challenge to my own pursuit of perfection. Franklin raised an eyebrow. And now? Fulgrim shrugged. Still am, to a degree. But now I see it for what it really is, a tool, plain and simple. The ideal mix of form and function isn't about showing off, it's about hitting goals without waste. He gestured around. Every tweak here serves a purpose. No frills, no show, just function and. I'm starting to see it through your lens, brother. That might be the most un-Fulgrim thing you've ever said, Franklin observed with a smile. Consider it evidence of personal growth, Fulgrim replied, a hint of his old self returning but quickly fading. As they took their positions for the impending battle, Franklin couldn't help but admire the change in his brother. If he had known that a little tough love could lead to this transformation, he would have done it ages ago. The thought made him chuckle. Perhaps there was hope for his perfectionist brother after all. Chapter 91, Primarch or Warboss. The battlefield erupted in a cacophony of destruction that would have made any normal orc warboss weep with joy. But Gorblasta was no normal orc, and this was no normal battle. The Prime Orc stood tall, his enhanced mind calculating trajectories and analyzing patterns even as his arsenal of weapons unleashed hell in every direction. Then he felt it, the subtle shift in the air that preceded truly overwhelming firepower. His power fields flickered and died under a barrage that seemed to defy the laws of physics themselves. Gorblasta's enhanced senses picked up the source immediately, and his heart actually skipped a beat. There, silhouetted against the wardern horizon, stood the figure of legend. Dadaka-bringer. Franklin Valorian. Finally, Gorblasta breathed, his voice carrying both reverence and anticipation. Time to test the theories. Franklin's response came in the form of more firepower. The Primarch's mech suit hummed with power as weapon after weapon discharged in perfectly calculated sequences. The air between them became a corridor of pure destruction, filled with more types of energy than most beings could name. Gorblasta's own arsenal responded in kind. His power armor, a masterpiece of upgraded orcish technology, bristled with guns of every conceivable type and size. Where Franklin brought quality, Gorblasta attempted to match it with quantity. Hundreds of barrels tracked and fired, turning the battlefield into a crossfire zone that would have annihilated lesser warriors instantly. But Franklin was far from lesser. His overlapping shield systems created a spectacular light show as they absorbed and deflected the endless barrage. Ion shields sparked and flickered, conversion fields transformed deadly energy into harmless light, void shields swallowed entire streams of fire, and quantum shields bent reality itself to protect their wearer. Steam hissed from overtaxed cooling systems as the mechsuit's zero-point energy core channeled infinite power into both offense and defense. More. Gorblasta roared, even as he was forced to dive behind a fallen war machine for cover. Show me more, Daka-bringer. Show me what real Daka looks like. Around them, the battle reached apocalyptic proportions. Liberty Eagle's Astartes crashed into ranks of power-armored orcs, their traditional transhuman might enhanced by technology that would have made Mars itself jealous. Disintegration rifles turned orcs into clouds of atoms even as return fire from near-Dark Age plasma rifles punched clean through conversion shields and tyranimite plate. The Liberty Guard, transhuman soldiers the in-between mortal and Astartes, engaged the orc knobs with tactical precision that seemed almost blasphemous against such bestial opponents. Their grav tanks hovered across the battlefield, their weapons cutting swathes through the greenskin hordes with mathematical precision. Above, the sky turned into a scrapyard as orc aircraft fell from the heavens in burning hulks. Liberty Eagle's fighters and interceptors danced through the chaos, their energy weapons turning ramshackle orc planes into meteorites. Yet still the orcs came, their numbers seemingly endless, their crude but effective technology a dark mirror of humanity's own war machine. In the distance, titans walked. God machines of both sides traded apocalyptic weapons fire, each shot capable of leveling cities. The ground shook continuously under their tread. Gorblasta's tactical systems, far more sophisticated than any orc should possess, registered the flow of battle with crystal clarity. His forces were being systematically dismantled, not through any single overwhelming advantage, but through the relentless application of superior firepower across every level of engagement. It was beautiful, in its own terrible way. This, he shouted over the din of battle, this is what I've been preparing for. But the Primarch's enhanced mind reached a reluctant conclusion. Still not enough, Daka. Still not enough. Franklin's response was another wave of firepower that forced Gorblasta to abandon his position entirely. The Primarch's armor, despite its advanced repair systems and reinforced construction, was beginning to show the strain of trying to match a Primarch's arsenal. On the other side of the battlefield, Fulgrim led his Emperor's children in a blitzkrieg against the Iron Citadel's defensive lines. The attack was led by the Liberty Pattern Telemann dreadnoughts, followed by the Mastodons, with the Night Walkers keeping the breach from ever closing. The Mastodons disgorged the Emperor's children and Liberty Eagle's Astartes, Fulgrim carved through the green-skinned defenders, each stroke a masterwork of martial art that would have been at home in any gallery if galleries displayed the art of death. Julius Caesaron, first captain of the Emperor's Children, followed in his Primarch's wake. His enhanced transhuman senses captured every detail of Fulgrim's combat style, noting subtle differences that might have been invisible to others. The obsessive need for perfection was still there, but it seemed tempered somehow. Forward! Fulgrim's voice carried over the din of battle. The Iron Citadel falls today. As the Emperor's Children advanced, Caesaron found his thoughts turning to the changes he'd observed in his Primarch over the recent months. The reunion with his brother Franklin seemed to have affected Fulgrim in ways that were difficult to quantify. The Phoenician's pursuit of perfection remained absolute, but there was a new pragmatism to it, a willingness to acknowledge that perfection could take different forms. The assault continued with mechanical precision, each squad moving in perfect coordination. Yet even here, Caesaron could see the influence of their uncle's doctrine. Where before they might have spent precious time seeking the perfect angle of attack, now they simply overwhelmed their targets with concentrated firepower before moving on to the next objective. Adaptation without compromise, Fulgrim had called it during one of their strategy sessions. Perfection isn't always about the most elegant solution, sometimes it's about achieving maximum effect with minimum waste. A nearby explosion brought Caesaron's attention back to the present. The Iron Citadel's defenders were putting up fierce resistance, but they were fighting two Primarchs today. Franklin's endless barrage kept their heaviest assets occupied, while Fulgrim's precise strikes exploited every weakness that appeared. Back at the main battle line, Franklin's duel with Gorblast reached new heights of destruction. The Primarch's power armor now bore the scars of dozens of direct hits, its repair system struggling to keep up with the damage. Yet still he fought on, his enhanced mind analyzing every exchange, learning even in defeat. Franklin Valorian stood like an immovable object in the midst of chaos, a nexus of devastating firepower that turned the battlefield into a killing field. Around him, the Secret Service maintained an impenetrable cordon, their bodies surrounded by the equipment of countless orcs who had tried and failed to flank their charge. Each attempted rush had ended the same way, in disintegrated bodies and scrap metal. The mech suit hissed as a burst of vapor escaped its cooling vents, releasing the intense heat generated by Franklin's defensive systems. Fueled by the limitless power of its zero-point energy core, the suit's layered defenses worked in seamless tandem. Ion shields crackled as they absorbed incoming fire, conversion fields transformed lethal impacts into harmless bursts of light, void shields swallowed entire barrages without a trace, and quantum shields bent reality itself to keep their wearer unscathed. It was as if Franklin was an untouchable figure on the battlefield, shielded by technology so advanced that no conventional weapon could breach its defenses. Even Gorblasta's most powerful weapons barely registered as minor fluctuations in the energy field. Nothing short of a Titan's main gun could hope to breach such defenses, and that last hope was literally being torn in half before his eyes. The massive Castigator-class Titan dominated the horizon, its singular red eye burning with malevolent intelligence as it ripped through Gorblasta's last megagargant. The God Machine's Vox casters boomed across the battlefield, its message a chilling declaration: embrace democracy, or you will be eradicated. The cyclopic gaze swept across the battlefield before turning its attention to the orc hordes, its weapons transforming entire formations into ash. Gorblasta noticed the Liberty Eagle's attack beginning to wane, a tactical shift that under normal circumstances might have presented an opportunity. His enhanced mind calculated vectors and possibilities as he ducked behind Estampa's power field, barely avoiding another barrage from Franklin's position. He returned fire, his remaining weapons systems pushing themselves to their limits, but he knew it was a losing battle. The Dakabringer's firepower was simply on another level entirely. Never enough Daka, he muttered to himself, a mix of reverence and frustration in his voice. His tactically enhanced mind began running retreat scenarios. After all, as every proper orc knew, you never really lose in war. If you kill the enemy, you win. If you retreat, you just win later. And if you die, well, you're too dead to know you lost. Gorblasta attempted to contact the Iron Citadel, seeking coordination for a strategic withdrawal in his last attempt to take down the Titans on the opposing side. The silence that answered him was more ominous than any battlefield noise. Looking up, he watched in horror as the Citadel's Titan-killing weapons' massive defense platforms that had been their ace in the hole erupted skyward in tremendous explosions. The realization hit him like a power claw to the gut. This hadn't been just a battle, it had been a carefully orchestrated trap. While he had been focused on matching Daka with the Dakabringer, the other purple space marines and that pretty boy, had systematically dismantled his defensive stronghold. With impressive speed for his massive frame, Gorblaster retreated to a hidden bunker complex, one of many escape routes he had prepared. As the reinforced doors sealed behind him, the sky literally opened up. Without the Iron Citadel's planetary shield generator, there was nothing to protect his forces from orbital bombardment. Through armored viewports, he watched as his army was systematically erased from existence. Liberty Eagles strike cruisers in high orbit rained death upon precise coordinates, each strike eliminating key strategic positions that his enhanced mind had thought impregnable. It was, he had to admit, a perfect example of Daka used properly, overwhelming firepower applied precisely where and when it would do the most damage. Clever, Dakabringer, proper clever, he murmured as emergency teleporters powered up. You didn't just bring more Daka, you brought it exactly where it needed to be. As his forces were decimated above, Gorblasta's enhanced mind was already planning, adapting, learning. He had lost this battle, yes, but he had gained something perhaps more valuable, new insights into the true nature of Daka. It wasn't just about having the most guns or the biggest explosions. It was about having the right amount of firepower in the right place at the right time. The bunker's reinforced walls trembled with the distant sounds of battle. Gorblasta stood before the teleporter, his massive frame casting long shadows in the emergency lighting. His augmented senses detected the presence before his armor's systems did that peculiar combination of transhuman power and technological sophistication that could only mean one thing. When he turned, the sight nearly made his enhanced heart stop. There stood Franklin Valorian de Dakabringer himself with enough firepower trained on him to reduce a small continent to ash. The disparity in their size seemed almost comedic. Gorblasta's 7-meter frame towered over the Primarch's mere 15 feet. Yet in that moment, it was the smaller figure that seemed to fill the room with his presence. Multiple weapon systems bristled from the Dakabringer's armor, each one perfectly aligned to ensure maximum destructive coverage. The Primarch's tactical systems confirmed what he already knew: his power field was down, and he was seconds away from being turned into a fine green mist. "Good fight," Franklin said simply, his voice carrying the weight of genuine respect. Gorblasta's metallic teeth formed into a knowing smirk. Proper Daka, it was. The kind that makes Gork and Mork smile. He spread his arms wide, power claw gleaming under the bunker's harsh lighting. "Well, what are you waiting for? You won fair and proper. Time to finish it, eh?" Franklin's chuckle echoed through the chamber, catching the Primarch off guard. "Your empire's in pieces, Gorblasta. Your forces scattered. Your technology's impressive as they are broken." He gestured toward the teleporter with one of his many weapon systems. "Activate it." Gorblasta's cybernetically enhanced brain took a moment to process the command. His hand moved to the control panel, but confusion was evident in his unnaturally intelligent eyes. "You want me to power it up," Franklin confirmed. "Then use it. Get yourself to safety." The Primarch's hand hesitated over the controls. "I don't understand. Why don't you Amis ever finish off the leaders? Seems right unorky, if you ask me." Franklin's response came in perfect Orcish, the guttural language rolling off his tongue as naturally as Gothic. "Good enemies are hard to find." The sound that erupted from Gorblasta started as a chuckle, grew into a laugh, and finally exploded into a full-bellied roar that shook dust from the bunker's ceiling. If he closed his eyes, he could almost believe he was talking to the biggest, baddest orc war boss in the galaxy rather than a human Primarch. "You know," Gorblasta said, taking a step toward the portal, "if you let me go now, I'll come back stronger. Better Daka. Better tech. Proper challenge next time." Franklin's weapons never wavered, but there was amusement in his voice. "All the better." Gorblasta stepped onto the teleporter platform, his tactical system still trying to process the situation. Here he was, facing the legendary Dakabringer himself, and instead of ending him, Franklin was letting him go. Not out of weakness or mercy, but because he recognized the value of a worthy opponent. It was, Gorblasta realized, perhaps the most orky thing he'd ever encountered. "You know what's funny?" Gorblasta said, pausing at the threshold of the portal. "All these years, we thought we had to teach the universe about proper Daka. But you..." He shook his head in admiration. "You already get it. Maybe better than some of us do. Maybe that's why Gork and Mork showed you to us," he continued, his voice taking on a philosophical tone that would have shocked any normal orc. "Not just because of Daka, but because you understand. War ain't just about winning. It's about the fight itself. About getting stronger, better, more Daka every time. The portal's energy field began to intensify around him. Next time, Dakabringer. Next time I'll have something special for you. Something worthy of this moment. Looking forward to it, Franklin replied, still in perfect Orcish. As the teleporter's field enveloped him, Gorblasta's last sight was of Franklin Valorian, surrounded by enough firepower to end him 1,000 times over, choosing instead to let him live not out of weakness, but out of an understanding that transcended the normal boundaries between their species. It was, the Primarch realized, exactly what he should have expected from Dakabringer. The last sound in the bunker was Gorblasta's booming laugh as he uttered the last few words before disappeared into the portal. You know what the other orcs say about you, Dakabringer? They say you're what happens when Gork and Mork decide to make a human instead of an orc. After today. His grin widened. I think they might be right. Behind his helmet, Franklin made a mental note to start developing countermeasures for whatever new forms of Daka Gorblasta would bring to their next encounter. After all, it wouldn't do to disappoint such an enthusiastic opponent. The bunker's trembling intensified as his Liberty Eagles continued their systematic destruction of the facility. But Franklin knew that somewhere out there, Gorblasta was already planning, already theorizing new ways to achieve that impossible dream of enough Daka. And truthfully, he was looking forward to seeing what the Primarch would come up with next. Chapter 92, Reactions and Primarch. The grand chambers of the Hrafunkel echoed with the thunderous laughter of Lemon Russ. Fresh from the victory from the Wheel of Fire campaign. The newly gifted spear of Russ lay against his throne, its surface still crackling with ethereal energies. Around him, his wolf guard exchanged uncertain glances as their Primarch's laughter continued to fill the chamber. He returns. The mad bastard returns. Russ roared, slamming his fist against the armrest of his throne. How long has it been since we shared a drink, brothers? How long since we heard his insufferable jests? Bjorn stepped forward, a rare smile crossing his weathered features. The Liberty Eagles were spotted arriving near Nova Libertas, Lord. Reports indicate they've brought another with them, the newly discovered Primarch, Fulgrim. Russ's eyes gleamed with interest. Franklin's taken another under his wing, has he? Ha! Poor bastard probably doesn't know what he's in for. He rose from his throne, towering over his wolf guard. Plot a course for Nova Libertas. I want to see what wisdom our brother has poisoned the new one with. As the Hrafunkel's engines roared to life, Russ lifted a drinking horn to his lips. And prepare the feast halls. When Liberty Eagles and Space Wolves meet, the void itself trembles with our revelry. The forges of the Independence Sector outpost on Segmentum Pacificus hummed with an efficiency that both impressed and unsettled Ferrus Manus. He watched as what appeared to be servitors moved with impossible ease, their movements lacking the jerky, artificial motions characteristic of their kind. A young mechanic approached, tools floating around her in a precise dance of magnetic fields. Lord Manus, she bowed, a holographic display already projecting from her tablet. We've completed our preliminary scan of your fleet. Would you like to review the suggested upgrades? Ferris's silver hands flexed unconsciously. The technology here was clearly superior to anything the Mechanicum currently possessed, and yet. These servitors of yours, he said instead, they move too smoothly. The mechanic's smile didn't waver. Efficiency is paramount, Lord Manus. Our automation protocols ensure optimal performance while maintaining strict control parameters. Automation protocols, Ferris repeated, the words tasting bitter. A pretty name for abominable intelligence. The Emperor has reviewed and approved our systems, Lord Manus, she replied smoothly. We maintain strict oversight and redundancies. Now, about those upgrades, we've identified several areas where we could improve your void shield's efficiency by at least 30%. Ferris grunted, his practical nature warring with his instinctive distrust. Show me the specifications. As the mechanic began her detailed explanation, Ferris couldn't help but think of Franklin's perpetual grin. His brother's humor had always grated on him, but there was no denying the results of his methods. The Independence Sector's technological superiority spoke for itself. In the Stratagem of the Vengeful Spirit, Horace Lupercal studied the reports with measured consideration. His eyes narrowed as he read of Franklin's return, memories of their past encounters stirring in his mind. Your thoughts, my lord? Malagurst inquired, sensing Horace's extended silence. Horace's fingers traced the edge of the data slate. Franklin's return is fortuitous. His legion's combat efficiency is beyond question, their technological superiority often proving decisive. He paused, recalling the duel between their sons. But there's something about him, Mal. Something that sets my teeth on edge. The Maurnival stood ready, watching intently, as Ezekiel Abaddon kept rigidly at attention nearby, the memory of his defeat at Washington's hands still fresh. The duel had been a master class in swordsmanship, Washington moving with a grace that seemed impossible for an Astartes. The defeat had taught Abaddon humility, but also ignited a burning desire to prove himself. And now he guides Fulgrim, Horus continued, rising from his throne. Our father's decision to allow this is interesting. Franklin's methods are unconventional, his beliefs sometimes bordering on the radical. To entrust him with shaping another Primarch's development. The Emperor's trust in him runs deep, Malagurst observed. Indeed. Horus's eyes narrowed slightly. Perhaps too deep. Franklin's independence sector operates with freedoms none of us enjoy. And now he shapes the development of another brother. He stood, his massive frame casting a shadow across the strategic table. Arrange a meeting. I would see this new brother for myself, and catch up with my brother Franklin. The rhythmic click of ceramite boots echoed through the grand halls of Olympus Mons as Archmagos Coriel Zeth made her way to the latest session of the Martian Parliament. Unlike her peers, whose bodies were more machine than flesh, Zeth cut a striking figure in her masterwork artificer exo-armor. The grey steel plates, inlaid with the traditional cogs of the Mechanicum, gleamed under the ancient lights, while her blood-red hood, a traditional symbol she chose to maintain, billowed softly with each step. At her breast, carefully concealed beneath layers of adamantium and ceramite, pulsed the zero-point power core, a gift from Franklin Valorian himself. The device represented everything she stood for: progress, innovation, and the willingness to embrace new horizons. While other tech priests hoarded knowledge like misers, Zeth had chosen a different path. Archmagos Zeth, a junior tech priest called out, hurrying to match her stride. The traditionalists are gathering support for their latest motion against collaboration with the Independence Sector's research facilities. Zeth's lips curved in a subtle smile, another deviation that marked her apart from her peers. Let them gather, she replied, her voice clear and human, lacking the usual static-laden binary cant. They cannot stop the flow of progress, no matter how many votes they muster. She had reason for confidence. Her position was unique within the Mechanicum hierarchy. While officially she remained the mistress of Magma City, her unofficial title of Archimandrite carried far more weight. Her forge world, built to Independence Sector specifications, stood as a testament to what could be achieved when Mars's traditions were balanced with innovation. As she approached the Parliament chambers, her Akashic reader, her pride and joy, hummed to life. The device, which even now aided the Emperor in his great works, detected minute fluctuations in the Astronomicon. She paused, studying the readings with genuine fascination. The Emperor was diving deep into the Empyrean today, perhaps searching for something only he could perceive. My lady, another tech priest approached, this one bearing the markings of the radical faction. The latest collaboration reports from the Independence Sector scientists have arrived. Their work on synthetic neutron arrays shows promising results. Ensure copies reach all our allied forges, Zeth commanded. Knowledge shared is knowledge multiplied. The phrase, borrowed from Franklin Valorian himself, had become something of a motto among the radicals. Her influence had grown substantially since her first meeting with the liberator Primarch. Where once she had been merely an innovative but isolated archmagos, she now stood at the nexus of a growing movement within the Mechanicum. The radical faction, though outnumbered 7-1, had become a force that could no longer be ignored. As she entered the Parliament chamber, heads turned, some in respect, others in barely concealed hostility. The traditional red robes of Mars dominated the chamber, but here and there, she could spot the distinctive modifications of her supporters. Each represented a small victory, a mind open to new possibilities. The Omniscia's blessing, Archmagos, one of the traditionalists greeted her, the words carrying a subtle bite. The blessing of progress and innovation, she returned smoothly, noting how several nearby tech priests straightened at her words. They no longer invoked the Emperor as Omniscia, their devotion was to science itself, to the imperial truth that he proclaimed. Taking her seat, Zeth activated her data slate, reviewing the latest reports from her forge world. The military forces under her unofficial command in Segmentum Solar had successfully integrated several new Independence Sector innovations. Each success strengthened her position, validated her choices. She thought back to her first meeting with Franklin Valorian, how he had challenged her perspectives with that characteristic grin of his. Mars hoards knowledge like a dragon hoards gold, he had said. But knowledge, unlike gold, grows when shared. Those words had changed her path forever. Now, as she prepared to face another day of political maneuvering and technological debate, Coriel Zeth knew she stood at the forefront of a revolution. The mechanicum would change slowly, perhaps, but inevitably. And when it did, she would ensure it emerged stronger, wiser, and ready to embrace the future that the independence sector represented. The Martian Parliament session was about to begin, and Zeth allowed herself a moment of pride. Let the traditionalists cling to their rituals and restrictions. The future belonged to those bold enough to seize it. A session of the Martian Parliament, 831.m30. The vast amphitheater of the Martian Parliament hummed with binary cant and data exchange protocols as Coriel Zeth took the speaker's podium. The tiered seats, filled with hundreds of tech priests, created a sea of crimson robes broken only by the occasional glint of mechadendrites and optical sensors. Honored members of the Martian Parliament, Zeth began, her clear human voice cutting through the mechanical whispers. I bring word from Nova Libertas. The chamber's atmosphere shifted perceptibly. Mechadendrites twitched, cooling fans whirred to life as processing cores prepared for increased activity. The Liberty Eagles have unveiled their Castigator-class god machines, she continued, projecting a grainy picked capture onto the chamber's hollow casters. 7 of these engines defeated 47 Orc Megagargants. They did so without suffering significant damage. Archmagos Drake Havoc rose, his massive frame bristling with augmatics. And how convenient that the only evidence is this corrupted picked capture, his voice grated with artificial harmonics. The independence sector mocks us with such claims. The evidence is verified by 3 expedition fleets, Zeth countered smoothly. But that is not the core of my address today. I bring a message from Primarch Franklin Valorian himself. The name sent a ripple through the assembly. Fabricator Locum Kane's optical arrays narrowed, while Kelbier Hal leaned forward almost imperceptibly. The Primarch notes our continued encroachment on independence sector territory, Zeth's voice hardened. He reminds us of his patience thus far, and suggests that if these actions continue, he will personally visit Mars to discuss the matter. Threats? Drake Havoc's mechadendrites writhed. The Primarch dares threaten the sacred soil of Mars. Not a threat, Zeth replied. A promise. And a choice. The same choice the Emperor once gave us: cooperation or obsolescence. Fabricator Locum Kane's Voxcaster crackled to life. Our defenses have been substantially improved since the Emperor's arrival. The Primarch would find Mars a harder target. Drake Havoc's vocabulator crackled with rage. You dare compare a Primarch's authority to the Omniscia's? I compare facts, Zeth countered. The independence sector possesses functional Dark Age technology. Our recent upgrades to Mars defenses, impressive as they are, were developed with technology they discarded centuries ago. The Primarch's patience with our aggression stems from respect for Mars' potential, not fear of our capability. Kelbier Hal's intervention was calculated, his tone neutral. Perhaps we should consider a more nuanced approach. The recovery of SDCs is sacred duty, but the methods of recovery might be negotiable. Negotiation is capitulation. Drake Havoc declared. We cannot. Zeth projected a new hololithic image, the aftermath of the Orc Empire's destruction. 7 castigators, honored members. 7. They achieved what would have required multiple Titan legions and countless resources. And they did so without losing a single machine. I suggest adaptation, Kelbier Hal replied smoothly. The quest for knowledge never specified that we must walk its path alone. Zeth nodded approvingly. The independence sector offers cooperation, not submission. They recognize Mars as equals in technological might, if not currently in innovation. The Primarch himself has expressed admiration for Mars's achievements. And yet they hide their technology behind veils of secrecy, Kane interjected. They speak of cooperation while guarding their archives zealously. As do we, Zeth countered. But where we hoard knowledge, they seek to cultivate it. The castigators are merely the latest example. They develop, improve, innovate. When was the last time Mars created something truly new? The chamber erupted in binary protests and mechanical objections. Zeth waited for the clamor to subside before continuing. The Primarch offers us a choice, just as his father did. We can choose cooperation, pooling our knowledge and capabilities for humanity's advancement. Or we can continue our current path, forcing him to demonstrate exactly why the independence sector's technology is superior. Kelbier Hal's intervention was precisely timed. The Fabricator General's position on this matter remains unclear. Perhaps, given the gravity of the situation, we should review our strategic options more thoroughly. Zeth recognized the political maneuvering but seized the opportunity. I move for the formation of a special committee to evaluate potential cooperation frameworks with the independence sector. Fabricator Locum Kelbierhal would be an excellent choice to chair such a committee. The chamber descended into rapid binary exchanges and data burst communications. Drake Havoc and Kane huddled with their supporters, while Kelbierhal maintained a calculated neutral posture. The motion requires consideration, the current Fabricator General's representative announced. We will recess for 1 solar hour to process this information. As the assembly began to disperse, Zeth caught Kelbierhal's eye. They both knew what this meant, a chance for him to position himself as a moderate voice, potentially swaying enough moderates to support his eventual bid for Fabricator General. The game was complex, but the stakes were clear. Mars could choose to embrace the future or risk being left behind. And as Zeth watched the political maneuvering unfold, she knew that Franklin Valorian's shadow loomed large over them all, a reminder that sometimes the best way to preserve tradition was to allow it to evolve. The recess would determine much, not just about Mars's relationship with the independence sector, but about the future of the Mechanicum itself. And in that future, Zeth saw the potential for something greater than either faction alone could achieve. Second Captain Stephen Armstrong stood before the tactical display in the Excelsius's command room, his massive frame casting long shadows across the hololithic projections of their target world. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as he studied each member of his elite kill team, the Desperado. Gentlemen and lady, Armstrong's voice carried the weight of imminent violence. Our father has given us a mission. The Xenos on Carthage 7 thought they could slaughter Imperial citizens without consequences. They're about to learn how wrong they were. He enlarged the hololithic display, showing the sprawling alien hive cities that had been built over the corpses of human settlements. They killed them all, men, women, children. Not for resources, not for territory, but because they could. Samuel Rodriguez, Jetstream Sam, leaned against a wall, his hand resting on the hilt of his blade. His exo-armor gleamed under the dim lights filled with iconography, a reminder of his deadly heritage from Iskandar. Beautiful simplicity, Sam mused, his characteristic smirk playing across his features. They wish to show their strength? Let us show them what true strength means. The strong prey upon the weak, that is the way of things. But they forgot that humanity is anything but weak. Monsoon stepped forward, his cybernetic enhancements humming with magnetic energy. The former scavenger from Zeus 7 had learned to channel his abilities into devastating combat techniques. Memes, Captain, Monsoon's voice carried its usual philosophical tone. The DNA of the soul. These Xenos believe their way of life superior to humanity's. Their cultural DNA has led them to this moment, to their extinction. Like all memes, they will be tested against a stronger paradigm. Armstrong nodded, appreciating Monsoon's perspective. The warrior philosopher's understanding of cultural warfare had proven valuable in previous campaigns. Sundowner's massive frame shifted, his heavy armor plates grinding against each other. The former Underhive killer from Kalo Prime had never lost his taste for wholesale destruction. I'm fucking invincible, Sundowner declared, earning eye rolls from his teammates. But seriously, boss, these Xenos want to play rough? Let's give them a proper Liberty Eagles welcome. Sometimes you need to kill with kindness, and by kindness, I mean overwhelming firepower. Mistral, the only known Astartes among them, moved like a ghost despite her transhuman frame. She may not be a space marine, but she still underwent genetic enhancement meant for the Liberty Guard. Her psychic aura rippled subtly, a testament to both her Ixion 3 heritage and FBI training. I sense their arrogance from here, she said, her voice carrying otherworldly harmonics. They believe themselves apex predators. But they've never faced anything like us. Their minds are alien, but not incomprehensible. They can feel fear. We will teach them its true meaning. Armstrong nodded approvingly. Years of fighting alongside these killers had taught him to trust their instincts. Each of them, in their own way, was an artist of death. Here's the plan, he activated the tactical overlay. We're splitting into 2 teams. Sundowner and Monsoon, you're with me. We'll hit their main command structure, shock and awe, maximum impact. Sam and Mistral, you'll infiltrate their secondary nodes. Sam keeps their elite warriors busy while Mistral works her magic on their central command. All while giving war a chance, Captain. Sam quipped, earning a round of dark chuckles from the team. Armstrong's grin widened. That's right. War isn't about right and wrong anymore. It's about justice, imperial justice. These Xenos crossed a line when they butchered those colonists. Now they'll learn why the Liberty Eagles are the Emperor's judgment made manifest. The desperados stood at attention, each a perfect instrument of war in their own right. Jetstream Sam, the honorable killer whose blade moved faster than thought. Monsoon, the philosophical destroyer who turned battlefields into magnetic meat grinders. Sundowner, the walking apocalypse who reveled in controlled destruction. And Mistral, the phantom killer whose psychic powers could shatter minds and break armies. Remember, Armstrong's voice grew serious for a moment. Father Franklin expects results. We're not just killing Xenos here, we're making a statement. The galaxy needs to know that when humanity plants its flag on a world, that world stays human. He clenched his fist, nanomachines hardening his skin to a metallic sheen. Load up and prep for monolith drop. In 24 hours, I want this world cleansed and ready for recolonization. Are we clear? Crystal, boss, Sundowner growled. Like a quantum-stabilized mirror, Monsoon added. Time to let rip. Sam declared, already heading for the armory. Mistral simply nodded, her psychic aura flaring briefly with anticipated violence. As his team dispersed to prepare for the coming slaughter, Armstrong allowed himself a moment of pride. They were monsters, each and every one of them, but they were his monsters. And more importantly, they were the Liberty Eagles' monsters, precisely controlled weapons aimed at humanity's enemies. The Xenos wouldn't know what hit them. After all, you don't fuck with this captain. In the war room of Etna, Franklin Valorian and Fulgrim stood side by side, engrossed in a complex battle hologram that flickered to life before them. The glowing figures of squads and war machines danced across the display, each movement a test to the meticulous strategy Franklin imparted. Fulgrim, now tempered by his defeat from his brother, adjusted his battle doctrine with a focused intensity, keenly aware of the constraints imposed by dwindling resources in the simulation. Together, they maneuvered the holographic units with fluid precision, reimagining formations and tactics to adapt to the ever-changing landscape of war. Consider flanking with the artillery, Fulgrim, Franklin suggested, his voice steady yet authoritative. If we can draw their fire, we can position our heavier units to exploit any gaps in their defenses. Fulgrim nodded, a flicker of inspiration igniting in his eyes. Yes, that would force them to divide their attention. We can create a pincer movement, trapping them before they can regroup. As they refined their plans, the atmosphere crackled with the intensity of their focus, each moment filled with the weight of impending battles and potential futures. Just as Fulgrim was about to propose a daring tactical adjustment, the heavy doors of the chamber opened, revealing John Ezra. The stark contrast between the tension within and his calm demeanor caught both their attentions. Father, John began, his expression grave, our agents have located Naria, but the situation is critical. It may make or break our relationship with Primarch Angron. Chapter 93, Angron. A small fleet was dispatched to scout ahead and locate the world of Naria, following the star chart provided by Franklin. 3rd Captain Henry Cavill of the Minutemen was selected to lead this crucial mission. Among the ranks of the Liberty Eagles, few possess the necessary skills and tactical acumen to undertake such an operation. Typically, this responsibility would have fallen to either 1st Captain Washington or 2nd Captain Stephen Armstrong. However, Father Franklin determined that if he had been sent back in time from 10,000 years in the future to avert the Horus heresy, especially with the assassination of Erebus off the table, then it was only fitting to leverage his knowledge to find the broken Primarchs. Locating Angron on Naria was integral to this mission, and Captain Cavill was resolute in his commitment to this task. To aid in this task, the Liberty Eagles cooperated with the Warhounds. This partnership not only aimed to fulfill the mission but also served to put the Warhounds in the Eagles' debt a strategic advantage, should the need arise. Yet, beyond this, it was well known that the Liberty Eagles were often in the Emperor's company whenever a Primarch was found. It had happened with Lemon Russ, Ferrus Manus, and then to Fulgrim. As a result, many Astartes legions had begun reaching out to the Eagles, hoping to cooperate, perhaps with a quiet hope that they too might be present when their Primarch was finally discovered. 3rd Captain Cavill POV. The void stretched endlessly before us as our small fleet approached Naria. Standing at the observation deck of the Minuteman's Pride, I couldn't help but feel the weight of 10,000 years on my shoulders. And now here I was, Father had given me one specific mission, finding the broken gladiator who would become my uncle. Captain Cavill, Lieutenant Marcus's voice came through the vox. Captain Karn's shuttle is requesting permission to dock. I smiled. The World Eaters, no, the Warhounds as they were still called, had no idea what awaited their legion. Grant them clearance. Have them meet me in the briefing chamber. The corridors of our battlecruiser hummed with the quiet efficiency that characterized Liberty Eagle's operations. Karn was waiting in the briefing chamber, his Mark II Crusade armor bearing the white and blue of the Warhounds. Even without the blood-red armor he would later don, he cut an impressive figure. It was strange seeing him like this before the nails, before the rage. In my timeline, he had been both hero and villain, warrior and betrayer. But here, now, he was simply a captain serving his legion. "Brother Captain," I greeted him, clasping his forearm in the warrior's grip. "Welcome aboard the Minuteman's Pride." "Brother Captain Cavill," he returned the greeting. "Your invitation was unexpected. Though the Warhounds appreciate the Liberty Eagle's continued interest in our operations. If you only knew," I thought. "We have intelligence about this system that requires verification. Given your Legion's expertise in close-quarters operations, you were the natural choice for this mission." I activated the hololithic display, showing Nusaria's surface. "Our target is a city-state called Desh-Ea. We'll be conducting a covered reconnaissance mission." I paused, watching his reaction. "Which is why I've brought something special for your team." The automata wheeled in the sealed containers bearing our Legion's mark, the eagle clutching lightning bolts in one talon and broken chains in the other. "These are Exo-Armor Model X, Lictor pattern. Specifically designed for maximum stealth." Karn studied the X-Armor in Warhound colors with professional interest. "These look different from standard pattern power armor." "They are. Would you like a demonstration?" At his nod, I began the ritual of donning the armor. Unlike the crude power armor of this era, our exo-armor responded to neural impulses, practically flowing onto the wearer. I could see the surprise in Karn's eyes as the armor sealed itself around me without the need for tech priests or servitors. "By the Emperor," one of Karn's sergeants whispered. "The armor incorporates several SDCs we recovered from our home system," I explained, knowing I was feeding them a carefully crafted cover story. "Including some rather interesting stealth capabilities." With a thought, I activated the camouflage systems. The looks on their faces were priceless as I seemingly vanished from sight. Their armor's Auspex readings showed nothing: no heat signature, no movement, not even the subtle power emissions that all armor produced. "Impossible," another Warhound muttered. "Brother Captain!" Karn called out, his hand instinctively moving toward his weapon. I deactivated the camouflage, reappearing beside him. "Perfect for reconnaissance, wouldn't you agree?" Karn's face split into a predatory grin. "I begin to understand why your Legion's combat record is so impressive, Brother Captain. Your team will need to be fitted with these if we're to complete our mission successfully." I gestured to the containers. "They're calibrated for Astartes physiology, though they might take some getting used to." I watched as Karn approached one of the suits, his hands running over the smooth tyranimite surface. The armor was a masterpiece of engineering incorporating technologies that wouldn't be rediscovered for millennia. "The neural interface is more intimate than standard power armor," I warned as Karn began to don the suit. "You'll feel thrown." Karn gasped as the neural links connected. His eyes widened as the full capabilities of the armor became apparent to him. "It's like wearing nothing at all, yet feeling invincible." "The machine spirit is more evolved than what you're used to," I explained. Machine spirit is the term used for the rest of the Astartes legions who aren't familiar with the ways of the Eagles, especially their use of AI, which is considered heretical to the greater Imperium. "It learns from you, anticipates your movements. Given time, it becomes less like wearing armor and more like having a second skin." I watched as the rest of his team were fitted with the armor, each experiencing the same moment of shock followed by wonder. It was like watching children discover a new toy, though these children were among the deadliest warriors in the galaxy. "Now," I said, bringing up a detailed map of Desh-Ea, "our mission. We'll insert via drop pod at these coordinates, using the armor's stealth capabilities to approach the city undetected. Our primary objective is to gather intelligence on the gladiatorial games and their participants." Karn studied the map intently. "These games, they're significant. More than you know, Brother Captain." I met his gaze steadily. "What we find here could change the course of your Legion's future." "You speak in riddles, Cavill." I smiled sadly. "The Emperor's work often requires discretion, brother. Trust that all will become clear in time." As we made final preparations for the drop, I couldn't help but feel the weight of history pressing down on me. Somewhere below, Angron was fighting his doomed rebellion. In another timeline, the Emperor would teleport him away, leaving his brothers and sisters to die. That moment of abandonment would plant the seeds that Lorgar would later exploit, helping to push my uncle into Kern's waiting arms. But this time would be different. This time, we had advance warning. This time, we had technology that could turn the tide. This time, we could save not just Angron, but his rebels as well. Karn POV. The drop pod's impact barely registered through the sophisticated dampeners of the exo-armor. I had to admit, these Liberty Eagles and their technology were something else entirely. The armor moved like a second skin, feeding me information with a clarity that made our Mark II plate feel primitive in comparison. We moved through Deshier's streets like wraiths. Yellow markers indicated civilians going about their daily business, unaware of transhuman killers moving amongst them. Red signatures marked armed guards pathetically equipped by Astartes standards. But it was the blue markers of my battle brothers that truly impressed me. The armor tracked their positions with microscopic precision, even predicting their likely movement paths. Impressive, isn't it? Caval's voice came through the vox, somehow knowing my thoughts. There was something about these Liberty Eagles that didn't sit right. They knew too much, moved too precisely, as if they'd rehearsed this mission 1,000 times. The arena loomed before us, a monument to barbarism masquerading as entertainment. My enhanced hearing picked up the roar of the crowd before we even reached the walls. The armor responded to my thoughts, adhesion systems engaging automatically as we scaled the structure. Like predatory creatures from death worlds, we moved vertically with impossible grace. Then I saw him. Even among the press of bodies in the arena below, he stood out like a sun among candles. My gene father. Our Primarch. Every fiber of my transhuman body resonated with recognition. He stood nearly twice the height of the largest human gladiators, his muscles corded with power that made even the Ogren opponents look diminutive in comparison. Throne of Terra, Brother Various whispered over the vox. He's magnificent. Indeed he was. Fighting alongside him was an older mortal, moving with a grace that spoke of decades of combat experience. The two fought in perfect synchronization, as if they'd practiced this dance of death for years. The Ogrens didn't stand a chance. My hands tightened on my weapon as I watched my gene father being forced to perform like some beast for these vermin. The targeting system in the new armor helpfully identified optimal killing zones throughout the crowd. One word from me, and my brothers could begin the slaughter these high riders so richly deserved. Steady, brother captain, Caval's voice cut through my rage. Remember the mission parameters. Then came the drone, a hovering insult they called Maggot's Eye, and everything changed. Angron the Unbeaten and Enimaz the Bear of Yulheim have done it again. The mechanical voice grated against my ears. And for their final test, a match of treachery. Angron vs Enimaz. I felt the growl building in my throat, echoed by my brothers. To force a warrior to fight his mentor, his friend, it was an abomination. These high riders were worse than the most degenerate Xenos we'd encountered in the Great Crusade. No. Angron's voice rang out, our father's voice was firm, defiant. In that single word, I heard the strength that would lead armies, the will that could unite worlds. The drone's response made my blood boil. This is not a request. Refusing the orders of the Highborn, we have a way of handling this behavior. What happened next would be forever burned into my memory. People of Deshier, how shall we deal with this insubordination? The crowd's response: nails. 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 Was a chant that spoke of old horrors, of repeated atrocities. Before any of us could react, guns appeared from hidden positions. My enhanced vision caught every projectile as they struck my gene sire, pumping him full of drugs potent enough to fell a Primarch. I saw targeting solutions flash across my visor. 16 optimal firing positions. 23 high-value targets. 4 Titwosicons to clear the immediate area of hostiles. Brother Captain, one of my warhounds snarled, give the word. Give the word and we'll paint this arena red. Brother Captain Karn. Caval's voice held an edge of steel I hadn't heard before. Hold. Position. They dare. The words came out as a growl. They dare drug a son of the Emperor. And they will pay, Caval assured me. I watched them beat Enimaz, the old warrior trying to reach his fallen son even as clubs and shock mauls drove him to his knees. The crowd cheered louder. They were lifting our Primarch's unconscious form onto a Medici slab. The old gladiator, Enimaz, had been beaten into submission but still called out. You cowards! Face him warrior to warrior. This is beneath even you, high riders. These people deserve to die, I thought. They deserve to die screaming. Captain Cavill's hand on my shoulder stopped me. Discretion, brother Captain, he said, his voice tight with barely contained rage. We're too few, and the consequences. He was right, damn him. Even with their superior technology, we were but a handful of Astartes. We could kill many, perhaps even enough to free our father, but the cost would be catastrophic. Not just to us, but to the Great Crusade itself. Our father, the mighty Angron, was being carried away like some prized livestock to whatever torture they had planned. The nails they spoke of, something told me this was a pivotal moment, something that would shape not just our legion's fate, but perhaps the Imperium itself. Nova Libertas has been notified, Cavill reported, his tone professional but laden with urgency. The Primarch is coming. Hours, at most. Hours. How much damage could these creatures do to our Gene Father in hours? What were these nails they spoke of? The targeting reticle in my display kept drifting to the High Rider's viewing box. One burst of fire. That's all it would take. Brother Captain, Cavill's voice cut through my murderous thoughts. We need to move. They're taking him to the central medical facility. We can track him, but we need to stay undetected. The crowd, I growled. They cheer for this. They celebrate this degradation. And they will answer for it, Cavill promised. There was something in his voice, knowledge, perhaps, or certainty born of information I wasn't privy to. But right now, we need to focus on the mission. The Primarch, your Primarch, needs us thinking clearly. I forced myself to focus, to push down the rage. The Exormer's systems responded to my elevated heart rate, automatically adjusting its performance parameters. These Liberty Eagles and their technology, there was more to them than they let on. Warhounds, form up, I ordered over the squad vox. We follow. But mark my words, brothers, every face you see, every High Rider who cheers, every guard who raises a hand to our father, remember them. Their time will come. As we moved through the shadows of Deshie, tracking our drugged Gene Father, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were witnessing a crucial moment in history. Something about Cavill's urgency, the way he'd immediately contacted his Primarch, he knew something. Something about these nails, about what they would mean for our legion. The Exormer's systems kept feeding me data, distance to target, optimal routes, threat assessments. But all I could focus on was the massive figure being carried away by those who would dare enslave a demigod. My Gene Father. Our Primarch. Angron. Hold on, Father, I thought. The Warhounds are here. Your sons have found you. And when the Liberty Eagles arrive, blood calls for blood. And the High Riders would learn the price of enslaving a Primarch. The central medical facility of Deshie had never witnessed anything like it. Death came not with the expected roar of bolters or the clash of combat, but in absolute silence. The Exo-Armor's advanced systems turned the Emperor's finest warriors into living ghosts. Through the augmented reality display of the Lictor pattern armor, the facility transformed into a three-dimensional killing ground. Every guard, every medical servitor, every twisted chirurgeon was marked, categorized, and designated for termination. The efficiency was breathtaking. Red markers indicated armed opposition, 48 guards total, spread across 3 levels. Yellow markers highlighted medical personnel, 12 in total, including the lead doctor who would have performed the neural surgery. Blue markers showed friendly forces, moving like liquid shadow through the corridors. Squad Primus, led by Brother Sergeant Various, broke off to secure Enemas. Their movement through the eastern wing was poetry in motion. The armor's enhanced mobility systems allowed them to cling to walls and ceilings, dropping down on unsuspecting guards with lethal precision. No shots fired, no alerts raised, just the wet sound of combat blades finding vital organs through gaplates in flak armor. In the western corridor, Brothers Marcus and Darius moved in perfect synchronization. A guard patrol of 6 men never saw them coming. The Exo-Armor's neural interface allowed for perfect coordination, one brother sweeping low while the other struck high, their titanium ceramic blades sliding between ribs and severing spines. The guards' bodies were carefully lowered to the ground, the sound of their armor touching the floor dampened by the suit's acoustic suppression field. Central command post 4 guards, all armed with las rifles. Brother Julius dropped from the ceiling, his armor's active camouflage making him appear as nothing more than a heat shimmer. By the time the guards realized something was wrong, 2 were already dead, their throats opened with surgical precision. The third managed to reach for his weapon before a Tyranimate-clad hand crushed his windpipe. The fourth died never knowing what killed him. The medical team presented a different challenge. The lead chirurgeon, a twisted individual whose augmatics seemed more suited to torture than healing, was surrounded by servitors and assistants. Squad Secundus dealt with them as efficiently as they had the guards. The servitors were disabled with targeted electromagnetic pulses from the exo-armor's integrated weapons systems. The human personnel were eliminated with quick, precise strikes, no blood, no screams, nothing to alert the rest of the facility. In the primary surgical theater, where they had taken Angron, Captain Karn and Captain Cavill led the final assault. The room's defenders never stood a chance. The exo-armor's enhanced strength allowed them to literally tear limb from limb those who would dare harm the Primarch. The neural butcher who would have installed the butcher's nails died trying to comprehend how his security had been breached so completely. Through it all, the facility's surveillance systems saw nothing. The exo-armor's multi-spectrum stealth systems defeated every auger, every picked recorder, every motion sensor. As far as the facility's cogitators were concerned, the guards and medical team simply ceased to exist, deleted from reality by ghosts in the machine. The final tally took less than 3 minutes. 48 guards eliminated. 12 medical personnel neutralized. 24 servitors disabled. 0 alerts raised. 0 shots fired. 0 survivors. The air was thick with tension as Angron's eyes fluttered open, the drug-induced haze slowly lifting. Karn stood before him, the unfamiliar exo-armor gleaming in the arena's harsh light. Angron's muscles tensed, ready to lash out at the first sign of threat. "Easy, father," Karn said, his voice low and soothing. "You're safe now." Angron's gaze narrowed, sweeping over the unfamiliar figures surrounding him. "Father," he growled, the word alien on his tongue. "What trickery is this?" "No trickery, Angron," a new voice cut in. The man approaching was taller than even Karn, his bearing regal yet approachable. "They are your sons." Henry gestured to the warhounds, "and we are your nephews." He gestured to himself and the eagles. "We've come to free you from this degradation." Angron bristled at the implied insult, his hands clenching into fists. "My sons? Nephews? I know no such thing. Who are you, and why should I trust the word of strangers?" Karn stepped forward, removing his helmet to reveal the proud, scarred features of a true warrior. "I am Karn, captain of the 8th Assault Company. These are my brothers, the Warhounds." He gestured to the others, their features hidden behind the sleek visors of the exo-armor. "And you, mighty Angron, are our Gene Father, the Primarch of our legion." Angron studied him, his expression torn between disbelief and the faintest glimmer of recognition. Gene Father. The word seemed to unlock something deep within him, a primal connection that even his harsh life had failed to sever. "It's true, Angron," the taller man said, his voice calm and reassuring. "I am Henry Cavill, 3rd Captain of the Liberty Eagles. We've come to rescue you, and your comrades, from this place." As if on cue, the chamber's doors hissed open, admitting a new figure. Angron recognized the weathered features and calloused hands of the old gladiator, Enamos. The man moved with a limp, his robe stained with blood, but his eyes were alight with a determined fire. "Angron," Enamos said, his voice rough with emotion. "They speak the truth. These Astartes have come to rescue us to free the slaves of Desh-Ea." Angron studied the old man, sensing the sincerity in his words. "You trust them, then?" He gestured to Cavill and Karn. "Why should I?" Enamos laid a hand on Angron's arm, a gesture that would have been foolhardy for any other man. "Because they are your sons, Angron. Your blood." The words struck a chord within Angron, resonating with a primal familiarity. He stared at the two Astartes, seeing them anew. The instinctive pull he'd felt, the sense of kinship, it all clicked into place. "Sons," he murmured, the word foreign on his tongue. Unbidden, a memory surfaced, a half-forgotten dream of a golden figure, standing amidst a legion of warriors. He looked to Enamos, seeing the same resolve in the old gladiator's eyes. "You and I, we had a plan. To lead the slaves to freedom." Enamas's brow furrowed. "But with the Astartes' aid, we might succeed where we would have failed." Captain Cavill's POV. As Angron and Enamos laid out the details of their plan to free the slaves of Naria, I remained silent, carefully recording every word. My HUD displayed the live feed being transmitted back to Father. Franklin would be monitoring the situation closely. The weight of this moment pressed down on me. Angron, the 12th Primarch, was finally within our grasp, free from the butcher's nails, but would not leave without his gladiator family in tow. I could sense his unwavering resolve, his determination to see this through and secure the freedom of those he had sworn to protect. It was a far cry from the rage-fueled berserker I had read about in the histories. Father was already aware of the situation, and his instructions had been clear: let my brother rescue his kin. I will do the rest. Chapter 94, Plans and Manipulations. Aboard the Imperator Somnium, 8:31:30 m. Fulgrim poured a splash of Fenrischen ale into Lemon's horn, his movements as precise as always. The contrast was stark, one brother pristine in every sense, the other a shaggy figure clad in wolf pelts. Yet here they were, sharing a drink, a moment neither had expected. Lemon smirked, raising his horn. To Franklin. The madman who thought sticking the Wolf King and the Phoenician in the same room was a good idea. Fulgrim's lips curled into a faint smile as he lifted his chalice. Indeed. Though I suspect he enjoys the chaos of such meetings. I can already hear him laughing about this in that insufferably casual way of his. The brothers drank, silence settling comfortably between them. Lemon leaned back in his chair, his piercing eyes studying Fulgrim. You're not quite what I pictured, you know. Fulgrim arched a brow. Oh? Let me guess. You imagined me preening in front of a mirror, bemoaning the slightest smudge on my armor. Well, yet. Lemon's grin widened. I heard all the stories. Fulgrim the perfect. Fulgrim the artist. The brother who'd probably faint if he got a speck of mud on his boots. Fulgrim chuckled, a sound warmer than Lemon expected. And I heard tales of the untamed savage, more beast than man, who solved problems by tearing them apart with his bare hands. It seems we both believed the exaggerations. Lemon barked a laugh, clapping Fulgrim on the shoulder. That's fair. But Franklin's had his fun knocking some sense into us, hasn't he? Fulgrim nodded, his expression softening. He has a way of reframing things. At first, I thought his methods crude, even disrespectful. But over time, I realized there was brilliance in his chaos. Ha! Chaos is one word for it. Lemon drained his horn in a single pull, slamming it onto the table. But he's got his ways. Like that ridiculous dance of his. Fulgrim groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. Don't remind me. He had the audacity to perform that absurd routine during a sparring session. Humming some nonsensical tune, weaving like a drunkard. And then? Lemon prompted, his grin full of mischief. Fulgrim sighed. And then I found myself on the floor, utterly defeated. I'm still trying to understand how he did it. Lemon roared with laughter. He got me the same way. Damn near broke my pride that day. But you know what? That's the brilliance of him. He doesn't just teach, he shows us a different way of thinking. Fulgrim swirled the wine in his chalice, his gaze distant. He once told me that perfection isn't about flawless execution but about achieving the best possible outcome. It was humbling, to say the least. Lemon leaned forward, his voice quieter now. He told me something similar. Showed me a vision of what could be if I let my pride blind me. It wasn't a pretty sight. A shadow crossed Fulgrim's face. He showed me my potential too. My pursuit of perfection, unchecked, leading to ruin. It was a sobering lesson. Lemon nodded slowly. Franklin has a knack for holding up a mirror to our worst fears. But he doesn't just leave us there. He shows us how to rise above them. Indeed, Fulgrim murmured, raising his chalice once more. To Franklin, then. The brother who reminds us that even perfectionists and barbarians can find common ground. Lemon raised his horn, his grin softer now. To Franklin. And to brothers who can share a drink without trying to kill each other. Russ leaned forward, his voice dropping. Speaking of brothers, what do you make of our next destination? Naria, Fulgrim pronounced carefully. Home to our soon-to-be rediscovered brother Angron, if the navigational charts are correct. Angron, Russ tested the name. Sounds like a warrior's name. Most of our names sound like warriors' names, brother, Fulgrim pointed out. Though this one, it carries a certain weight. Like thunder before a storm. Franklin knows something, Russ said, his keen eyes flickering to where their brother stood with the Emperor. He's been more serious since we entered this sector. No jokes, no pranks. Fulgrim nodded slowly. I noticed. Even his legion's behavior has changed. Their usual revelry has been replaced with preparation. The Liberty Eagles are arming for war, not a reunion. What kind of brother do you think we'll find? Russ wondered, refilling his horn. Another warrior scholar like Franklin? A diplomat like Horace? I have yet to meet our brother Horace, but neither, Fulgrim said with certainty. The reports from Naria speak of gladiatorial arenas and brutal governance. If our brother was raised there. He left the thought unfinished. So, Franklin began, his towering frame casually leaning against the observation window. Good news and bad news about our angry little brother, father. Which would you prefer first? The Emperor's golden eyes fixed upon his son with that characteristic stern patience that had weathered millennia. The situation, Franklin. Without the theatrics. You're no fun sometimes, you know that. Franklin grinned, but straightened slightly. Good news, Angron hasn't been turned into a walking anatomy lesson in anger management yet. The butcher's nails aren't in his head. The Emperor's aura flickered briefly with relief, though his face remained impassive. And the bad news? He's pulling a Spartacus down there. Complete with the I am Spartacus moment and everything. Won't leave without his gladiator brothers and sisters. Franklin pulled out a data slate, projecting a holographic map of Naria's capital. Also, he kind of really hates aristocrats. Like, a lot. Which, you know, might be a tiny problem considering. He gestured vaguely at the Emperor's resplendent form. You believe he will resist my authority? Father, no offense, but you literally look like every slavery-supporting aristocrat's final form. You're going to trigger every single one of his trauma responses just by existing in his general vicinity. The Emperor's eyebrow raised fractionally. You have a solution in mind. Don't I always? Franklin's grin widened. See, what our brother needs isn't just a father figure. He needs a savior. A real hollow drama-worthy moment. Which is why I've already dispatched the Green Berets to start some trouble. Explain. Picture this, Franklin swept his arm dramatically across the view of stars. Angron and his gladiator army, fighting for freedom, slowly being pushed back by overwhelming odds. The evil High Riders closing in from all sides. Hope fading. And then. He paused for effect. The skies open up, golden light everywhere. You do the golden light thing so well, Father, and down comes humanity's savior to rescue them all. Very theatrical. Very epic. The kind of thing that makes people write songs. The Emperor's expression remained neutral, but there was a glimmer of something like amusement in his eyes. You intend to orchestrate their defeat. Not defeat strategic disadvantage, Franklin corrected, waving a finger. The Green Berets are already infiltrating every major city-state. We're going to shepherd this whole situation like the world's most violent sheepdog competition. Push them exactly where we want them, when we want them there. And afterwards? Well, Franklin's expression turned predatory. Once Angron safely with his legion and feeling all warm and fuzzy about his new family, we let him do what he does best. Turn him loose on the High Riders. Let him have his revenge, but as a Primarch, not a slave. Very therapeutic. Plus, it'll make great propaganda, the Emperor's justice, and all that. The Emperor was silent for a moment, considering. You've thought this through? I mean, I also considered just dropping a bunch of banana peels outside the High Riders' palaces and letting physics sort it out, but Malkador said that would be unprofessional and not fitting for imperial dignity. Franklin shrugged. Party pooper, that one. Franklin. The Emperor's tone carried a warning. Sorry. Serious face. Franklin straightened up fully, adopting an exaggerated grimace that looked completely out of place on his features. Most noble father, I have devised a strategic implementation of specialized forces to facilitate the optimal extraction and integration of our brother Primarch, while simultaneously ensuring the liberation of his compatriots and the elimination of corrupt local governance. The Emperor's lips twitched slightly. Better. Though perhaps with less sarcasm next time. Ah, but then how would you know it was really me? Franklin's grin returned. Besides, someone has to keep things light around here. Have you seen Fulgrim lately? I had to throw him through 3 walls before he'd admit that perfect form isn't always perfect. 3 walls, father? Do you know how much paperwork that generated? The walls, or teaching Fulgrim humility? Both. Franklin threw up his hands. Though I have to admit, watching him try to maintain his dignity while covered in debris was pretty priceless. Almost as good as that time I convinced Lemon to try zero wrestling. The Emperor raised an eyebrow. I recall the apothecarian reports. Worth it though. Franklin's expression softened slightly. That's what Angron needs too. A chance to be more than his trauma. To learn how to laugh again. The Emperor studied his son for a long moment. Very well. Proceed with your plan. But Franklin. Yes, father. Try to keep the property damage to a minimum this time. Father, please. Franklin pressed a hand to his chest in mock offense. When have I ever been anything but the very soul of restraint? The Emperor's silence was eloquent. Okay, fair point, Franklin conceded. But in my defense, Lemon started that one. Who brings a giant Fenrician Kraken to a duel anyway? The Emperor turned to leave, but not before Franklin caught the slight shake of his head, the closest thing to a laugh he'd seen from his father in weeks. As the master of mankind's golden form retreated from the observation deck, Franklin turned back to the stars, his grin fading into something more contemplative. In the shadows of Nusaria's opulent city-states, death moved with practiced precision. The green berets of the Liberty Eagles, in their exo-armor lictor pattern, that bent light around their forms, infiltrated the palatial compounds of the High Riders with mechanical efficiency. Each team was accompanied by technosers of the FBI, their psychic hoods pulsing with subtle energy as they walked unseen through gilded halls. Target acquired in the Eastern Wing, whispered a brother sergeant through the neural link. High Rider Cassius of Ventura City. Security detail, 8 guards, 2 cybermastiffs. Acknowledged, replied a technoser team leader, his fingertips dancing with microarcs of psychic lightning. Initiating protocol Manchurian. The operation repeated itself across Nusaria's surface. In Delvina, the emerald spires of the merchant princes became silent tombs as their masters were reprogrammed. In the golden towers of Pithis, the ruling council found themselves experiencing simultaneous epiphanies about the threat of Angron's rebellion. Each high rider, each military commander, each influential noble, all carefully selected, all precisely manipulated. The technosers worked their subtle art with surgical precision. Unlike crude mind control, their manipulation was insidious, altering core beliefs, implanting suggestions, restructuring priorities. The High Riders still believed they were acting of their own free will, even as they danced to strings pulled by unseen puppeteers. Remarkable architecture, noted technoser Yulia as she rewired the synapses of a military governor. Such a shame about the society it houses. Focus on the task, her green beret escort reminded her. The timeline is critical. In the command center orbiting Nusaria, holographic displays showed the progress of each team. Green lights flickered across the planet's surface as targets were secured. Intelligence Officer Elias Thorne watched the pattern emerge with cold satisfaction. Like dominoes, he murmured. All falling exactly where we need them. The news of Deshier's burning spread across the planet like wildfire. The Eater of Cities, they called Angron and his slave army. A monster. A demon. A slave who dared to rise above his station. The carefully orchestrated propaganda machine went into overdrive, each independent city-state reaching the same conclusion: this threat must be eliminated. Armies began to mobilize. Tanks rolled out of their hangars. Gunships took to the skies. All converging on Deshier, all responding to the clear and present danger their leaders suddenly perceived. None questioned why their normally fractious rulers had achieved such perfect consensus. In the ruins of Deshier, 31 hours had elapsed and Angron and his gladiator army fought with desperate valor. They had expected resistance, but not this, not the unified might of an entire world bearing down upon them. Yet even as hope seemed to fade, they fought on, for freedom was worth any price. "Sir," reported a Green Beret operator, "the target is now surrounded on 3 sides. Estimated force ratio is 100 to 1. Civilian casualties minimal. We've ensured the evacuation of non-combatants through unofficial channels." Elias Thorne nodded. "Excellent. And the High Riders themselves? All safely ensconced in their command centers, sir. Ready for Phase 2. Perfect." Thorne opened a secure channel to the Imperator Somnium. "My Lord Franklin, the stage is set. The tragic hero stands at bay, the villains gather in their towers, and the masses watch with bated breath." A thin smile crossed his face. "I believe it's time for the Emperor to make his entrance." In the burning streets of Deshier, Angron roared defiance at the encircling armies, unaware that every move, every position, every decision had been carefully orchestrated. The trap was perfect not to destroy him, but to elevate him. To transform a slave's rebellion into a legend. The technosers monitored the psychic atmosphere of the planet, feeling the building tension, the fear, the anticipation. Everything was resonating at exactly the right frequency. When the Emperor would appear, it would not just be a rescue, it would be a moment of transcendent revelation, burning itself into the psyche of every witness. All units, stand by for Phase 2, Thorn commanded. Prepare for divine intervention. And someone make sure those high riders are recording. After all. He glanced at a picked capture of Franklin's knowing smirk. Every good story needs proper documentation. In the orbital command center, the masters of manipulation watched their work unfold. Below them, armies surged toward a single point, driven by implanted imperatives and manufactured fears. And in their towers, the high riders watched with satisfaction, never suspecting that their very thoughts had been choreographed for this moment. The trap was set. The actors were in position. All that remained was for the Emperor to step onto the stage they had so carefully prepared. Send the signal, Thorn ordered. It's time for the Golden Light Show. As the message was transmitted, he allowed himself a small smile. Somewhere up there, he knew Franklin was probably grinning like a madman at how perfectly it had all come together. Sometimes, Thorn reflected, the greatest victories were the ones no one ever knew you'd won. Chapter 95, Broken Chains. Angron POV. The smell of burning marble and scorched flesh filled my lungs, familiar companions in this dance of death. Dash burns. My brothers and sisters in chains dance free among its flames, and I watch warriors claiming to be my blood tear through our oppressors like paper. Karn. The name echoes in my mind each time I watch him move. My son? The concept should feel foreign, yet something deep within my blood recognizes truth in it. His movements are poetry written in violence, each swing of his blade precise yet savage. Akin guards las round meant for one of my gladiator kin splashes harmlessly against his shield, technology beyond anything I've seen on this cursed world. Secure that corridor. His voice carries authority born of experience, not birthright. No kin guard leaves alive. Protect the freed ones. Protect the freed ones. Not slaves. Not chattel. He sees them as I do, as people. Warriors. Family. Inamaz fights beside me, his eyes wide as he watches these giants in midnight blue and bone white tear through our former masters. Angron, he breathes, they fight like you. They rage like you. The warhounds. My sons. The word still tastes strange on my tongue, but their actions speak louder than any claim of kinship. They fight not just to kill, but to shield. Every movement calculated to protect my gladiator brothers and sisters. Our people. And then there are the others, the Liberty Eagles, led by this Captain Cavil. My nephews? They move differently, more controlled, but no less deadly. Their precision reminds me of the games of strategy I would play with Inamaz between matches, plotting how to survive with minimal losses. Eastern quarter secured, Lord Angron, Cavil reports, his voice carrying easily over the battle din. We've established safe corridors for your people. No civilian casualties. The High Riders' forces are in complete disarray. Lord Angron. Not slave. Not gladiator. Not property. The title should rankle, it's too close to High Rider, but there's something different in how they say it. Respect earned, not demanded. I watch a group of children, still wearing their slave collars, being gently guided by one of the warhounds. The giant warrior has removed his helmet, revealing a face marked with scars that could have been earned in any fighting pit. He speaks softly to them, checking for injuries, helping them stay calm amid the chaos. These are not the actions of another breed of oppressor. 31 hours, Inamaz remarks beside me, watching Dash burn. 31 hours and the impossible dream becomes reality. The impossible dream. Freedom. Not just for me, but for all of them. Every brother and sister who bled in the pits, who bore the lash, who dared to dream of chains breaking. And now. A kin guard appears from a hidden door, raising a plasma pistol toward one of my gladiator sisters. Before I can move, Karn is there, his shield flaring as he takes the shot meant for her. His return stroke is perfect, a fighting pit killing blow, executed with transhuman speed. He fights like me. He protects like me. A group of my gladiator brothers emerges from a secured building, led by Liberty Eagles in their distinctive armor. One of the warriors carries a child, a slave child who would have died in the pits like so many others. Instead, she reaches for the stars with wonder in her eyes. The horizon darkened with approaching armies. I had led enough battles to know death when I saw it coming. Millions strong, they marched under the banners of every city-state on Naria. The High Riders had finally united, it seemed united in their desire to crush this slave rebellion once and for all. My stomach clenched, not for myself, but for my brothers and sisters of the pits. We had fought so hard, bled so much. Lord Angron. Cavill's voice drew my attention. We have arrived at the rendezvous point. Reinforcements are inbound. I turned to where he indicated, and for a moment, I thought the blood loss had finally driven me mad. A massive gate stood where nothing had been before, its architecture impossible and otherworldly. Liberty Eagles stood guard around it with a casualness that suggested they saw such impossibilities every day. The armies crashed against our lines like a tide of steel and flesh. Fall back! I roared, knowing each step of retreat cost us in blood. The Astartes provided covering fire, their weapons spitting death with ruthless efficiency. And then the gate opened. They came in waves of white and blue, more warriors bearing the same marks as Karn. At their head rode a warrior who introduced himself as Ibramgir, Legion Master of the Warhounds. He called me father with such conviction, such pride, that something shifted in my chest. The Warhounds live to serve, Lord Angron, Gear declared, his warriors already moving to protect my gladiator kin. They fought like I did, direct, brutal, efficient. No wasted movement, no hesitation. Just pure, focused violence. The next wave came in purple and gold, led by a being whose beauty seemed almost offensive in the midst of such carnage. Brother, he greeted me, and his voice carried the kind of perfection I had only heard in the songs of dying men. Fulgrim, he called himself, though he didn't need to somehow, I knew him, as if his name had been written in my blood all along. Grey-clad warriors howling war cries that shook the very air came next. Their leader was as untamed as I was, his armor deliberately primitive, his presence radiating the kind of savage nobility I recognized from the greatest gladiators. Brother, Lemon Russ growled, and in his voice I heard the call of kindred spirits. Then came the warriors in navy blue, their armor adorned with stars, led by one whose presence changed the very atmosphere of the battlefield. His perpetual smirk should have enraged me. I had seen too many high riders smile like that. But there was something different in his eyes, something that spoke of understanding rather than condescension. Brother, Franklin said, pulling me into an embrace before I could process what was happening. Good to see you finally. The hug should have triggered every combat instinct I had, should have ended with one of us bleeding. Instead, I found myself frozen, experiencing something I had no reference for. Around us, the battle transformed. The Warhounds fought with my gladiator brothers as if they had trained together for years, anticipating moves, covering weaknesses. The Emperor's children brought artistry to their slaughter, each squad moving in perfect coordination. The Space Wolves howled their blood songs, their savage joy in battle matching my own warriors' defiance. And the Liberty Eagles, they turned the battlefield itself against our enemies, their tactics making every position we held seem to multiply our numbers tenfold. Quite a family reunion, isn't it? Franklin's voice carried a hint of laughter even as he casually deflected a las round that would have taken my head. Though I have to say, brother, you certainly know how to throw a welcome party. Family, I tested the word, watching as Karn and Enamaz fought back shoeback, their movements perfectly synchronized. You claim we are brothers? Claim. Franklin's smirk widened. No, brother. We are. By blood and by choice, the latter being far more important, wouldn't you say? After all, you've proven that true brotherhood isn't about birth, but about who stands with you when the whole world wants you dead. A high rider tank formation tried to break through our lines. Before I could move, Franklin made a gesture, and the skies began to rain fire. The tanks burnt with the smell of promethium, though I have to admit, he continued as if nothing had happened, our family gatherings tend to get a bit rowdy. I watched as my gladiator brothers fought alongside these impossible warriors, saw how the Astartes protected them with the same dedication they showed to their own. This was not the protection of masters over slaves, but of brothers defending brothers. Your emperor, I said finally, he claims to be our father. Ah, yes. Franklin's expression softened slightly. I know what you're thinking, another high rider, another master claiming ownership. But trust me, brother, father is different. He's more like you than you might think. A liberator. A warrior. Someone who looks at humanity's chains and decides they need breaking. Around us, the battle began to shift. The armies of Naria, for all their numbers, found themselves outmaneuvered at every turn. The impossible gate continued to pour out reinforcements: more warhounds, more Emperor's children, more space wolves, more Liberty Eagles. Each unit moved with purpose, their actions coordinated with a precision that spoke of a plan long in the making. You planned this, I realized, watching as another High Rider formation collapsed under concentrated fire. All of this? Well, someone had to make sure your grand rebellion had a proper finale. Franklin winked. Consider it a welcome ephemeral gift. Speaking of which, he pointed to the sky, where the clouds began to part in a way that nature never intended. I believe Father's right on cue. I felt him before I saw him. Not like the predatory presence of a High Rider, dripping with assumed superiority and cruel intent. This was different. Like standing next to an ancient mountain that had witnessed the birth of civilizations, or feeling the warmth of a sun that chose to walk among mortals. Franklin had withdrawn, orchestrating the systematic dismantling of the million-strong army that had meant to be our doom. Each order he gave was followed by another impossible victory, another enemy formation collapsing, another High Rider's dreams of glory turning to ash. But my attention was pulled away from even this magnificent display of warfare by a hand on my shoulder. My son. 2 words. Just 2 words, spoken with such depth of emotion that they seemed to carry the weight of millennia. I turned, expecting. I don't know what I expected. Another giant in golden armor perhaps, another figure of impossible martial prowess. Instead, I found myself looking at what appeared to be a scholar. A middle-aged man in simple white robes, adorned only with a violet sash and a modest wreath of silvered bronze in his grey hair. He looked ordinary. Deceptively so. Like a weapon wrapped in silk. I have finally found you, he continued, and his voice carried none of the affected sophistication of the High Riders, none of their practiced cruelty. My beautiful son. Beautiful? I almost laughed. I was a weapon, a thing of muscle and scars and rage. Beautiful was for the poets and artists the High Riders kept in their courts, not for gladiators who had spent their lives bathing in blood and sand. Yet his eyes, they held something I had never seen in any High Rider's gaze. Understanding. Not pity. I would have killed him where he stood if I had seen pity, but a deep, fundamental understanding of what it meant to fight against chains, both visible and invisible. You're the Emperor. The question came out more bewildered than accusatory. This was no High Rider preening in stolen finery. This was something else entirely. Like you, my son, he said, and his gaze took in the burning city, the freed slaves, the broken chains. I am one who sees the shackles that bind our people and seeks to break them. As he spoke, I felt the truth of his words resonating in my blood. This was no mere nobleman playing at revolution. This was someone who had walked the long road of liberation, who understood the price of freedom. Our people suffer not just under the yoke of petty tyrants like these High Riders, he continued, gesturing at the burning spires of Naria's cities, but under the oppression of Xeno's raiders, under the weight of ignorance left by old night. They need to be lifted up, shown the path to their own greatness. Around us, the battle continued to unfold like some precisely choreographed dance of death. My sons, and now I could truly feel that connection, fought alongside my gladiator brothers with perfect synchronization. The impossible gate continued to disgorge warriors, each unit moving with purpose, all part of some grand design I was only beginning to glimpse. The stars, he said, and in his voice I heard echoes of distant worlds, of battles yet to be fought, of chains yet to be broken. That is where humanity's destiny lies. That is where we must guide them. I looked up at the sky, past the golden light that had heralded his arrival, to the stars that had always seemed so distant from the blood-soaked sands of the arena. How many other worlds harbored their own High Riders? How many other slaves waited for liberation? A crusade, I said, testing the word. Not just a rebellion, not just a single city's worth of chains to break, but a galaxy-spanning mission of liberation. Yes. His smile held understanding, held purpose, held the promise of wars that would make even Naria's bloodshed seem small in comparison. Will you join us, my son? Will you help us free humanity from all its chains? I looked at my gladiator brothers, fighting with renewed vigor alongside their transhuman allies. I looked at my sons, the warhounds, their fury focused and directed in perfect harmony with my own ideals. I looked at my brothers Fulgrim's grace, Russ's savagery, Franklin's calculating brilliance, all aspects of the same great purpose. And I looked at this impossible father figure, this being who wore the shape of a scholar but carried himself like the most dangerous warrior I had ever encountered. No gilded throne. No affected heirs. Just purpose, power, and a vision that stretched beyond the confines of any single world. Yes, I heard myself say, and the word felt like breaking the last invisible chain I hadn't even known I wore. Yes, I will. His smile deepened, and for a moment, I saw not just the scholar or the warrior, but something far more ancient and powerful. Something that had waited millennia for this moment. Then let us begin. Chapter 96, Primarchs and Galactic Infrastructure. The wind carried ash across the ruined cityscape of Naria, a world reduced to cinders and broken marble. Angron stood amidst the devastation, his massive frame silhouetted against the smoke-filled sky. Without the butcher's nails that had defined his fate in another time, his eyes held clarity instead of rage, though they burned no less intensely as he looked down at the last High Rider squirming beneath his boot. With a motion faster than thought, Angron's blade flashed. The High Rider's words ended in a wet gurgle as his body fell in two perfect halves. It was done. Naria belonged to the dead. Around him, the combined forces of 4 legions were withdrawing through the shimmering portals that had brought them here. The Liberty Eagles in their gleaming blue armor, the Perfectionist Emperor's children in their royal purple, his own warhounds in their blue and bone ash, and the Space Wolves in their stormy grey. Only the Liberty Guard remained, their advanced scanning equipment sweeping the ruins, documenting everything for posterity and terraforming. Brother. The word caught his attention, pulling him from his reverie. Turning, Angron saw them standing together, Lemon Russ, wild and proud as a winter storm, Fulgrim, resplendent even in battle-stained armor, Franklin Valorian, wearing that impossibly confident grin, and behind them all, the Emperor himself, golden light seeming to emanate from his very being. Come here, Franklin called out, waving him over with characteristic enthusiasm. This is going to be the cornerstone of Imperial propaganda. The first official documentation of the Imperial family, the gathering of the Primarchs. Angron approached cautiously, still unused to such casual familiarity. The blood of his enemies still dripped from his weapons, his gladiator's attire marked with fresh stains. He felt out of place among his regal brothers. Franklin, ever perceptive, stepped forward and clasped Angron's shoulder. Stand tall, brother, he said, adjusting Angron's posture with surprising gentleness. Don't worry about the gladiator gear, the remembrancers can edit that. What matters is who you are now, one of the 20, a son of the Emperor of mankind. His voice dropped lower, meant for Angron alone. Let the past burn with Naria's ashes. The Emperor moved to the center, his presence drawing them naturally into formation. Fulgrim took his place with practiced grace, while Russ planted himself firmly, arms crossed in his characteristic pose. Franklin positioned himself next to Angron, providing an anchor of stability. The strange device, the pictor, Angron reminded himself, word and clicked, its mechanical eye focusing on them. Angron fought the urge to tense, remembering the Magotes that had once recorded his battles. This was different. This was family. Ready. Franklin called out, his voice carrying the weight of history in the making. This one's for posterity. The pictor's flash illuminated the scene for a brief instant, burning away the shadows cast by Naria's funeral pyre. In that moment of frozen time, they were captured together, the Emperor, resplendent and powerful, Fulgrim, the perfect prince, Russ, the proud wolf king, Franklin, the confident liberator, and Angron, no longer a slave but a Primarch among Primarchs. Behind them, Naria continued to burn, its ashes carrying away the last remnants of Angron's chains. Before them lay the future, the Great Crusade, brotherhood, and a galaxy to conquer. The pictor had captured more than just an image, it had captured the moment when Angron truly became what he was always meant to be, a son of the Emperor, a brother among brothers. As the flash faded, Franklin was already reviewing the image in the pictor's display. Perfect, he declared. The first official portrait of the Imperial family. Though we'll need to get the rest of our brothers in here eventually. He grinned at Angron. Think you can manage another smile when we do the full family portrait? For the first time since his rescue, Angron felt his lips twitch in what might have been the beginning of a smile. Perhaps, he thought, there was something to this brotherhood after all. On board Adamant Resolve. The observation deck of the Adamant Resolve offered a panoramic view of the void, the stars casting their eternal light across the armored giant who stood contemplating them. Angron's new battle plate bore the colors of his legion, blue like the skies he had rarely seen in the fighting pits, and bone-white like the sands that had drunk so much blood. The armor felt strange after years of gladiatorial gear, but there was an undeniable rightness to it, as if it had been waiting for him all along. Legion Master Ibram Gear approached with measured steps, his own armor bearing the same colors but adorned with the additional honors of campaigns fought in his Primarch's name. When Angron turned to face him, Gear dropped to one knee, head bowed in reverence. "My lord," Gear's voice carried the weight of decades of leadership and warfare, yet trembled slightly with genuine awe. "To finally stand in your presence, after fighting alongside you on Nuceria, it is an honor beyond words." Angron studied the Legion Master for a moment, noting the battle scars that marked his armor, each one telling a story of survival and triumph, something the Primarch understood intimately. "Rise, Legion Master. We have much to discuss, and I would rather do so as warriors who have shared a battlefield than as lord and servant." Gear rose, and Angron gestured to a strategic display table nearby. "Tell me of our Legion's status. I saw how they fought on Nuceria, disciplined, coordinated, effective. This speaks well of your leadership." "Thank you, my lord." The Warhounds number approximately 90,000 warriors, spread across 5 expeditionary fleets. "We've maintained above-average combat effectiveness, though." Gear hesitated briefly. "We've always felt the absence of our Primarch's guidance." Angron nodded, his expression thoughtful rather than angry. The memories of his gladiator brothers and sisters rose in his mind, and with them, a question of possibility rather than regret. "Tell me, Legion Master, what do you know of the process of creating Astartes? My brothers and sisters from the pits, they fought beside me for years. Their hearts are as worthy as any I've known." Gear shifted slightly, choosing his words carefully. "The standard process requires candidates to be young, pre-adolescent. However," he straightened, meeting his Primarch's gaze, "the Liberty Eagles possess technology that pushes these boundaries. While I'm not privy to the details, they've successfully enhanced adults in ways previously thought impossible. And the women among my gladiator kin. They cannot become Astartes, my lord, but the Liberty Guard program." Gear's voice took on a note of admiration. "It's a remarkable middle ground between baseline human and Astartes. Many of their enhanced soldiers can fight alongside us effectively." Angron absorbed this information, his hand unconsciously tracing the newly carved Legion symbol on his pauldron. Where once he thought of the red dust the gladiator fights, now he saw possibilities. "Then I shall speak with my brother Franklin about this. He has already done more than I could have hoped in helping free Nuceria. Perhaps he can help save more of my brothers and sisters." He turned back to Gear, his voice taking on the natural command that had once led gladiator rebellions. "Begin preparations for Legion consolidation. Recall our scattered forces. It's time the Warhounds fought as one pack again. Once we have gathered our strength and integrated any of my gladiator kin who can join us, we will take our place in the Great Crusade properly." "By your command, my lord," Gear responded, pride evident in his bearing. "The Legion will be overjoyed to fight under your direct leadership." "One more thing, Legion Master," Angron said thoughtfully, his voice carrying a rare softness. "The name Warhounds that was chosen before I was found, wasn't it?" "Yes, my lord." "Would you wish it to be changed?" Angron's expression softened, his stern features taking on a fierce pride. "Yes. Dogs are loyal, fierce, and bound to each other, qualities I value. But we will be more than weapons of war. We will be protectors of the weak, avengers of the oppressed." His eyes grew darker, shadowed with memories of his past. "There are too many tyrants left in this galaxy, and not all wear their chains as openly as those on Nuceria. Just as I was called the Eater of Cities, so shall we become known as the World Eaters." "A noble cause, my lord," Gear replied, feeling the weight of this new direction settling onto his shoulders. "I will begin the preparations immediately." "Good." Angron turned back to the void, his posture relaxed but alert. "Send word when my brother Franklin is available. Until then, I would hear more about the campaigns my sons have fought in my absence. Tell me of their victories, Legion Master, and of their losses. A father should know these things." The stars continued their eternal dance beyond the armored viewing ports as Primarch and Legion Master began the work of forging a new destiny for the Warhounds, far from the blood-soaked sands where their father had first learned of brotherhood and sacrifice. The golden halls of the Imperator Somnium hummed with psychic resonance as father and son stood before a massive hololithic display of the segmentum. Franklin Valorian, towering even by Primarch standards, manipulated the display with casual familiarity, his fingers dancing through the projection as he highlighted various sectors and trade routes. With Angron secured, Franklin began, a slight smile playing across his features. We should turn our attention to my brother in Ultramar, given that both their planets are in this segmentum. We could go for him as well. The data from the future suggests he's quite the interesting character. He pulled up a series of projections showing theoretical economic and logistical analyses. Robert Gillimon, the accountant of the family, if you will. The Emperor raised an eyebrow, golden light playing across his features. Elaborate. Franklin chuckled, pulling up more detailed projections. According to the historical data or history in waiting, since this is from 10,000 years later, he becomes quite the administrator. Perfect grasp of logistics, brilliant command capabilities, wrote the book on Space Marine Organization, the Codex Astartes. Literally, quite frankly, it would work as great toilet paper. He paused, studying the data streams. Though I can't help but notice a pattern of rather rigid thinking. Very systematic, very Byth book. Which, again, he wrote. The Emperor's presence filled the room, not overwhelming but certainly focused. And you believe you can locate him? Already have the coordinates, Franklin confirmed, zooming in on a particular sector. Given the constant movement of the galaxy, he should be just a few hundred light-years from this position. I've taken the liberty of contacting the 13 Legion. Their representatives are en route to rendezvous with us. Speaking of liberties, the Emperor's voice carried a note of amused observation. I'm assigning Angron to your tutelage. Franklin's hands paused over the controls. Father? Wouldn't that delay the Great Crusade's progress in my sector? The Emperor fixed his son with a look that seemed to say really. Before speaking, he gestured at the massive display showing the Independence sector's sphere of influence. The last time I checked, your sector alone was maintaining 4,000 expedition fleets through various corporate entities. Franklin had the good grace to look slightly abashed. The Valorian megacorporation does try to maintain an efficient operation. Indeed. The Emperor's golden eyes fixed on his son. You understand, Franklin, that I would never allow such consolidation of power if you weren't so transparent with me. Your willingness to share your thoughts, to let me verify your intentions, has earned that trust. Trust goes both ways, Father, Franklin replied seriously. You've given me autonomy, and I've given you assurance. Speaking of which, he manipulated the data slate, bringing up 2 new project proposals. I have some initiatives that could use your approval. The Emperor gestured for him to continue. First, the impossible city in the webway. I've already begun allocating resources: sector scientists, allied tech priests, and specialized automata. We can begin construction as soon as you give the word. And the second? Franklin's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. The Galactic Internet Project. Using quantum entanglement principles, we can theoretically connect the entire Imperium into a single, secure network that operates independently of the warp. He brought up a technical display showing an intricate web of nodes and connections. We could gradually phase out reliance on astropathic choirs, which, let's be honest, are vulnerable to warp predation. The network would provide instantaneous communication across any distance, immune to warp interference. The Emperor leaned forward slightly, his interest evident. The technical requirements would be substantial. We've already solved the key challenges in the Independence sector, Franklin explained, bringing up detailed schematics. The quantum entanglement nodes are stable, and we've developed protocols to prevent any potential security breaches. Each node is protected by both technological and psychic safeguards. He manipulated the display to show a larger strategic view. Implementation would be gradual, starting with key command and control centers, then expanding to major worlds and fleet assets. We could maintain the astropathic choirs during the transition period, phasing them out as the network proves itself. The Mechanicum will have strong opinions about this technology, the Emperor observed. Franklin's expression turned shrewd. They already do, hence our ongoing Cold War. But we've been careful to frame this as an evolution of existing Imperial technology rather than pure innovation. Besides, they're more likely to accept it if it comes with your direct approval. The Emperor was silent for a moment, considering. Finally, he spoke, begin the preliminary work on both projects. The Webway City takes priority, it's crucial to humanity's future. But your communication network? He paused, thoughtful. It could provide the infrastructure we need for what's to come. Thank you, Father. Franklin began making notes on his data slate. I'll have preliminary reports on both projects within the week. Now, about Gil Iman. You have concerns about your brother. Not concerns, exactly. More, observations. The future data suggests he's brilliant but can be inflexible. I'm thinking we might want to expose him to different organizational paradigms early, before his methods become too entrenched. The independence sector's corporate structure could provide an interesting counterpoint to his theoretical approaches. The Emperor nodded slowly. You're already thinking about how to complement your brother's strengths and address their weaknesses. Isn't that what family's for? Franklin replied with a grin. Besides, can you imagine the efficiency when we get the family's accountant working with my logistics networks? We could revolutionize imperial supply chains. Focus on finding him first, the Emperor advised, though there was warmth in his tone. And Franklin? Yes, father. Remember that not all of your brothers will share your sense of humor. Franklin laughed. Don't worry, father. I'll save my best accounting jokes for private conversations with Guillemon. Now, shall we discuss the deployment patterns for the quantum network nodes? I have some thoughts about prioritizing key strategic locations. The discussion continued as father and son planned the future of an empire, their words echoing in a chamber that had seen the birth of humanity's greatest endeavor. Outside, the stars wheeled in their ancient dance, unaware that their light would soon be joined by a web of human communication spanning the galaxy. A Valorian conglomerate expedition fleet materialized in the Palomar system with the characteristic absence of turbulence that marked inertialess drive technology. Dr. Marcus Hawthorne stood on the bridge of the flagship Innovation's edge, his weathered hands clasped behind his back as he studied the rusted world before them. As the naval architect responsible for both the Imperator Somnium and Sweet Liberty, he knew exactly what he was looking for. Begin deep scan protocols, he ordered, his voice carrying the quiet authority of someone who had designed ships larger than cities. Focus on the Northern Hemisphere's western quadrant. The data suggests our prize lies beneath those mountain ranges. The fleet's augury arrays hummed to life, their quantum scanning beams penetrating layers of rock and metal. Hawthorne watched as the three-dimensional display built up layer by layer, his eyes lighting up as familiar shapes began to emerge from the digital reconstruction. There you are, he whispered, reaching out to manipulate the hololithic display. The Speranza, or at least, what would have been the Speranza in another timeline. The scans revealed the true scale of their discovery, a partial vessel chassis embedded in Palomar's bedrock, measuring approximately 130,150 kilometers in length, or as Hawthorne's more traditionally minded colleagues insisted on noting, 8,093 freedom units. The unfinished vessel was a testimony to the ambitions of the dark age of technology, a cubic structure that could house entire cities within its frame. Begin volumetric analysis, Hawthorne commanded. The computer systems churned through calculations, mapping out the potential internal space. This isn't just a ship chassis, it's the foundation for something greater. The Sweet Liberty was already a masterpiece at 70 kilometers. With this, he turned to his chief engineer. Deploy the inertialess rods. We're taking the whole planet. The engineer's eyes widened. The entire planet, sir. The chassis is integrated too deeply into the planetary structure for conventional extraction, Hawthorne explained, pulling up detailed subsurface scans. Besides, we can use the planetary mass itself as raw material. The rods will allow us to move the entire world using our inertialess drive technology. Teams of automated constructors and drones began deploying massive poles across Palomar's surface, each containing the precious inertialess drive technology that had revolutionized void travel for the independence sector. The rods would essentially trick physics itself, allowing the entire planet to bypass normal mass limitations. Primary concern, Hawthorne dictated into his personal log, will be ensuring we don't materialize near any inhabited systems during transport. A planet suddenly appearing in close proximity to another world would have unfortunate gravitational consequences. He studied the preliminary structural analysis of the chassis. The cubic design was elegant in its efficiency, offering unprecedented volume for internal systems. The edges alone could house weapon batteries that would make the current Sweet Liberty look like a frigate by comparison. Begin mapping out potential integration points, he ordered. I want to know exactly how we can incorporate this into the Sweet Liberty's existing superstructure. This isn't just an upgrade, it's a metamorphosis. The fleet maintained position around Palomar as the inertialess rods were planted deep into the planet's crust. Hawthorne couldn't help but smile as he thought of the Mechanicum Magos who, in another timeline, would have discovered this prize. The independence sector's policy of aggressive technological acquisition had served them well once again. To think, he mused, in another timeline, this vessel would have slumbered here for millennia more, waiting to be discovered. Instead, it will serve as the foundation for the most powerful warship the galaxy has ever seen. The Sweet Liberty will be more than a flagship, it will be a mobile civilization unto itself. As the final inertialess rods locked into position, Hawthorne began drafting the preliminary redesign plans. The cubic chassis would need significant modification to integrate with Sweet Liberty's existing systems, but the potential was staggering. Weapon systems that could crack planets, shields that could withstand the mightiest weapons known and unknown to man, and enough internal space to house entire armies. Begin final preparations for planetary transport, he announced. Plot a course for the Independence Sector shipyards. We have work to do. The fleet prepared to escort their planetary prize home, while deep in the metal world's heart, an ancient vessel stirred, ready to be reborn as part of something even greater than its original designers had envisioned. Chapter 97, Brothers. The observation deck of Etna offered a perfect view of Nuceria below, its surface still scarred from recent battles but already showing signs of reconstruction. Liberty Guard crews could be seen from orbit, their construction vehicles moving like ants across the ruined landscape. Two giants stood watching, one in navy blue armor adorned with eagles and stars, the other in blue and bone white marked with World Eater insignias. Franklin Valorian noticed his brother studying the Liberty Eagle's colors with particular interest. Even after several days of celebration with Russ and planning with Fulgrim, Angron remained contemplative, a far cry from the berserker he might have become in another timeline. Your Legion, Angron began, his voice calm and steady, they speak of something called managed democracy. I've heard them discussing it with the reconstruction teams. What exactly does this mean? Franklin smiled, turning from the viewport to face his brother. It's a system we developed on Nova Libertas. The core principle is simple: freedom requires structure, just as a warrior requires training to be effective. Too much freedom becomes chaos, too little becomes tyranny. Angron nodded slowly, understanding filtering through his expression. Like a gladiatorial school, but for governance. The strongest rise, but within rules that protect the whole. Exactly. Franklin's face lit up with enthusiasm. Take Nova Libertas: every citizen has the right to vote, to speak, to pursue their dreams. But they also have responsibilities: mandatory civil service, education requirements for voting on complex issues, transparent wealth reporting. The system is designed to reward merit while preventing the accumulation of too much power in any one group. Moving to a tactical display, Franklin brought up images of Nova Libertas' cities. See these public forums? They're as important as our military bases. Every major decision is debated openly. But he raised a finger: the debates have structure. Time limits. Evidence requirements. No high rider can simply shout down their opposition or buy votes in the shadows. Angron's eyes narrowed at the mention of high riders, but his voice remained measured. And how do you prevent the strong from simply taking what they want? In the arenas, there were always those who thought might made right. Through division of power and public service, Franklin explained. Military service, civil service, industrial work, everyone serves the whole. Those who seek power must prove they can serve before they can lead. It's like. He searched for a comparison his brother would appreciate, like how a gladiator must prove their skill in lesser matches before fighting in the grand arena. But without the chains, Angron added softly. Without the chains, Franklin agreed. Freedom isn't the absence of rules, brother. It's having rules that serve everyone equally. Angron turned back to Nuceria, his massive hands clasped behind his back. For several minutes, he stood in silence, and Franklin let him think, recognizing the weight of the moment. I know what I want for Nuceria, Angron finally said. Not the false strength of the high riders, built on others' suffering. Not pure democracy, these people have never known freedom, they would drown in it. But a warrior society. His voice grew stronger with conviction. One built on honor, discipline, and service. Where strength serves justice, not tyranny. Franklin nodded with approval. The Spartans of ancient Terra believed in something similar: each citizen a warrior, each warrior bound by a code of honor, he mused. But without the darker practices, Nuceria might find its own troubling customs in time. Humans truly are strange creatures, he reflected. Yes, Angron's eyes lit up with purpose. And the Liberty Eagles will help. Franklin placed a hand on his brother's shoulder. We'll provide advisors, resources, whatever you need. The Liberty Guard can train their PDF, our technosers can help establish education systems. But it must come from them, Angron insisted. No more outside masters, even well-meaning ones. They must build their own strength. Of course, Franklin agreed. We'll help them stand, but they must walk their own path. Speaking of which, he grinned, some of his usual playfulness returning, have you thought about what to rename the capital? Angron actually smiled, a small expression, but genuine. I have, brother. Libertium. In honor of the freedom you helped us win, and the liberty we must now learn to keep. Franklin's grin widened. Russ will say we're getting soft, naming cities after abstract concepts. Let him, Angron replied with a hint of amusement. He named his capital after himself. At least we're being philosophical about it. The brothers shared a moment of laughter, standing together as equals while below them, a world began the long process of healing. The private chambers aboard the Etna carried an atmosphere far removed from the martial grandeur of its command deck. Here, in a room furnished with well-worn leather chairs and ancient wooden tables, Franklin Valorian sat among his closest sons. The smoke from his Terran cigar curled lazily through the air, mingling with the rich aroma of aged Amasek. Denzel Washington, reclined in his chair with practiced ease, the legendary Kusanagi no Tsurugi and Tatsuka no Tsurugi stored safely nearby. Stephen Armstrong, massive even for an Astartes, had managed to find a chair that could support his bulk, while John Ezra maintained his characteristic alertness even in repose. Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, sat cross-legged, his psychic presence a calming backdrop to the gathering, and Henry Cavill, the man out of time, watched it all with the strange mix of familiarity and distance that came from knowing too much. Throne, I'm tired, Franklin sighed, sending a perfect smoke ring toward the ceiling. And don't tell me I'm the only one. How many worlds is it now? How many negotiations, battles, revelations? At least you didn't have to do it twice, Cavill quipped, earning a round of knowing chuckles. Armstrong leaned forward, his massive armor creaking. The men are holding up well, but I won't deny the pace is wearing. Even transhuman biology has its limits. Speaking of limits, Franklin took a long drink of Amasek. I just remembered something that's going to be a pain in my artificially enhanced backside. I'm still the hand of Cain. Ah, Vladimir's smile was subtle. Expecting point-deared visitors soon day. Eventually. You know how they are with time. Could be tomorrow, could be a decade. Franklin gestured vaguely upward with a particular finger. And while we're on the subject of supernatural complications, fuck chaos. Which direction are you giving the bird to, sir? Ezra asked with perfect deadpan delivery. The eye of terror is actually more toward port. It's the thought that counts, Franklin grunted, adjusting his gesture slightly left. The moment was interrupted by a crisp knock. A bridge officer entered, maintaining admirable composure at finding his command staff in such a casual setting. My lord, the vengeful spirit is requesting clearance to dock. Franklin's chuckle was somewhere between amusement and resignation. Speaking of complications. Well, here comes another problematic one. The inner circle shared knowing looks. The weight of future knowledge of betrayals that would never now come to pass hung heavy in the air. Should we prepare the usual diplomatic protocols? Denzel asked, though his slight smile suggested he knew better. Oh throne, Franklin suddenly sat up straighter. The family portrait. I completely forgot to include Horus and Ferris in the family portrait. Horus will be easy enough, Cavill observed. He never could resist a good photo opportunity. But Ferris? Armstrong shook his head. That's going to be like trying to convince a dreadnought to take dance lessons. Franklin pinched the bridge of his nose. Horus will actually be offended he wasn't in the first one. But Ferris? Throne, getting him to stand still for a remembrancer. I've seen orcs easier to negotiate with. We could always tell him it's a tactical necessity, Vladimir suggested. Or that his absence would give the Mechanicum political leverage somehow. The bridge officer, still standing at attention, cleared his throat. Shall I inform the vengeful spirit they have clearance to dock, my lord? Yes, yes, Franklin waved his hand. Tell them we'll receive them. As the officer left, Franklin looked at his inner circle with a mix of affection and exasperation. Well, gentlemen, back to work. Duty calls, and this time it's wearing a wolf pelt and enough gold to bankrupt a forge world. Should we hide the Amasek? Armstrong asked, already knowing the answer. Throne, no, Franklin stood, straightening his armor. If I have to deal with Horus's ego and plan how to wrangle Ferris into a family portrait, I'm doing it properly intoxicated. The laughter that followed was genuine, the laughter of brothers in arms who carried the weight of destiny but refused to be crushed by it. The primary reception deck of the Etna gleamed with a distinctly different character than the martial grandeur of the vengeful spirit. Where Horus's flagship embraced the Gothic magnificence of imperial architecture, Franklin's Ford ship married functionality with an aesthetic that spoke of innovation and efficiency. The difference was not lost on either Primarch as they greeted each other. Horus cut an imposing figure as he strode forward, his armor adorned with the lupin imagery of his legion and enough gold trim to make even Fulgrim pause. Behind him, Malagurst and several other senior Luna Wolves maintained a respectful distance, their eyes scanning the hall with professional interest. "Brother." Franklin's voice carried genuine warmth tinged with his characteristic humor. "Welcome aboard. I see you're still keeping the gold merchants of Terra in business." Horus's laugh was perfect measured, charismatic, neither too loud nor too soft. "And I see you still haven't learned the value of proper decoration, Franklin. This hall could use a few more eagles. Any more eagles and we'd have to register as an aviary." Franklin gestured toward one of the side chambers. "Come, let's talk somewhere more comfortable. I believe I have some Calabrian vintage that even you might approve of." As they walked, servants and officers bowed and saluted, but Franklin noticed Horus studying their efficiency, their equipment, the subtle signs of technological advancement that set the Liberty Eagles apart. Nothing escaped those calculating eyes. "Your crew seems remarkably comfortable in your presence, brother," Horus observed, his tone carefully neutral. Franklin chuckled. "Hard to be intimidated by someone you've seen lose at regicide to a mortal, isn't it? Besides, fear makes for poor efficiency. Give me an officer who can think clearly over one who's too busy genuflecting to notice incoming fire." They entered the officers' lounge, where preparations had already been made. A selection of finest amasec waited alongside tactical displays showing both fleets in orbit. Franklin gestured to a seat designed to accommodate their transhuman proportions. "I heard our brothers Fulgrim and Angron have been in your company," Horus said as he settled into the chair. "Quite a responsibility, mentoring two Primarchs simultaneously." "Mentoring?" Franklin laughed, pouring 2 measures of amasec. "I prefer to think of it as mutual exploration of potential. Fulgrim has an incredible vision for cultural enhancement, and Angron." He paused, choosing his words carefully. "Angron understands brotherhood in ways some of us are still learning." Horus accepted the drink, studying his brother over the rim of the glass. "The Emperor must trust your judgment greatly, to place such faith in your guidance. Or perhaps he simply recognizes that some lessons are better learned from brothers than fathers," Franklin replied smoothly. "Speaking of learning, I hear your campaigns in the Segmentum Pacificus have been remarkably successful. 90 worlds in under a year? Impressive efficiency." "Unity requires momentum," Horus said. "Though I wonder sometimes about the balance between speed and stability. Your own methods seem more measured." Franklin's eyes twinkled. "You mean slower?" "I mean thorough," Horus corrected. "Your territories show remarkably low rates of rebellion or unrest. One might wonder about your methods." "No mystery, they're just good old-fashioned respect for human dignity combined with overwhelming firepower." Franklin grinned. "People tend to stay peaceful when they're both happy and aware that rebellion would be spectacularly unsuccessful." "An interesting philosophy," Horus leaned forward slightly. "Though some might say it borders on dangerous independence. The Imperium's strength lies in unity, after all." "Ah, but what is unity, brother?" Franklin's tone remained light, but his eyes sharpened. "Is it uniformity? Or is it strength through diversity, bound by shared purpose? The Emperor created 20 Primarchs, not 20 copies of the same one, did he not?" Horus smiled, though it didn't quite reach his eyes. "And what purpose would you say we share, Franklin?" "Why, the Emperor's vision, of course." Franklin raised his glass. "A humanity free from the threats that would destroy it, united in purpose if not in method. Though I suspect we might have different interpretations of how to achieve that." "Different interpretations can lead to dangerous divergences," Horus observed. "Or to invaluable adaptability," Franklin countered. "The Imperium's strength lies not just in its unity, but in its ability to face any challenge. Different tools for different tasks, wouldn't you say?" "Tools should still serve their intended purpose," Horus pressed. "Your technological innovations, for instance, they've drawn attention from Mars. Some might worry about the implications." Franklin's laugh was genuine. "Oh, the Mechanicum. They're like that uncle at family gatherings who insists everyone's cooking is heretical except his. But they'll come around when they see the results." Speaking of family gatherings. He pulled out a data slate. We recently took some family portraits. Fulgrim and Angron were there, along with Russ. I was actually hoping to arrange another session. We missed you and Ferris. The sudden shift in topic was characteristic of Franklin's conversational style, but Horace noted how it deftly redirected from the more sensitive subject of technology. A family portrait. Horace raised an eyebrow. Rather sentimental for warriors of the Great Crusade. Sometimes sentiment is exactly what warriors need, Franklin said. Reminds us what we're fighting for. We're all sons of the Emperor, Horace. No higher, no lower, until our father says otherwise. The independence sector serves, in its own way, just as the Luna Wolves serve in theirs. Horace studied him for a long moment. You've gathered quite a following among our brothers. Fulgrim speaks highly of you. Even Russ considers you a friend, and he trusts few outside his own legion. I'm just helping where I can, Franklin shrugged. Fulgrim needs support while he rebuilds his legion. Angron needs stability after Naria. There are brothers, wouldn't you do the same? Of course, Horace smiled, but it didn't quite reach his eyes. Though I wonder, when they've finished learning from you, will they share your particular interpretation of imperial truth? They'll make their own choices, Franklin replied firmly. I'm not here to create copies of myself or my legion. I'm here to help them reach their full potential, whatever form that takes. A noble goal, Horace raised his glass. To potential, then. And to brotherhood. To brotherhood, Franklin echoed, clinking his glass against Horace's. Speaking of which, how about the family portrait? We recently took a family portrait, father and several brothers. But you and Ferris were absent. We should arrange another session. Horace's expression brightened genuinely for the first time. A family portrait? Without the me? That won't do at all. Though getting Ferris to participate. I know, Franklin grinned. I was thinking of telling him. Fulgrim said he was too busy with his forge to attend. Horace laughed, and for a moment, the tension in the room eased. Devious, brother. Though effective, I'm sure. As they continued talking, the dance of words and implications continued. Every joke carried a subtle probe, every compliment masked a test. Two sons of the Emperor, each powerful in their own right, each committed to their father's dream but understanding it differently. In orbit above them, the vengeful spirit and the sweet liberty hung in space like mirror images, one adorned with wolves and laurels, the other with eagles and stars. Two visions of humanity's future, not yet in conflict, but perhaps someday. Tell me, brother, Horace asked as their meeting drew to a close, do you ever wonder what the future holds for us? For the Imperium. Franklin's response was careful. I prefer to focus on the present, Horace. The future has a way of taking care of itself when we do our duty today. Indeed, Horace stood, his massive frame casting a shadow in the chamber's light. Though I sometimes dream of what we might achieve together, all of us, united under a single purpose. We are united, Franklin rose as well. In our diversity, in our strength, in our service to humanity. Isn't that enough? Horace clasped his brother's arm in the warrior's grip. For now, perhaps. For now. Franklin released the grip, his tone shifting slightly. Speaking of family, our father's been asking after you. Best make haste to Terra. The Sanctum Imperialis gleamed with its usual golden splendor, though today its halls seemed unusually quiet. Malkador the sigil light stood beside the Emperor's throne, his staff casting subtle shadows across ancient marble as he delivered his report. Horace has returned to Terra, Malkador's voice carried its usual measured tone. He seeks immediate audience. A pause, perfectly timed. Franklin apparently informed him that you were looking for him. The Emperor's golden eyes flickered briefly to the data slate resting on the arm of his throne, the one containing 10,000 years of warnings about the sun now approaching his chambers. A slight smile crossed his timeless features as understanding dawned. Ah, he said simply. Franklin understands his brothers well. Malkador raised an eyebrow. You weren't actually seeking Horace. No, the Emperor confirmed. But Franklin knew that Horace would come seeking me if he thought I was seeking him. Pride and validation, the twin anchors of Horace's heart. The Sigilite's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. And now that he's here. The Emperor's hand moved to another data slate, this one filled with carefully selected campaigns and objectives, missions that would challenge the Luna Wolves while stroking their Primarch's considerable ego. Now we transform potential weakness into strength, old friend. Before Malkador could respond, the chamber's massive doors swung open. Horus entered with his characteristic blend of martial pride and aristocratic grace, his armor gleaming white and polished to mirror perfection. Even among his brother Primarchs, Horus carried himself with exceptional presence. "Father," he said, dropping to one knee with practiced precision. "I came as soon as I heard you were seeking me." The Emperor rose from his throne, his psychic might carefully modulated to project exactly the right mix of power and paternal warmth. "Horus, my son. Your timing is perfect." Horus looked up, his face showing carefully controlled anticipation. "Franklin mentioned you had need of me." "Indeed." The Emperor gestured for his son to rise, watching as Horus straightened to his full impressive height. "There are matters arising that require unique attention." He moved to a strategic display, Horus following with barely contained eagerness. The Emperor brought up a star chart, highlighting several systems with potential compliance issues. Each one had been carefully selected from the data slate of future knowledge worlds that would respond best to the Luna Wolves' particular approach. These situations, the Emperor continued, require a special touch. Diplomacy backed by overwhelming force. Mercy offered from a position of undeniable strength. He turned to face his son directly. "The kind of compliance that only you and your Luna Wolves can achieve." Horus studied the display, his tactical genius already analyzing potential approaches. These worlds are scattered across different sectors. Coordinating their compliance will require extensive strategic planning. "Indeed." The Emperor allowed a note of concern to enter his voice. "Perhaps it's too much to ask. I could assign some of these to your brothers." "No," Horus said quickly, exactly as expected. "The Luna Wolves can handle this. We'll show these worlds the glory of the Imperium, and the wisdom of compliance." The Emperor nodded gravely. "I had hoped you would say that. Few others understand how to balance terror and mercy as you do, my son. These worlds need to see both the Imperium's might and its beneficence." Pride swelled visibly in Horus's chest, though he tried to contain it. "We won't fail you, father. The Luna Wolves will bring these worlds to compliance with minimal bloodshed, but absolute certainty. I know you will." The Emperor placed a hand on his son's shoulder, feeling the layers of meaning in the gesture. Here was the validation Horus craved, the special attention he needed, all while directing his considerable talents toward constructive ends. "That's why I needed you specifically for this task." Malkador watched the exchange silently, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes. The future knowledge wasn't just about preventing disasters, it was about understanding the subtle currents of personality that could lead to them. As Horus left the chamber, mission data already being transmitted to his flagship, the Emperor returned to his throne. The weight of 10,000 years of potential futures hung heavy in the air. "Well played," Malkador said quietly. "You gave him exactly what he needed." "What he needed and what he wanted," the Emperor corrected. "The trick is making them the same thing." Together they watched as Horus's ship prepared for departure, carrying a son's pride and a father's careful manipulations out into the stars. The future was changing, one subtle adjustment at a time. The forges of the Fist of Iron rang with the sound of creation, a symphony of hammers and machines that Ferrus Manus conducted like a maestro. His silver hands moved with practiced precision over a half-completed weapon, living metal flowing like quicksilver across adamantium. "Brother," Fulgrim's melodious voice cut through the cacophony. "Still hiding in your forge, I see." Ferrus didn't look up from his work. "I'm not hiding, Fulgrim. Unlike some, I prefer productivity to posing." The Phoenician glided into the workshop, his perfect features arranged in an expression of mock hurt. His newly forged armor gleamed with masterwork artistry, though unlike before his discovery, it now bore subtle practicalities learned from his time with Franklin. "Ah, but productivity and presentation aren't mutually exclusive, my dear Gorgon." Fulgrim leaned against a workbench, carefully avoiding the tools scattered across it. "Just look at what Franklin's done with Nova Libertas. Their forges are as efficient as they are beautiful." Ferrus's silver hands paused briefly. "Franklin's outposts have proven adequate for our legion's resupply needs." "Adequate, he says," Fulgrim chuckled. "Is that why the Iron Hands have established permanent supply lines through 3 of his sector's major manufacturing hubs?" "It's practical," Ferrus growled, though without real heat. "Their quality control meets my standards." "High praise indeed." Fulgrim moved closer, examining the weapon his brother was crafting. "Speaking of our innovative brother, he's tasked me with a mission of vital importance. If it involves another propaganda-picked capture, I'm not interested. He prefers the term family portrait actually, Fulgrim corrected, amusement dancing in his eyes. And you don't have a choice, brother. The Emperor himself has approved it. Ferris finally looked up, his dark eyes meeting Fulgrim's perfect violet ones. You're not serious. Completely serious. Franklin's organizing a gathering of all found Primarchs at Nova Libertas. Even Angron's agreed to come, and he's still adjusting to Legion life. Angron, Ferris mused, returning to his work. Franklin did well there. Indeed. Though I notice you're trying to change the subject. Fulgrim picked up a nearby tool, turning it over in his hands. Remember when we first met? How you said my pursuit of perfection was impractical. I remember you almost started a feud over it. Until Franklin intervened, Fulgrim agreed. Showed us both how aesthetic excellence and practical efficiency could coexist. Now look at us, you're using my Legion's artisans for detail work, and I'm incorporating your practical designs into our armor. Ferris grunted, but there was a hint of acknowledgement in it. Your Legion's work has improved. The decorative elements no longer compromise structural integrity. Such effusive praise. Fulgrim pressed a hand to his chest dramatically. Be careful, brother, or people might think you're growing sentimental. The portrait, Ferris said, deliberately changing the subject. Why is it so important to Franklin? Fulgrim's expression grew more serious. He says it's about unity. Showing the Imperium that its leaders stand together. That we're not just conquerors, but family. Propaganda. Leadership, Fulgrim corrected. The same reason you mark your best work with the Iron Hand symbol, it builds identity, loyalty, belonging. Ferris was quiet for a long moment, his silver hand stilling on his work. He really got all the others to agree. All the found Primarchs, yes. Even Russ, though he insisted on bringing his wolves. Fulgrim smiled. Franklin says he's having special picked capture equipment made just to handle the scale of it. Something about proper lighting for Primarchized subjects. A low chuckle escaped Ferris. Of course he is. Probably designed it himself. So you'll come. Ferris looked around his forge, at the projects in various stages of completion. Then he looked at his brother, his first brother, really, the one who had helped him see that perfection could take many forms. Fine, he growled. But I'm not wearing any special decorative armor. Wouldn't dream of suggesting it, Fulgrim said smoothly, though his eyes twinkled. Though perhaps we could polish the silver on your hands? For the lighting, of course. Purely practical considerations. Ferris pointed a gleaming finger at his brother. Don't push it. I would never. Fulgrim's smile was radiant. Now, shall we discuss transport arrangements? Franklin's sending one of his Juggernaut-class ships. Says the forges on board might interest you. Manipulative brothers, Ferris muttered, but he was already reaching for his tool case. Fine. But I'm bringing my own projects. I'm sure Franklin will be delighted to discuss them, Fulgrim said, watching as his brother began preparing for the journey. He's setting up a special workshop for the gathering. Something about brotherly bonding through creative collaboration. Chapter 98, Fuck Designs, I Want Guns. The void above Chemos sparkled with the gleaming forms of countless vessels, their running lights twinkling like artificial stars against the darkness. Most prominent among them was the pride of the Emperor, Fulgrim's newly christened flagship, its golden flanks catching the system's distant sunlight. The orbital rings of Chemos formed perfect halos around the recovering industrial world, a testament to its renewed vigor under the Phoenix's rule. Franklin Valorian's massive frame cast a long shadow across the podium's crystalline surface. At 15 feet tall, he towered over even his fellow Primarch, though not by the margin he did over the perfectly formed ranks of the Emperor's children assembled below. 60,000 warriors in purple and gold armor stood in formation, their discipline absolute, their pride evident in every rigid stance. You know, Franklin said, his usually booming voice softened to a conversational tone that only Fulgrim could hear, when I first found you here, I wasn't sure what to make of this world. A planet of perfectionists who'd worked themselves to the bone, led by a demigod who demanded excellence in all things. He smiled, the expression warming his stern features. Reminded me a bit too much of myself, if I'm honest. Fulgrim's perfect features quirked into a slight smile. As I recall, brother, your first words to me were by the Emperor's shorts, your people are survivors, but you really need to learn how to relax. And you've gotten better at it. Marginally. Franklin's laugh boomed across the assembly field, causing a ripple of movement through the assembled Astartes below. At least now you only spend 16 hours a day practicing sword forms instead of 20. Thanks to your unique training methods. Fulgrim's voice carried a mix of fondness and exasperation. I still maintain that taking me to that establishment on Nova Libertas. The karaoke bar, Franklin interrupted, grinning. You can say it, brother. And admit it, learning to embrace imperfection in song helped your swordsmanship. It did, Fulgrim conceded, his pale features coloring slightly at the memory. Though I maintain that your rendition of my way was far from perfect. That was the point. Franklin clapped a massive hand on Fulgrim's shoulder, nearly staggering even his superhuman brother. Perfect is the enemy of good enough. Sometimes you need to let go of the ideal to achieve the possible. A comfortable silence fell between them, both brothers watching the assembled legion below. The Emperor's children had changed under Franklin's tutelage, their pursuit of perfection tempered now with pragmatism, their rigid discipline balanced with calculated flexibility. I've learned more from you than I expected, Fulgrim said finally, his voice carrying a rare note of vulnerability. When Father assigned you to oversee my legion's integration into the crusade, I thought that I was going to be an overbearing taskmaster. Franklin's eyes twinkled. That the infamous liberator was going to crush your legion's spirit of perfection under his boot. Something like that, Fulgrim admitted. Instead, you taught us that true perfection includes knowing when to bend, when to adapt, when to... He paused, searching for the right words. When to sing badly in public. Franklin suggested helpfully. Fulgrim actually laughed, the sound crystal clear and genuine. Yes, brother. Even that. Franklin's expression grew serious, though warmth remained in his eyes. You're ready, Fulgrim. Your legion is ready. You've maintained your pursuit of excellence while learning to adapt, to innovate, to sometimes choose effectiveness over aesthetics. The Great Crusade needs that balance. He turned to fully face his brother, placing both hands on Fulgrim's shoulders. But never lose that drive for perfection entirely. It's what makes you unique among us. Just remember what I taught you about tempering it with wisdom. I will, Fulgrim promised, his voice firm. Though I doubt I'll ever match your combat record. Ha! Now that's the kind of imperfect thinking I like to hear. Franklin pulled his brother into a crushing embrace, lifting the slightly smaller Primarch clear off his feet. Give them hell out there, little brother. Show the galaxy what the perfect prince can do when he's not afraid to get his hands dirty. As they separated, Franklin's grin returned full force. And remember, if you ever need a karaoke partner, just send word. I'll bring the classics collection. Emperor protect us all, Fulgrim muttered, but he was smiling. Franklin stepped back, his voice rising to address the assembled legion. Emperor's children. You stand ready to join the Great Crusade in full. Remember your pursuit of perfection, but remember also the lessons of adaptation. Your Primarch will lead you to glory. The response was thunderous, 60,000 voices raised in a perfect chorus of acclaim. As Franklin watched Fulgrim descend to join his sons, he felt pride swell in his chest. The Phoenix was ready to soar on his own wings now, and the galaxy would be better for it. Go make father proud, brother, he murmured, though Fulgrim was now too far to hear. And try to have some fun while you're at it. Angron had seen many things in his life. Gladiatorial arenas soaked in blood. Armies of thousands falling before his axes. The emperor of mankind himself. But nothing quite prepared him for the sight of two of his fellow Primarchs, supposedly among humanity's greatest warriors, arguing about whether they could hit the moon with a spear while completely plastered on Libertan moonshine. The party had started normally enough. Well, as normally as any gathering involving the Liberty Eagles, Space Wolves, and World Eaters could be. The drinking contest had been Franklin's idea, naturally. 300 Space Marines from each legion, their respective Primarchs serving as team captains. The World Eaters had dropped out early. They were still new to this whole drinking for pleasure thing but had stayed to watch the spectacle unfold. That's not fair counting. Lemon slurred, jabbing a finger at the scoreboard. Your boys reusing those fancy liver implants. Franklin, swaying slightly despite his massive frame, grinned. Standard issue, brother. Can't help it if my boys come pre-equipped for party warfare. Around them, unconscious Astartes littered the ground like ceremonial decorations. Even with their enhanced physiology, it turned out that mixing Fenrician ale, Liberton moonshine, and something the Liberty Eagles called party fuel was enough to knock out even the Emperor's finest. The few still conscious were either recording the event for posterity or trying to remember how to walk in a straight line. Angron watched from his seat, nursing what was only his third drink of the night. He was still getting used to the concept of drinking for enjoyment rather than necessity, but he had to admit, watching his brothers make fools of themselves had a certain, therapeutic quality. "I bet," Lemon announced suddenly, grabbing his spear, "I bet I can hit the moon with Gungur. Right now." "Impossible," Franklin declared, then hiccuped. "The moon's really far away." Really far. How much you willing to bet, brother?" Lemon's eyes gleamed with drunken cunning. "If you can hit it, I'll give you enough Amasek and Liberton beer to fill the Fang's main hall." "Done." The Wolf King snarled, gripping his spear. "Watch and learn how a true warrior throws." "If I win," Franklin's face split into what he probably thought was a sly grin, "I get to change all your passwords to good boy." A collective arose from the conscious Astartes. Even Angron couldn't suppress a chuckle. Lemon's eye twitched, but the alcohol had clearly dampened his usual reaction to canine references. "Deal." Lemon roared and hurled the spear. The spear's trajectory was less than stellar. It reached perhaps a few kilometers up before gravity remembered it existed and began its return journey. A passed-out space wolf had to be quickly dragged out of its landing zone. Franklin's laughter echoed across the courtyard. "Who's a good boy?" he bellowed, slapping his knee and nearly falling over. "Who's a good boy who can't throw his stick?" "You are." Lemon's face darkened. "Like to see you do better, you overgrown eagle." Watch and learn, puppy." Franklin stumbled over to retrieve the spear, taking only 2 tries to pick it up. This is how you throw a stick." Angron's eyes narrowed as he noticed the familiar shimmer of psychic energy beginning to coalesce around his brother. "Oh, you warp-touched bastard," he muttered, but there was genuine amusement in his voice. Franklin drew back the spear, and suddenly it blazed with golden fire. The flames took the shape of wings along its shaft, and with a throw that probably broke several laws of physics, and definitely broke some of reality's, he launched it moonward. The spear screamed through the atmosphere, its psychically enhanced flight leaving a trail of fire across the night sky. It struck the moon with such force that a visible crack appeared on its surface, visible even from the planet's surface. There was a moment of perfect silence. Then Franklin turned to Lemon, swaying triumphantly. "Who's a good boy? You used your fucking psyker powers!" Lemon roared, finally realizing what had happened. That's cheating." "Nope." Franklin popped the P sound with drunken glee. "Never said we couldn't use our abilities. And now?" He pulled out a data slate, fingers moving with surprising dexterity for someone so drunk. "Let's see, changing Fenrician King to good boy. Wolf Lord to good boy. Nota Furry to good boy." Lemon lunged for the slate but missed spectacularly, face planting into a decorative bush. "I'll kill you," came his muffled threat. From his throne, Angron finally lost his composure. His laughter started as a low rumble before building into a full-throated roar that caused several unconscious Astartes to stir. "Brother," he called to Lemon, "you should have known better than to make a throwing contest with our resident psyker." Lemon slumped to his knees, staring at the cracked moon. "My passwords, all of them." "Don't worry." Franklin attempted to pat his brother's head and mostly got his shoulder. "I'll make them easy to remember." "Who's a good boy?" The next morning, every single password-protected system in the Space Wolves fleet responded to only one phrase, "Who's a good boy?" Lemon's howl of rage could be heard across 3-star systems. The Innovation Hub pulsed with ancient energy, a symphony of Golden Age machinery sparking in rhythm with Dr. Ilara Chen's swift movements across a web of holographic screens. At her side, Magos Biceps Maximalis, a towering presence of gleaming chrome muscles, monitored the intricate operation. "Fascinating." Biceps boomed, flexing his pectorals with such force that nearby drones and servoskulls veered out of his path. The neural engrams are aligning perfectly. Each exclamation was punctuated by another enthusiastic flex. Dr. Chen sighed but couldn't suppress a faint smile. "Yes, the temporal data stream is stabilizing. We're integrating 10,000 years of memories and experience into a newly formed consciousness matrix." In front of them sat the centerpiece of their operation, a brain suspended in transparent housing, flashing with independence sector enhancements as synthetic neurons fired in near Primarch patterns of complexity. Query: can you confirm this procedure will lead to my original creation? A digitized voice echoed from within the suspended brain. Absolutely. Biceps proclaimed, striking a pose that would have put ancient Terran bodybuilders to shame. Your future consciousness is being reconstructed into this perfected form. Dr. Chen leaned in, her voice calm and meticulous. The process relies on quantum entanglement to stabilize a closed temporal loop. We're recreating your future personality and memories in a present consciousness matrix. With the strength of my magnificent biceps. The Magos interjected with a flourish. Using quantum filters, Chen continued, unfazed. This approach enables self-sustaining paradox, as you essentially become your own predecessor. As if to punctuate her statement, the transparent housing pulsed with an ethereal light. Additional components assembled around the brain, gradually taking shape to form the distinctive body of Belisarius Call. After a moment, his optical units flickered to life. Curious, Call murmured, studying his new hands. I recall perishing, and yet here I am, within my own past. These memories, however, feel incomplete. Welcome to Existence 2.0, brother. Biceps roared, offering a triumphant fist bump, which Call carefully sidestepped. Query: why do I recall Dr. Chen's demise at the Siege of Terra? Call tilted his head, scrutinizing her. Chen's face remained neutral, though a shadow of emotion crossed her eyes. Because that event might yet occur. Temporal mechanics are complicated. Call's newly integrated mechadendrites twitched as he considered. It appears I am here because I will be, and will be because I am here. A perpetual loop of cause and effect. Intriguing. Though I do sense unaccounted modifications in my neural patterns. My most outstanding work. Biceps declared, flexing a deltoid that caused a data slate to display his genetic enhancements. Behold the precision. We've integrated hybrid technology, Chen explained. Independence sector neural enhancements with your future configurations. Your brain now processes at capacities far exceeding standard custodians, though with certain gaps. Call's optic units narrowed. Gaps, purposeful. Chen nodded. A full transfer was deemed too risky. You retain core personality traits, key memories, and critical knowledge, but not everything. Like a sculpted masterpiece, only showing what's necessary. Biceps interjected, flexing both his arms and form in a display that momentarily recalibrated nearby machinery. Their discussion moved to a row of nutrient tanks where Franklin's chosen captains floated, their bodies undergoing transformation: Denzel, Stephen, John, Vladimir, and Henry. The Primi-born differ dramatically from the standard Primaris, Call noted, observing the genetic data. I see my designs incorporated. Yes, the Primi-born are the pinnacle of what we can achieve without invoking full Primarch creation, Chen explained. The immortus gland was the key. See for yourself. Biceps activated a display with a dramatic lat spread. The immortus gland enables virtually limitless cellular regeneration. Chen continued. We reverse-engineered the gland from Franklin's biology. The Primi-born receive its complete form, while standard Primaris only receive the Magnificat, a less powerful variant that still provides considerable enhancements. Call observed the tanks closely. Approximately 85% of Primarch attributes, without the risk of attracting warp entities. And the genetic limiters. Franklin's orders, Chen confirmed. He insisted on preventing his soul from ever transferring to these bodies, at the minuscule chance that he might die. Even the Emperor approved of this restriction. Better safe than sorry. Biceps added, flexing in such a way that the entire laboratory seemed to recalibrate. I understand the distinctions, Call mused, his mechadendrites extending. So, the Primi-born receive full immortus gland capabilities, enhanced neural architecture near Primarch thresholds, maximized efficiency exceeding Astartes by 300%, cellular regeneration bordering on true immortality, and physical prowess at 85% of Primarch benchmarks. And they look absolutely glorious. Biceps exclaimed, flexing while somehow operating 3 control panels. Whereas standard Primaris receive the Magnificat, Call added, a modest yet significant upgrade over baseline Astartes. You've clearly integrated aspects of my future work. Chen nodded, slightly humbled. Your future self's contributions were invaluable, though we adapted them for current tech levels. Won't this induce a temporal paradox? Call asked. If my future designs are used now, what is their origin? The loop is the essence. Biceps declared. Like a perfectly executed curl. Chen managed a small smile. The time loop sustains itself. Your future designs exist because we're creating them now, setting in motion their eventual creation. They turned back to the nutrient tanks, where the captains floated. You both know your eventual fates, Call murmured. Does it not disturb you? Chen's face remained steady. Death is inevitable. Knowing when and how, simply helps us plan. Death is the final pump. Biceps declared, though a note of solemnity tempered his words. We pass on so others may flex. Your legacy will echo through the millennia, Call said softly. Even in degraded form, the Primarchs project will serve humanity countless times. It is, curious to assist in something I thought I'd originated. Chen's smile grew, though her gaze was distant. Time has a strange way of moving. The true Primi-born knowledge will likely be lost. The Magnificat was always meant as a legacy version. Like perfection passing into legend. Biceps struck a pose that balanced pride and sorrow. We're creating something greater than ourselves, Chen murmured, watching the captains in the tanks. Even if we don't survive, our work will. And I will remember, Call whispered. Fragments may survive, but they will carry forward through the ages. The three stood in contemplative silence, their work both momentous and fragile, poised between the known and the unknown. In the tanks, the next phase of humanity's evolution took form, bearing the weight of millennia. The observation deck of Forge World Prime's primary orbital station offered a view that would have struck any mortal observer dumb with awe. Through its armored viewing ports, the massive form of planet Palomar was being systematically deconstructed, its very substance feeding into what would become the most ambitious vessel ever constructed by human hands. Franklin Valorian stood with his arms crossed, his massive frame casting a long shadow across the deck. His expression was somewhere between a grimace and fascination as he watched another segment of Palomar feed into the construction arrays. Beside him, Dr. Marcus Hawthorne, surrounded by a swarm of hovering drones that buzzed about like mechanical insects, manipulated a series of holographic displays with practiced ease. Doctor, Franklin said, his voice carrying a note of barely contained distress, please tell me there's been some mistake. Why does my ship look like it's ready to conduct mass? Marcus adjusted his augmetic glasses, the lenses whirring as they focused. My lord, I assure you the design is optimal for... Optimal. Franklin gestured at the hologram. It looks like someone took a cathedral, strapped engines to it, and decided to wage holy war across the stars. Well, Marcus coughed, technically speaking. The drones around him rearranged themselves, projecting a larger, more detailed hologram. Two ships hung in the air between them. One was the current Gothic design of Sweet Liberty, its spires and buttresses reaching for the heavens like a prayer made manifest in adamantium and ceramite. The other was a sleeker design, all organic curves and flowing lines. These were our two most viable designs, Marcus explained, his drones highlighting various sections as he spoke. The organic design is aesthetically pleasing, yes, but... But what? Franklin interrupted, hope in his voice. It looks perfect. Like something that should be carrying the Liberator across the stars. Marcus sighed, and with a gesture, both ships began to transform, their outer hulls becoming transparent to reveal their internal systems. My lord, let me explain exactly what we're trying to contain here. The drones created additional displays, showing power readings and technical specifications. The zero-point energy core we're installing isn't just powerful, it's basically equivalent to a few suns that could power an entire sector. The cooling systems alone require more space than most capital ships. Franklin waved a hand dismissively. So we need some big radiators, what's the... Then there's the temporal weapons array, Marcus continued, highlighting a massive section of the ship. The temporal weapons array alone require dedicated power conduits the size of battle cruisers. The disintegration cannons need specialized containment fields that can't be compromised by any hull flexing. The overlapping quantum shields require architectural supports that can handle the stress of reality literally bending around the ship. As Marcus spoke, more and more systems appeared in the hologram, each more impressive and demanding than the last. The multiple manufactorums, the numerous torpedo and missile bays, the black hole cannons, the inertialess drives. My lord, we're basically trying to build a mobile fortress that can tell physics to sit down and shut up. Franklin ran a hand through his hair, looking between the two designs. But why does that mean it has to look like that? Marcus gestured, and the sleek design began to show stress points and structural weaknesses. The Gothic architecture isn't just for show. Those flying buttresses? They're actually necessary to channel the zero-point energy without tearing the ship apart. The spires? They're containment arrays for the temporal weapons. The decorative arches? Point defense systems. Franklin watched as the sleek design literally began to break apart under the simulated stresses of its own weapons. So you're telling me? Yes, my lord. Form follows function. If we want to mount all of your, Marcus coughed diplomatically, toys, we need an architecture that can handle forces that would make the fabricator general himself faint in bliss. There was a long moment of silence as Franklin stared at the Gothic design, his expression slowly shifting from resignation to something else. Something that made Marcus slightly nervous. My lord. Franklin's face split into a grin that would have made Lemon Russ proud. Fuck it. I beg your pardon. If we have to go Gothic, let's go Gothic. I'm talking full Cathedral of Liberty here. Make it so over the top that it might spark another renaissance of religion in Terra and decide to launch a holy war with every fucking Xenos in the galaxy. Hawthorne's augmetic eye cycled through several settings as he processed this change in direction. My lord. Franklin stepped forward, his hands moving through the holograph, manipulating the design with practiced ease. Look, if Sweet Liberty has to be a floating cathedral, let's make it the most magnificent, most absurd, most absolutely liberating cathedral ever conceived. I want spires that could impale Imperial destroyers. I want flying buttresses that double as lance batteries. I want gargoyles that are actually weapon hardpoints. You want to weaponize architectural features? Hawthorne asked, but his fingers were already moving to implement the changes. I want Sagrada Familia meets Imperium meets what in the Emperor's name were they thinking? When Xenos see this ship, I want their first thought to be what kind of insane species builds something like that, followed immediately by oh shit, it's shooting at us. The hologram evolved under their combined manipulation. The basic Gothic structure remained, but now it grew more elaborate, more audacious. Spires twisted skyward like frozen lightning, each one housing batteries of weapons that could end solar systems. Flying buttresses arced gracefully through space, their surfaces studded with lance arrays and torpedo tubes. And here, Franklin said, pointing to what looked like a massive rose window at the ship's prow, this is where we'll mount the main graviton annihilator cannon. When it fires, it'll look like the eye of an angry god opening to pass judgment. And here, Franklin said, pointing to various sections, we'll have statues. But not just any statues. Each one will be a void-hardened weapons platform. Imagine it Saint Liberty with actual working flame-throwing hands. The Angel of Democracy carrying a functional graviton cannon in her scales of justice. Hawthorne's organic eye had developed a slight twitch, but his augmetic one was recording everything with enthusiastic efficiency. The materials needed will be substantial. That's why we're eating a planet to build it, isn't it? If you need more, find a few more planets, glass the Xenos on top and drag it over here to make my ship. Franklin grinned. Oh. And the interior, if we're going full Gothic, let's not half-ass it. I want vaulted ceilings in the corridors. Flying buttresses in the engine room. Make the bridge look like the most ornate cathedral nave ever conceived, but every bit of decoration is either a control system or a backup weapons station whilst the walls tell of the history of humanity. The Mechanicum will have opinions about this, Hawthorne warned, though he was already incorporating the changes. The Mechanicum can submit their opinions through the appropriate channels, preferably after witnessing Sweet Liberty delete a sun with its main guns. Franklin paused, considering. Actually, make sure we have a proper chapel. But instead of an altar, put in a tactical hollow table. And the pews should all be command stations. As they worked, the design grew ever more elaborate, yet somehow more coherent. What had started as a compromise with physical necessity had evolved into a deliberate statement of artistic warfare. Every Gothic flourish concealed a weapons system. Every decorative element served a practical purpose. It was beautiful, terrifying, and absolutely insane, exactly what Franklin had wanted all along. If I may say, my lord, Hawthorne said finally, reviewing the completed design, this is either the most brilliant or the most horrifying thing we've ever conceived. Why choose? Franklin laughed. It's both. That's what makes it perfect. It's exactly what Liberty should be: overwhelming, slightly ridiculous, but absolutely effective. And the Xenos? Franklin's grin turned predatory. They'll learn that in the Imperium of Man, even our cathedrals are deadly. Beyond the viewport, the framework of sweet liberty continued to grow, its Gothic spires reaching into the void like the skeletal fingers of a god. Soon, it would be more than just a design, it would be 100 miles of liberty, democracy, and overwhelming firepower, all wrapped in the most absurdly magnificent package the independence sector could conceive. An, shut up and triple the defense budget. Chapter 99, Fukin. The setting sun cast long shadows across the Wardern streets as Franklin, Valorian and Angron walked side by side through the newly compliant world. The evidence of recent battle still scarred the buildings, but already the people were emerging from their shelters, hope replacing fear in their eyes. "You struck true today, brother," Franklin said, his voice carrying the warmth that had earned him such devotion among both his sons and the common people. "That tyrant won't be missed." Angron's response was interrupted by the patter of small feet. A group of children, emboldened by their parents' presence nearby, came running toward the two towering demigods. Where once there might have been hesitation in Angron's movements, now there was only a moment's pause before he carefully lifted a small girl who had wrapped herself around his leg. "Careful there, little warrior," Angron rumbled, his voice softer than most would believe possible. He watched as Franklin effortlessly gathered 3 children, settling one on each shoulder and cradling another in his free arm. "How do you make it look so natural?" Angron asked, adjusting his hold on the child who was now examining his armor with fascination. Franklin laughed, the sound carrying down the street. "Perhaps because I don't overthink it, brother. Children see the truth in us more clearly than most adults. They don't care about our titles or our victories. They just see." He paused, bouncing one of the children on his shoulder, eliciting a delighted giggle. "Well, they just see us." A boy, no more than 7, looked up at Franklin with wide eyes. "I want to be just like you when I grow up." Franklin's eyes twinkled as he spotted the boy's father, a soldier in the Planetary Defense Force, watching nearby. "Is that so, young man? Well, that's quite the ambition. But you know what it takes to be big and strong?" the boy asked eagerly. "That's part of it," Franklin said, carefully setting the children down. He reached into his armor and produced an ornate Loss pistol, its design reminiscent of ancient Terran firearms. "But more importantly, it takes discipline and wisdom." He looked directly at the boy's father, who straightened unconsciously under the Primarch's gaze. "This is special, little one. It never runs out of shots, but remember, a weapon is a responsibility, not a toy. Watch your father, he'll show you how to use it properly." Angron set down his own young charge, watching the interaction with thoughtful eyes. "You arm children, brother." "I arm future defenders," Franklin replied, his voice taking on a more serious tone. "This world has seen enough of tyrants. The next generation should know how to prevent them from rising again." He gestured to his men, who began helping the parents collect their children. As the families moved away, Angron spoke again, his voice contemplative. "They don't fear us. Even after seeing what we did to their oppressors, they don't fear us. Fear is a poor foundation for loyalty, brother. You know this better than most." Franklin placed a hand on Angron's shoulder. "The nails they wanted to put in your head, they were instruments of fear. But look at you now, a liberator rather than just a conqueror." Angron nodded slowly. "Sometimes I wonder, if father hadn't arrived when he did, if you hadn't convinced him to save my brothers and sisters from Naria. Then we wouldn't be having this conversation," Franklin finished. "But we are. And those children back there? They ran to you just as readily as they ran to me. They see in you what I've always seen, a warrior with a heart as great as his strength." "You're becoming philosophical in your old age, brother," Angron said, but there was a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "Someone has to be. Between Fulgrim's art and Russ's drinking songs, someone needs to maintain some perspective." Franklin grinned. "Speaking of which, I believe the local leadership has prepared a feast in honor of their liberation. Shall we show them how the sons of the Emperor celebrate victory?" Angron's laugh was like distant thunder. "Lead the way, brother. But if you start giving away any more weapons, I'm telling father." As if he doesn't know already, Franklin chuckled as they turned toward the governor's palace, their massive forms silhouetted against the dying sun. Behind them, a boy clutched his new Loss pistol, watching the giants depart with dreams of heroism dancing in his young mind. "I thought the Wolf King had fury," said Ferris, admiring the choleric spirit of his newfound brother, "but this? Where did you find him?" "A death world," said the Emperor, his piercing gaze seeing more and ranging farther than any other on the battlefield and second battle line where he stood with his son, Ferrus Manus. One consumed by fire. Ferrus gave a snort of laughter. They watched from the blasted hillock the troops and his armoured divisions arranged before them and ready for the Gorgon's command. His warriors, his iron hands. The dragon led a company of them, and several cohorts of army auxilia. The scent of engines and hot metal from the idling artillery and heavy battle tanks wafted over the mustering, but peered out and was swallowed up by the stink of sweat and death by the time it reached the battle less than a few miles away. The sound of power armor approaching drew their attention, though the Emperor's expression suggested he had known of the arrival long before. Franklin Valorian and Angron ascended the hillock, their massive forms casting long shadows in the battle light. "Father," Franklin nodded respectfully, then grinned at Ferrus. "Brother. I see you're enjoying the show as well." Ferrus folded his silver arms, restive. They shimmered with an uncanny luster, the metal of their forging as miraculous as it was mysterious. A massive Warhammer lay against one armoured shoulder, a gift from Fulgrim and one he desired to bloody again. "Draconic in both aspect and temperament," he said, alluding to the savage scalloped warplate worn by the dragon. The Emperor's gaze shifted to Franklin. "Your assessment of your brother, Franklin." Franklin watched as Fukin engaged a cluster of enemy heavy infantry, his hammer describing devastating arcs through their ranks. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. "One thing's certain," Franklin said, a slight smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. "I bet he gives hugs that could rival mine. Though, I'd probably suggest removing that particularly spiky pauldron first." The Emperor's lips twitched in faint amusement at Franklin's comment, while Ferrus leveled a look that might have silenced someone with less resolve. Angron, however, released a low chuckle. "Have you taught him much of your craft, Ferrus?" the Emperor asked. "None, truly. He needed no guidance in that realm. By the time I reached the forge, he and the armor were already gone." The Emperor looked pleased, as though watching one of his designs unfold just as intended. "And what is your assessment?" "Overly flamboyant," Ferrus replied, raising a brow, "but it seems effective." "Him, Ferrus, not his armor." Ferrus raised an eyebrow and grunted, conceding the correction. "He fights like a Medusan earworm." "Are they all like that where he hails from?" "No, he is one of a kind. Just as you are." Ferrus's silver fingers flexed unconsciously as he nodded. "Impressive," he admitted, though a hint of disdain crept in as he added, "but Russ, Horace, Angron even Fulgrim, match his prowess. I see nothing remarkable about him." "Perhaps you're focusing on the wrong things, brother," Franklin interjected thoughtfully. "Look more closely at his movements. Every strike isn't only about doing damage, he's analyzing the metal, gauging its composition with each blow. He's still a craftsman, even in the heat of battle." The Emperor turned to Franklin, his golden eyes sharp with curiosity. "Explain." Franklin gestured toward the battlefield, where Fukin had just delivered a crushing blow. "Notice how he adjusts each strike. Those aren't simply a warrior's attacks, they're the precise, calibrated strokes of a master craftsman. He's reading the battlefield as if it were his forge, father. Every enemy's armor is new material to examine, every clash of weapons a lesson to absorb." "An interesting observation," the Emperor noted, then turned to Angron. "And your assessment, my son?" Angron stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as he studied Fukin's movements. "He holds back," Angron stated simply. "Not out of fear or hesitation, but consideration. Each blow could shatter his opponents utterly, yet he measures his strength precisely. Like a blacksmith tempering steel," Franklin added, nodding in agreement. "More than that," Angron continued, his voice carrying the weight of someone who understood the burden of tremendous power. "He fights with the patience of someone who knows the cost of unchecked strength. I recognize that restraint, it's something I've had to learn myself." The Emperor's expression remained neutral, but there was approval in his eyes. "Continue." "His weapons and armor," Angron gestured, "they're extensions of himself, yes, but not in the way most warriors wear their warplate. Each piece tells a story of its making. He doesn't just fight with them, he understands them completely because he forged them with his own hands." Angron shook his head, but there was amusement in his eyes. "Only you, brother, would evaluate a warrior's worth by their capacity for embraces. Don't knock it until you've tried it," Franklin replied. "Besides, in my experience, the best warriors are often the ones who remember what they're fighting to protect." "And our new brother down there?" He's protecting something far more precious than just territory or glory. The Emperor's gaze lingered on Franklin for a moment, and there was something like pride in his ancient eyes. Indeed, he said simply, before turning his attention back to the battlefield where Fukin continued his devastating yet carefully measured advance. In the forge chambers of Ferris's temporary command post, the rhythmic sound of hammer strikes punctuated their conversation. Ferris worked as he spoke, his silver hands shaping metal with practiced precision while Angron stood nearby, studying the Gorgon's methodology. "Our brother Franklin," Ferris began, not looking up from his work, "he favors overwhelming firepower and precision strikes. But tell me, what would you do with this world?" The question was direct, characteristic of the 10th Primarch's blunt nature. Angron considered the tactical display showing their target a world under assault by an Orc Wadaik. "A direct assault against the Orc warboss," he answered. "Cut off the head, and the body will flounder." Ferris gave a grunt that might have been approval or dismissal. It was often hard to tell with the Gorgon. "And the civilians in the mining complexes?" Ferris gestured to the structures that are currently under attack. "Evacuate them first," Angron replied firmly. "I was taught that every civilian lost is a resource wasted. They know the terrain, the infrastructure. They're valuable." The hammer struck harder this time. "Sentiment," Ferris said, but there was no real criticism in his tone. Though not without tactical merit. "The weak must be protected so they may serve the strong." He paused his work, fixing Angron with his stern gaze. "But protection cannot breed weakness. What would you suggest then, brother?" Ferris's silver hands moved over the tactical display, manipulating it with mechanical precision. "Arm them. Train them. The mining complexes have thermal drills? Retrofit them into weapons. And the mining suits? Upgrade them into combat platforms. Let's make the civilians an asset, not a burden." Angron's eyes sparked with recognition. "Convert their entire infrastructure into a weapon." Ferris gave a curt nod, returning to his work. "Precisely. The flesh is weak, but iron can make it strong. Together, our legions and a militarized civilian force will give the Orcs something they won't expect. They know how to fight a frontal assault, they don't know how to fight industry itself." Franklin would appreciate the strategy, Angron agreed. Though he'd probably insist on even more firepower. Ferris's mouth twitched with a hint of irony. "Your mentor believes any problem can be solved with enough guns," he remarked dryly, a flicker of respect in his tone. "But sometimes the anvil must strike before the bullet flies." A comfortable silence fell between them, punctuated by the steady rhythm of Ferris's hammer. Two brothers, different in temperament but united in purpose, each gleaning insight from the other. Their goal was clear, to forge strength from weakness, and to bring yet another world into compliance through iron and blood. "Now," Ferris said, resuming their discussion, "show me how you'd position those mining suits." Franklin stood in the center of his private training cage, death sword in hand, his chest bearing the phantom pain where Eldinesh's blade had found its mark. The motes of psychic light that had formed his legendary opponent dispersed like stardust in the void, leaving him alone with the presence of the war god. 20 minutes, Cain's voice resonated with barely contained violence. "Double our initial requirement of 10. You can defeat Eldinesh now, with your psychic abilities and my blessing." "Why do you insist on this? What did you call it? Dark Souls difficulty?" Franklin chuckled, reaching for a cloth to wipe his face. "You know, there's something deeply amusing about the Ildari god of war making video game references." "I speak in terms you understand," Cain replied, a hint of amusement coloring his usually stern tone. "Though I fail to see the humor in repeatedly dying to the same opponent whom you could already vanquish." Rising to his feet, Franklin began going through his cool-down exercises, his movements deliberate and measured. "Consider this scenario: what if I'm caught in a null field? Or fighting something that can dampen psychic abilities?" "You would still have my power," Cain stated firmly. "And if the enemy found a way to sever that connection?" Franklin turned to face the burning reflection. "The galaxy is vast and full of surprises. The Necrons have technology we barely understand. The Chaos Gods are always scheming. I can't afford to rely solely on powers that could potentially be taken away." Cain fell silent for a moment, reflecting the god's contemplation. "You think too much like a mortal sometimes," Cain observed, though there was no mockery in his tone. "But I cannot fault your logic. Even gods can fall, as I know all too well." Franklin swung the death sword, examining its edge. "Not failure contingency. Every advantage I have is a tool, not a crutch. My psychic powers, your blessing, the technology of my legion, these are all advantages I'm grateful for. But the core of who I am, my base abilities as a Primarch, that needs to be honed to perfection. Like tempering a blade, Cain mused, understanding dawning in his burning voice. Exactly, Franklin smiled. You of all beings should appreciate that. A sword isn't strong just because of enchantments or decorations. Its fundamental structure, the quality of its forging, that's what truly matters. Everything else builds upon that foundation. The god's presence shifted, and Franklin could feel approval radiating from the war god. You surprise me, young one. Most warriors I've known would gladly accept any advantage, any shortcut to victory. That's exactly why I don't, Franklin replied, beginning another set of practice forms. Victory at any cost is sometimes necessary, but relying on that mentality makes you weak. It makes you forget the fundamentals. Besides, he grinned, imagine the look on an enemy's face when they think they've stripped away all my advantages, only to find out they're facing someone who's beaten Eldinesh with pure skill. The forges of the Liberty Eagles hummed with constant activity, but a respectful hush fell over the artificers, as Fukin strode into Franklin's personal workshop. The salamander's presence was impossible to ignore, not just because of his massive stature, but because of the warmth that seemed to radiate from him, both literally and metaphorically. Franklin looked up from a hololithic display showing fleet movements, his eyebrows rising in surprise. Brother! I wasn't expecting you. Though I must say, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to have some refreshments brought in. Fukin's deep laugh echoed through the workshop. Our father sends his regards, brother. And his instructions. He paused, red eyes gleaming with interest as they swept across the advanced machinery filling the space. He believes I would learn more under your tutelage than his own. Franklin blinked, momentarily taken aback. Lemon, Fulgrim, Angron, now you. He mused aloud, scratching his chin. I'm starting to think father is using me as his personal mentoring service. The father speaks highly of your mastery of warfare, Fukin continued, but more importantly, of your understanding of logistics and strategic planning. And his eyes swept the forge again. He mentioned that your forges are among the finest in the Imperium. Ah yes, Cain's voice whispered in Franklin's mind, carrying the weight of ancient memory. This one reminds me of Val, though still young. Give him time, and he will create weapons of beauty and mass destruction in equal measure. Franklin watched as Fukin moved through the workshop, noting how his brother's eyes lingered on various pieces of technology. But it was when Fukin's gaze fell upon the death sword that everything changed. The salamander's expression shifted, his eyes narrowing with the intensity of a master craftsman spotting an imperfection that only he could see. How long have you carried that blade, brother? Franklin's hand unconsciously moved to the sword's grip, feeling the familiar pulse of power within it. A lifetime, he answered, then smiled wryly. Though I suppose that means something different for beings like us. It's of Drukari make. Fukin's tone carried a note of distaste. Ildari actually, Franklin corrected quickly, noting the darkness that had crossed his brother's features. The crone sword of Mareheg. And believe me, brother, I share your hatred for the Dark Eldar. I know what they've done to Nocturne's people. He paused, remembering the information from his future data slate. The raids, the suffering they've caused, their monsters wearing Eldar skin, nothing more. Well put, Cain approved in his mind. The Drukari are a perversion of what my people should be. Fukin nodded gravely, but his eyes remained fixed on the blade. It's incomplete, he said finally. Incomplete? Cain's voice held genuine surprise in Franklin's mind. He does not think, but I am no blacksmith, and this is a sword forged by Val himself from Mareheg's fingers. How could it be incomplete? Incomplete? Franklin asked aloud, voicing both his and Cain's curiosity. Yes, Fukin confirmed, his expert craftsman's eye studying the weapon. The core is sound, magnificent even. But there are resonances that aren't fully harmonized, potential that remains untapped. He looked up at Franklin. May I? Franklin found himself mentally asking Cain, what do you think? Would you submit to being reforged by my brother? There was a moment of contemplative silence before Cain responded, I would see what this scion of the Emperor can do with a god's weapon. Let him try. With ceremonial gravity, Franklin drew the death sword and presented it to Fukin. Brother, I would be honored if you would complete what was begun. And He grinned, lightening the moment. If you wouldn't mind, I could use a new sidearm as well. Fukin took the blade with appropriate reverence, his eyes already noting what would need to be done. It will take time, he warned. To work with such material properly. Time we have, Franklin assured him. And speaking of proper tools. He activated a nearby holo display, bringing up the schematics of a vessel. Consider this a welcome gift to the family. A Juggernaut-class forge ship, customized to your specifications. I know it's not Nocturne's forges, but this is generous, he said carefully, though his excitement was evident in the increased glow of his eyes. Nonsense, Franklin waved off the protest. I never like to receive without giving in return. Besides, you're doing me 2 favors now, and I suspect we'll be working together quite a bit in the future. Consider it an investment in our shared endeavors. Fukin finally looked up from his examination. I will need to study the blade's properties thoroughly before beginning any work. And for your sidearm, do you have any preferences? Something with style, Franklin grinned. But practical. I do have a reputation to maintain, after all. Fukin nodded slowly, understanding passing between the brothers. Then let us begin. There is much work to be done. Indeed there is, Franklin agreed, then couldn't help adding, though fair warning, if you are going to be studying under me, you should know that I believe in celebrating our successes as much as working toward them. I hope you can hold your drink as well as you hold that hammer. Fukin's booming laugh filled the forge once again. Brother, I think we're going to get along just fine. As they began discussing the details of their arrangement, Franklin couldn't help but think that perhaps the Emperor knew exactly what he was doing, bringing them together like this. Sometimes the best teachings came not from formal instruction, but from the simple act of brothers working side by side, each learning from the other's strengths. Just try not to let him add too many flames to my sword, Cain grumbled good-naturedly in his mind. Franklin had to stifle a laugh. Somehow, he suspected that was one battle he'd already lost. Chapter 100, The Cosmic Instigation Agency. The Innovation Hub's primary laboratory is a testament to the merger of efficiency and advancement. Holographic displays flickered with streams of data while drones darted between workstations carrying samples and data slates. The air hummed with the gentle whir of computation engines and diagnostic equipment. Franklin entered through the reinforced doorway. His face broke into an easy smile as he spotted the familiar forms of Dr. Ilara Chen and Magos biologist Biceps Maximus. Dr. Chen, her augmented eyes glowing a soft blue, was the picture of focused brilliance. Her laboratory coat bore the marks of recent work, scorch marks from plasma testing and the faint green stains of gene sequence reagents. Magos Biceps, true to his name, had augmented his already impressive frame with additional servo arms, each currently engaged in different aspects of his ongoing research. But it was the third figure that gave Franklin pause. Tall even by Mechanicum standards, with multiple mechanical appendages and an aura of intellectual energy, the unknown tech priest stood analyzing data patterns in the air before him. Dr. Chen, Biceps, good morning, Franklin greeted warmly, then turned his attention to the stranger. And you are? The tech priest turned, mechanical appendages adjusting his position. Archmagos Belisarius Call, my Lord Primarch. Though our first meeting is technically far in your future, aboard the Vengeful Spirit, where you... He paused, optical sensors whirring, meet your end. Franklin's laughter filled the laboratory, a sound that caused several drones to adjust their flight paths. Well, that's certainly one way to start a conversation, he grinned, completely unfazed. Nice to meet you, Call. Though I have to say, knowing how I die takes some of the suspense out of life. Dr. Chen stepped forward, her augmented hand gesturing to a series of data streams. My lord, we discovered Archmagos Call's core memories and consciousness patterns embedded within the Primaris data Henry brought back. The quantum signatures matched perfectly with future records. Magos Biceps's voice emerged from his Vox grill, carrying its usual tone of enthusiastic precision. The implications are fascinating, my lord. The Archmagos's knowledge spans millennia of technological development. Combined with our current innovations, the potential is, flexes dramatically, explosive. Indeed, Call interjected, his mechanical appendages weaving complex patterns in the air. Though I must admit, the level of technology here in Nova Libertas is far beyond what our records suggested. Your Legion's integration of Golden Age innovations with current Imperial technology is, most irregular. The Mechanicum of Mars would have strong opinions about this. Franklin's expression turned serious for a moment. The Mechanicum of Mars has strong opinions about many things, Archmagos. But I believe you understand better than most the importance of innovation. He extended his hand to Call. Your presence here suggests you are willing to work outside conventional boundaries. Call regarded the offered hand with his optical sensors, calculations, and protocols visibly running through his augmented mind. After a moment, he reached out with his primary manipulator. The pursuit of knowledge requires flexibility in interpretation of doctrine, Lord Primarch. Especially given what lies ahead. As they shook hands, the air seemed to crackle with potential. Here stood two of the greatest innovators the Imperium would ever know, one, a demigod of unification, the other, a maverick who would help reshape the Imperium 10 millennia hence. The laboratory's atmosphere shifted as Franklin turned his attention to the towering figures standing in the reinforced testing chamber. His closest sons and captains. Now stood something more: the Primarch, a new evolution in transhuman warfare. Henry flexed his hands, watching in fascination as enhanced muscles rippled beneath skin that now seemed to shimmer with subtle, internal strength. At 10 feet tall, his new form dwarfed his former Primaris physique, yet still stood beneath the towering presence of his Primarch. Every sensation was impossibly sharp, every movement calculated with precision that made his former abilities seem clumsy in comparison. Emperor's teeth, he whispered, his enhanced vocal cords giving his voice a resonant quality it hadn't possessed before. It's like someone turned everything up to 11. He caught his reflection in a polished panel. His features were sharper, more defined. Stephen Armstrong, standing the tallest among the Primarchs at 11 feet, tested his new strength by casually lifting a piece of equipment that would have required a small crane before. His augmented frame, already impressive as an Astartes, now rippled with power and nanomachines that seemed barely contained by his skin. The calculations were perfect, Dr. Chen noted, monitoring readings on multiple displays. The gene synthesis matched our projections exactly. They're stabilized at approximately 85% of full Primarch capacity. Denzel Washington, his new form radiating an aura of martial prowess, drew his hyperphase blades and marveled at how natural it felt in his enhanced grip. The swords seemed to sing in harmony with his improved reactions and strength. Henry watched Denzel's practiced movements with newfound understanding. Now it all makes sense, he said, turning to Franklin. I've seen the chapter master in combat. Against anything less than a Primarch or their equivalent, he was unstoppable. This. He gestured to his new form, this is why. Vladimir Mendeleev, the chief librarian, stepped forward, his psychic presence noticeably stronger in his Primarch form. The artificial lights flickered slightly in response to his movement. My lord, he addressed Franklin in a thick, gravelly accent, there is practical matter we must address, Federal Bureau of Incantations, struggling with scope of responsibilities, you see. John Ezra, head of the Secret Service, nodded in agreement, his enhanced features set in a serious expression. The domestic security apparatus is robust, but our galactic intelligence network requires a dedicated framework. Even with Secret Service support, Vladimir continued, his words deliberate, as though each was a heavy brick laid on the table, we need separate entity. Focused solely on extraplanetary affairs, yes? Scale of information we handle here, beyond current structure. Too much for one bureau. He paused, looking to Franklin, one eyebrow raised as if to add, and besides, who else can deal with all this interstellar madness better than we, HMM? A mischievous grin spread across Franklin's face, the kind his sons had learned to both love and dread. Well, if we're handling information, let's name it Cosmic Instigation Agency. He paused for effect, we might as well call it the CIA. The collective groan that filled the laboratory was perhaps the first synchronized action of the Primarchs as a group. Armstrong pinched the bridge of his nose, his massive frame shaking with suppressed laughter. Of course you'd go there, father. Of course you would. He's been waiting to use that one, Denzel said, sheathing his sword with a flourish that would have been impossible with his previous physique. Probably had it ready since he first considered expanding our intelligence operations. The acronym is, technically accurate, Dr. Chen offered diplomatically, though her eyes betrayed her amusement. Call's mechanical appendages twitched in what might have been the mechanicum equivalent of a shrug. The pattern matches my historical records. The Primarch's predilection for such wordplay remains consistent across millennia. Franklin's grin only widened. Come now, what's the point of being a demigod if you can't have fun with it? Besides, his expression turned more serious, the name might be amusing, but the purpose is vital. We're dealing with threats and opportunities across an entire galaxy. We need an organization that can operate independently of our standard command structure. Vladimir nodded, his enhanced intellect already processing the implications. Separate division, focused on external threats and intelligence gathering, would be most efficient, he said, his thick accent adding weight to each word. Would free FBI to focus on domestic security, and Webway project, yes. He leaned in, gesturing with his hands in a calculated manner. We cannot have agents stretched thin like, butter on too much bread, you see? New division, this is answer. Exactly, Franklin confirmed. The CIA will handle everything beyond our borders: Xenos activities, potential STC locations, chaos influence. He glanced at Henry, and of course, temporal anomalies. Speaking of temporal anomalies, Henry interjected, his new form allowing him to process multiple thought streams simultaneously, we should discuss the implications of the Primarchs data on our current development track. There are several innovations we could implement ahead of schedule. Franklin raised an eyebrow. Already putting those enhanced cognitive functions to work, I see. Very well. He turned to address the group. The Primiborn were just the first step. With the combined knowledge we possess past, present, and future, we can reshape the path ahead. But first, he smiled again, we need to properly document this particular classified intergalactic accident. The collective groan returned, even louder with their enhanced vocal cords. Franklin sat behind his desk in the White House of Nova Libertas, his massive frame making even the specially reinforced chair seem modest. Golden afternoon light filtered through bulletproof windows, casting long shadows across stacks of personnel files. The office, while maintaining the gravitas of its ancient Terran inspiration, had been modified with hololith projectors and data streams befitting a Primarch's command center. Scrolling through the neural-linked data slate, he reviewed candidate after candidate. Many were respected veterans of the Liberty Eagles campaigns, their service records displaying impressive achievements across multiple theaters of war. Some were retired personnel who had served with distinction, their tactical acumen proven in countless battles. Then a particular file caught his eye. Lieutenant General Samuel L. Jackson, Franklin read aloud, a grin spreading across his face. The hololith expanded, showing a stern-faced officer with an unmistakable presence even in still images. The service record unfurled before him. Distinguished service in 20 major campaigns. Architect of the QORL extermination strategy. Collaborated with 2nd Captain Armstrong on multiple operations. Known for memorable pre-battle speeches and distinctive tactical commands. By the throne, Franklin chuckled, leaning back in his chair. I bet this guy's ancestor was just as much of a badass. He could already imagine the Lieutenant General's briefings, delivered with that signature intensity that seemed to run in the family line. The accomplishments listed in Jackson's file were impressive enough, but it was the personal notes that sealed the deal. Multiple citations mentioned his ability to handle situations above his pay grade with both discretion and decisive action. Reports from the QORL campaign highlighted his talent for coordinating complex operations across multiple battle groups. Franklin pressed a button on his desk. John, get me Lieutenant General Jackson. Tell him the White House requires his presence. He paused, then added with a smirk, and John? Tell him I have had it with these mother. He caught himself, remembering the Vox was still open. Just tell him it's about a promotion. The cabin of the Dominion-class battlecruiser Dominance was surprisingly cozy for a military vessel. Lieutenant General Samuel L. Jackson reclined in his favorite leather chair, feet propped up on an antique wooden desk, watching a holodrama about the Unification Wars. His signature power sword hung on the wall behind him, its blade still bearing scorch marks from the QORL campaign. Grim, Jackson called out to his AI companion, pause that shit. I think I heard someone at the door. The hololithic projection froze mid-scene as a knock echoed through the cabin. Before Jackson could respond, the door slid open to reveal Deputy Lieutenant General Jules Slick Navarro, his ever-present data slate in hand and his perfectly pressed uniform making him look more like a politician than a veteran of countless xenocide campaigns. This better be good, Slick, Jackson growled, though there was underlying affection in his tone. I was just getting to the good part where they smoking those techno-barbarians. Navarro straightened his already immaculate collar. Sir, I've just received a priority message from the White House. They're requesting your immediate return to Nova Libertas. Jackson's eyebrows shot up. The White House? Man, what in the Emperor's name does the White House want with my black ass? If they need some Xenos killed, they got whole legions of Astartes for that shit. Actually, sir, Navarro consulted his data slate with his characteristic precision, it's about a promotion. A promotion. Jackson sat up, his chair creaking in protest. I'm already a lieutenant general, slick. What they gonna promote me to? Supreme Commander of giving a fuck. The AI Grim materialized as a small hololithic projection, taking the form of a skeletal figure in a black robe. If I may, General, your service record since the QORL extermination has been exemplary. The efficiency ratings for your subsequent xenocide campaigns are among the highest in the sector. Grim's right, sir, Navarro added, a rare smile crossing his usually stoic face. The White House doesn't call unless it's something big. And it came directly from the Primarch's office. Jackson stood, his impressive frame casting a shadow across the cabin. The Primarch himself? Well shit, why didn't you lead with that, slick? He walked to his weapon rack, checking his reflection in a polished shield. Last time I worked with the big man's people was during the QORL campaign with Captain Armstrong. That crazy son of a bitch could have played ball with those bug heads. Should I prepare your formal dress uniform, sir? Navarro asked, already moving toward the wardrobe. Hell yeah, but not that standard issue garbage. Jackson grinned. Get me the custom one with the dragon scale trim. If I'm meeting the Primarch, I'm gonna look fly as fuck. Sir, about the language protocols. Navarro began. Man, fuck them language protocols, Jackson waved dismissively. The Primarch himself cusses like a Catachan devil hunter. Besides, he adjusted his collar, it's part of my motivational speaking technique. Grim's hololithic form flickered. Your unique oratory style has been noted in several commendation reports, General. The phrase enough is enough appears in 73% of your recorded battle speeches. See? Even the skull gets it. Jackson strapped on his power sword. Slick, tell the bridge to plot a course back to Nova Libertas. Maximum burn. And get me the latest intel briefings. If the Primarch wants to see me, I ain't walking in there like some fresh-faced cadet. Already done, sir, Navarro replied, efficiently tapping at his data slate. We can be back in the capital within 6 hours at emergency thrust. Jackson looked out the viewport at the star-filled void. You know what I always say, slick. Navarro and Grim responded in unison, hold on to your butts. Damn straight. Jackson grinned, grabbing his command rod. Now let's go see what kind of classified intergalactic accidents the Primarch needs handled. As they left the cabin, Grim's voice echoed behind them, Sir, how did you know it would involve classified intergalactic accidents? Please, Jackson laughed, I've been handling classified intergalactic accidents since before you were a code snippet in a cogitator. Now come on, we got a Primarch to meet. Holy Emperor's balls, Lieutenant General Samuel L. Jackson thought, maintaining his rigid military posture while seated across from Primarch Franklin Valorian. The White House office suddenly felt like the smallest room in the galaxy, despite being sized for its transhuman occupant. Every time the Primarch's eyes met his, Jackson could swear he saw a massive bald eagle sizing him up. Fuck me sideways with a chainsword, that's intimidating as shit. His face remained professionally stoic, but internally, he was cursing up a storm that would make a Navy veteran blush. So, Lieutenant General, Franklin began, a slight smirk playing at his lips, what's your opinion on snakes on void ships? The fuck kind of question is that? Sir, they present a clear security risk to void ship operations, sir. Jackson responded crisply. And how would you handle classified intergalactic accidents? The Primarch's smirk grew slightly. Is he fucking with me? With extreme prejudice and complete discretion, sir. What if I told you we're creating a new intelligence agency, and I need someone who's tired of these motherfucking Xenos in this motherfucking galaxy? This motherfucker is definitely fucking with me. Sir, I would say that sounds like my kind of operation, sir. Jackson's eye twitched slightly, but his parade ground voice never wavered. Franklin leaned forward, and Jackson felt the full weight of that predatory eagle gaze. Emperor's teeth, it's like being stared down by a bird of prey the size of a titan. The Primarch's grin widened. Another question, Lieutenant General. Does Marcellus Wallace look like a bitch? What in the actual foo, sir? Sir, I don't understand the reference, sir. Jackson's composure finally cracked slightly, his left eye twitching visibly. I see. Franklin stood, and Jackson felt like the ceiling had suddenly risen about 15 feet. Tell me, Lieutenant General, how do you feel about genetic enhancement? What the foo, sir? The Astartes program, General. Specifically, would you be willing to undergo the procedure? We've made some improvements recently. Jackson's mind raced. Is he serious? Wait, why would he? Oh shit. Sir, if the Emperor and yourself deem me worthy of such an honor, I would serve in whatever capacity required, sir. Did I just agree to become a fucking space marine? At my age? Franklin's face finally broke into a full smile. Excellent. Because I'm establishing a new organization, the Classified Intergalactic Accidents Division. CIA for short. And I need a director who knows how to handle complex situations. He did not just wait. Did this motherfucker make that acronym on purpose? Sir, yes sir. Though if I may ask, sir, did you choose that name specifically? For the first time, Franklin laughed outright. Tell me, General, what's your opinion on purposeful acronyms? Sir, I believe if you are going to name something, you might as well have fun with it, sir. Just like my personal motto, strategic handling of intricate tactical situations. Then we understand each other. Franklin extended his hand, a gesture that made Jackson's eyes widen slightly. Welcome aboard, Director Jackson. Report to the Innovation Hub tomorrow at 0800. Dr. Chen and Magos Biceps will handle your enhancement procedure. Jackson shook the Primarch's hand, his own looking comically small in comparison. Sir, thank you, sir. Holy fucking shit, I'm about to become a Space Marine CIA director. Slick is never going to believe this. Oh, and director. Franklin added as Jackson turned to leave. Feel free to keep your distinctive communication style. I find it adds a certain flavor to official reports, and you can promote some of your men into the organization coordinate with the FBI with regards to the technosers. Sir, yes sir. I'll make sure every motherfucking report is crystal clear, sir. The forge's heat was intense enough to make even a Primarch sweat, but Fukin seemed perfectly at home among the dancing flames and shower of sparks. His massive form moved with practiced grace as he brought his hammer down on the death sword, each strike precise and purposeful. The blade seemed to drink in the orange light of the forge, its surface rippling with power. Franklin entered the room, the heat washing over him like a familiar embrace. Still at it, brother? That's what, hour 36 straight. Fukin's deep laugh rumbled like distant thunder. When working with a shard of a god, brother, time becomes meaningless. He lifted the blade, examining its edge with expert eyes. Besides, I find the work therapeutic. Running from your sons won't make you a better father, you know, Franklin said, pulling up a forge stool that creaked under his massive frame. The 18th Legion are waiting. Fukin plunged the death sword into a basin of specially prepared coolant, causing steam to hiss upward in controlled bursts. I am not running, he said thoughtfully. I am preparing. Tell me, brother, how did you know you were ready to lead? Bold of you to assume I knew what I was doing, Franklin chuckled, picking up a nearby hammer and testing its weight. Still don't, most days. But that's the thing about leadership, you learn by doing. And yet your legion prospers, Fukin noted, checking the blade's temperature with practiced ease. Your supply lines never falter, your campaigns are precise, your casualties minimal. These are not the marks of an unprepared leader. Franklin set the hammer down, watching as Fukin began preparing the forge for the next phase of work. You want to know about logistics? War. He grinned. Well, first rule, never trust a supply officer who says it'll probably be fine. Fukin laughed again, the sound mixing with the hiss of cooling metal. And the second rule? The second rule is that every plan survives until the first shot is fired. After that, it's about adaptation. Fukin paused his hammering, his red eyes reflecting the forge's flames. A leader must first know how to lead. He plunged the blade into a cooling bath that hissed and steamed. Theory before practice. Speaking of theory, Franklin grinned, how's your studying going? Making progress with those tactical treatises. Fukin gestured to a data slate nearby, its screen showing 100% completion. Finished. Your strategic treatises are illuminating. Though I notice you favor mobility over fortification in many scenarios. Franklin blinked in surprise. Already? Damn, I must be the slowest reader among us Primarchs. He produced another data slate from his robes. Well, since you're done with those, here's some light reading on logistics. Can't wage war without supply lines. Indeed. Fukin's deep laugh rumbled through the forge. Though before you go, brother, there's something else we need to discuss. He pointed to an ornate box on a nearby workbench. Open it. Franklin approached the box, noting the intricate flame work carved into its surface. As he lifted the lid, his eyes widened. Inside lay a masterpiece of weaponsmithing, a massive hand cannon that seemed to radiate power even at rest. The barrel was inscribed with flowing script, and the grip was perfectly sized for a Primarch's hand. Your sidearm, as requested, Fukin said, pride evident in his voice. Though I took some creative liberties with the design. Franklin lifted the weapon, feeling its perfect balance. The words edged along the barrel caught his eye, the right of the people to keep and bear arms, shall not be infringed. It chambers heavy bolter rounds, Fukin explained, moving closer to point out various features. But I've incorporated a dual-core firing system. It can switch between kinetic and energy-based ammunition. He paused, red eyes gleaming. And after reviewing your combat data, I added something special. Franklin raised an eyebrow. Oh. The whole weapon is designed to channel your psychic energy. You can infuse each shot with your power, you can fire it full auto as well. The materials are specially treated, it will never jam or break down, no matter how much power you channel through it. Franklin spun the cylinder, listening to its satisfying click. Brother, you've outdone yourself. This is... He paused, admiring the craftsmanship. This is absolutely perfect. It needs a name, Fukin said, returning to the cooling death sword. Something fitting its purpose. Franklin's eyes traced the Second Amendment inscription again, a smile playing at his lips. Last word, he declared. Because in any argument, this tends to be exactly that. Fukin's booming laugh filled the forge. Just as the Founding Fathers intended, brother. Exactly, Franklin chuckled, holstering the massive revolver. Though I doubt they imagined it being used against horrors of the old Knight and Xenos.
Thanks for listening.